Starting off the group, we have Tuan Doulemond with a 50.90. Tuan setting the 4x4 national record single yesterday. Let's see if he can replicate that with 5x5. That was Kevin Gerhardt with a 47.72. Now we're watching Caleb Wolfdan from the UK. Caleb starting off with a 48.25 after it looks like a 44 on the first solve. Sebastian Weyer is now taking the stage. Seb was not able to clutch that 4x4 victory over Timon yesterday, so the reigning world champion is not the European champion at the moment. Let's see whether anything different will happen in 5x5. Of course, 4x4 is by far the main event for Sebastian. He's still very good at 5x5, but it's not where his focus is at. A 48.38 for Sebastian. Okay, now that I got things booted up, good morning everyone, this is OJ speaking. I'm on my own at the moment, but hopefully I'll be joined by someone else a bit later on. Got chat open, so if anyone fancies saying something, anyone got any questions, I'm free to answer it. Got quite an exciting group of 5x5 here. We've actually got quite a few of our top players. We've got 4 waves, so all of our top players will be spread out throughout each of the waves. And if you are interested in knowing who will be competing when, please head over to competitiongroups.com and click on the stream tab, where you'll be able to see a schedule of everyone of our top players and when they'll be competing on the orange stage, which is the main stage for this competition. Kevin Gerhardt with a 49.45, 0.99. Cubehead is not here unless he's turned up recently. I'm pretty sure he's not coming to this European Championships. The favourite to win 5x5 is obviously going to be Timon. Timon is the world record holder after setting it at the World Championships last year, which was an absolutely incredible moment. Timon, I believe, will be in Wave 4, given that he is the fastest seed. And Wave 4 is due to start at 20 past 10, barring any delays. So about an hour until Timon will be on. Again, in this group, we have got Sebastian Weyer, Daniel Rush, Toine Doulemont, and Kevin Gerhardt. Those are our main people to watch. Here we're also watching Kilian Heinbach. Kilian is seeded 20th for this competition. And we'll be hoping for some more sub-50s, not like that 52 he just got. Back to Caleb Wolfdun, getting a 53.32. Again, not the best solve for him. Someone asked, why is Timon always in the last group? Well, it's simply because the last group tends to contain the best seed. The second best seed tends to be in the penultimate group, and then the third best seed in the one before that, etc. Given that we've got 4 groups of 5x5, that means that we would now be looking at seed 4, which is, of course, Sebastian Weyer. We will be missing out on Timofey Tarasenko, so that means that one of these groups won't have one of the top 4 seeds in it, which really puts Sebastian as seed 3 for this competition. Kevin Gerhardt from Germany is our 12th seed at this competition. He's got a PR average of 43.65, and we give him a 5% chance to podium. There's definitely a chance for Kevin. That percentage is probably a little bit higher now that Timofey isn't here. This is the 5th European Championship for Kevin Gerhardt. He came 8th in Euros in 2024 and also 8th in 2022. Toine Doulemont with a 47. Daniel Rush with a 40.31. Daniel's PR single is 36, but a 40-second solve is sub his PR average of 42.12. And here we have Sebastian Weyer on the right. With a 42.21, slightly more than his PR average of 41.34. Sebastian has a 47% chance of podium, so even though 4x4 is, of course, his main event, he's still in a very strong position to get a podium in 5x5. Caleb Wolfdun just starting 3x3 stage on solve 4. And that'll be a 51.65 for him. It's interesting seeing Caleb warm up with a Pyraminx. I know that a lot of people like to warm up with a big cube when they're solving big cubes. So to watch someone warm up with a Pyraminx is quite an oddity. I wouldn't really expect those turning styles to influence each other that much, but perhaps you can get some fast, spammy turns done on it. Or maybe it's just the fact that Pyraminx is the next event, and Caleb wants to warm up for that whilst competing in 5x5. A 46 there from Benjamin Virapati from Indonesia. This is the fourth solve for Kevin Gerhardt. A 52.32 for Kevin. In the right here we have Ruben Lopez de Juan on the left now. He was the lead organizer for the last European Championships in Pamplona 2024, and he is now on the WCA board. I believe we'll be hearing from him later. We do have an interview scheduled with the board later today, so stay tuned for that one. Back to Sebastian Weyer now for his third solve. Looks like he's about a solve behind everyone else. And it looks like that is because he got an extra on the second. I'm not entirely sure why that was. I don't think we caught anything out of the ordinary on stream. This looks like a very fast solve. There's a 41.66. He's got a bit of a smile and shaking his head. Perhaps he knows that something kind of went wrong in the middle, but then also maybe got a bit lucky. And a 46.02 for Daniel Rush, the African champion. Oh no. That is a wing pop for Andre Che. Thankfully, wing pops aren't too difficult to fix. It looks like it happened in the middle of parity though, so yeah, there's going to have to be a lot of backtracking there to figure out what's going on. We're back to edge pairing. It looks like he's not sure exactly what to do. Wants to try and preserve as much as he can, but at the same time, there is a lot that got messed up. That is what happens when you pop in the middle of a parity algorithm. Sometimes you can recover it, but yeah, it's a tricky one. 124 for Andre. That would definitely be the worst solve, barring any DNFs, barring any more pops. Thankfully, a wing pop is quite easy to fix. You can just kind of slot it back in. If somehow a midge was to pop out, I think that would be one of the worst things, because midges do not like coming out of the cube. Okay, looks like we've got Ida Olivienza Gonzalez from Spain competing here. He's a 2012 ID, which means he's been competing for 14 years. This is his fourth European Championship. He is the current NR average and single holder for Spain in 5x5. Speaking of the Spaniards, again we've got Ruben Lopez. Although we're now watching Kilian Heimbach. Killing with a 47.19. We've got him down as a 1% chance to podium.
Good morning, OJ.
Good morning, Chris. Nice of you to show up.
Oh, thank you, thank you. My lift was running a little bit late, but we got here eventually.
Fair enough.
What's going on in 5x5 so far, OJ?
So we've got our fourth seed, Sebastian Weyer, who is up to solve his fourth solve right now. Sebastian had an extra, so he's about a solve behind everyone else. We've also got Daniel Rush, the African record holder. We've got Ton Dulemon. We've got Kevin Gerhardt. We've got quite a few famous faces in this group, I would say.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting group to watch. I was actually talking to Seb the other day about 5x5, and I knew he used to be like at the top of 5x5 in Europe, but I kind of didn't realize he'd kept up with most of the pack for so long. I thought his focus had kind of drifted solely to 4x4, and I think it has, but he's just managed to stay at a ridiculous pace for 5x5. And this solve is going to be near that sub 40 mark.
.43, 46. That seems pretty consistent with the other times he's been getting. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Obviously, Seb is very well known for his 4x4 prowess, but he's still got a 47% chance of podiuming in 5x5 at this championship. He doesn't have a chance to win, though, so his chance to win is less than 1%.
I think everybody's chance to win would be less than 1%.
I can fact check you on that.
Apart from
Kieran, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not sure. When were these statistics run?
Before Timofey dropped out. So
okay.
There's a bit of a skew there.
Yeah, I think Timofey definitely would have had a chance. I cannot remember the last time. Yeah, Kieran. I mean, he doesn't have sub 40. I can't remember the last time Timon didn't get sub 40. Kilian Heimbach on the right side of your screen there, placed 5th out of the Europeans in 4x4 finals last night.
Yeah, so just to confirm, Kieran has a 94% chance to podium and a less than 1% chance to win. So you're right, I think it pretty much is just saying that we have a 100% chance of Timon winning 5x5. But we will see what happens. So, whilst we've got 5x5 sighted going on in our camera stream, we are joined by a former world record holder in 5x5 blindfolded, Roman Strakov. Hello, welcome to the stream.
Hi.
So, Roman, you've been competing since 2012, which is a long, long time. How many world records have you had in that time?
So a total 7 world records.
Mm-hmm.
Most of them were beaten. My world records beaten by me, by myself. There was one funny one, which is 5 blind mean. Back in the day when mean wasn't tracked.
Oh, so that was a retroactive world record.
Yeah, yeah. So the way it went, so I got 2 successful 5 blinds on the competition, and then my third attempt, there was a volunteer teaching a judge how to judge 5 blind on the other competitor, and then I started my attempt. I realized, oh, I messed up on memo multiple times, and I'm like, oh, I'm giving up on the attempt. I wanted to stop the timer and DNF it.
Okay.
Back in the day when mean was not
Yeah,
tracked, so it was not my concern. But then I realized, oh, there's a volunteer teaching another volunteer how to judge 5 blinds, so I should show how to solve 5 blinds so that my judge is judging me and teaching them. So okay. Then I finished that.
So you basically did an example solve.
Yeah, example solve, and then it turned out to be a retroactive world record. Yeah.
That's crazy.
All right. Well, you haven't just been an incredible blind solver over the years. You've also contributed a lot to the cubing community. Talk about sort of your first contributions to the community. I can't hear him.
I can't hear. Is the audio working?
Yeah. Try that again. No?
Wahid?
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah, just sort of software and tutorials. What was like the first thing you contributed to the community?
So yeah, contributions was and like sharing with the communities, something that I took for granted because how open cubing community was when I entered it. I mean, it's unlike any other where people prefer to like keep their secrets to themselves, not sharing methods. Cubing community was maybe the the first one that I joined like voluntarily, or like the one that was not affected by my parents saying you should go to swimming or playing other games like basketball or something like that.
The one that you did simply because you enjoyed it. Right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it was kind of taken for granted that people just share their methods, even though if you think about it logically, if you want to achieve the world top level, you should maybe keep them for yourself. So yeah, when I learned something that was not trivial to me, I recorded some tutorials. It took me embarrassingly long time to understand what commutators are and how they work. Back then, I didn't know any English, so I couldn't even learn from English tutorials. So yeah, I was learning. I was sharing what I learned, and also in 2011, I discovered what programming is. It was back before the AI era, so I was just amazed at how you can teach computer to do whatever you want it to do, and it doesn't ask anything in return. And obviously, it was a huge opportunity to write software that helps practicing certain aspects. So PLL Trainer was my first attempt to web application, and yeah, I just kept on sharing it. And so also I back in the day when I won the talent show back in Russia, I started to get invitations to corporate events and private events, and they wanted me to like assemble mosaics because it's probably the most like the coolest thing that they can show off to a non-cuber.
Yeah.
Because in their minds, like solving a cube is super hard, but like solving 300 cubes and making a mosaics must be 300 times as difficult. So I wrote a software like a mosaic generator where you upload a picture and it turns it into a mosaic.
Oh, is that also on Best Site?
Yeah, Best Site ever is this is probably the most used tool.
Oh, really?
It's super obsolete now, but still like 500 daily active users in this super niche thing. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, the things you've contributed to the community have helped in so many ways. I myself have spent hundreds and hundreds of hours on Best Site ever.
Is it a ZBLR trainer?
It is a ZBLR trainer. So I really appreciated that, and sometimes I'd see it was down and I'm like, oh no, I can't drill my ZBs today. So I do appreciate that contribution. And yeah, there are a lot of sites doing it now, but I think I still open your site. So thank you for all of that.
For me, it was the 6 blind rankings list because I finally managed to get on it. And so I was very happy to join that list.
Yeah, cool. Now we have cubing contests, right?
Yes, of
by
course.
Denny. That's cool also. Regarding the ZBL trainer, with the smart cubes, the old way where you like look at the scramble the cube, look at the cube, and then execute it, for me, it's now so like obsolete as well, because ideally how it should work is you have to have a smart cube with like all white stickers and have a VR or /AR headset, and then it should show you a case where which simulates what you see in the real self, and then you execute it, and then you don't have to scramble because it like check mark and then shows you a different one, or at least what now is physically possible. And I guess there are trainers to do that are doing that, is it basically shows you on a display with a smart cube and like hug the display and you look at it, and it should render like it is in a real physical environment, so to simulate a real solves. The point is you don't have to scramble the cube because Smart Cube can visually show you what the case is. And I guess there are a lot of opportunities like that. I wish I had more free time for these cubing related things now. Now it's mostly family and programming. And also private events still sometimes I invited to like show off my blindfolded skills. But right now with like vibe coding, so much can be done, and I think it will reach that point where like everything that is imaginable will be executed as a software.
I just love that you learn how to program, immediately started programming stuff for cubing, and now you hear about like vibe coding and AI and everything. You're just like, how can this be applied to cubing?
Sure. Yeah.
It's apply it to your passion, and then you'll get a lot out of it, I think. Yeah.
Well, it's such a powerful tool. It's yeah. Like I hear from many of my friends and also myself that should we listen to the announcement?
You can talk over if you like, but
okay.
It's a bit distracting, so we can wait for it to finish.
Okay. Okay, it can last for long. So, what I was trying to say, it's such a powerful tool that it just gives you so much opportunities where you just think of your idea, like what tool would be cool to have, or what the ideal version of this tool could be, and you can implement it in 5 minutes what would have taken you like weeks or days in the past. So yeah, it empowers. Recently, I thought like, okay, I got PLL recognition trainer back in the day, and then I thought what it would be like if this thing was ideal. So PLL recognition is something that does not require you a physical cube. So you can, you know, travel in a bus and you can still improve your cubing skills without having a physical cube. And that's just one of the aspects. Because learning algorithms still like requires you to like imagine how you would execute them on a cube. So it's more like muscle memory, but PLL recognition is more like visual reaction thing, right? And so with a few iteration of like asking AI to improve it, I got to the level where like it's gamifiable and it's like you can like it's randomized so that you don't get used to the specific tool, but rather, you know, you view cube from different angles every time, so it's unexpected. Yeah, so it's so powerful and so addictive. This thing, just can't describe it with words. Yeah,
because you can see what the use case of it is. You know exactly how this will help people in their 3x3 solving, right?
Yeah, and the price of the experiment gotten so low to zero, basically. You can just, you know, think about it, but think it aloud so that you dictate and ask, well, turn your thoughts into a prompt, and you immediately see what it will be like, and like, oh no, I want to do a different thing, and yeah.
That's awesome. Now, we've got in our notes here something that I remember watching happen on your YouTube channel. So you solved, was it a 5x5 blindfolded whilst riding a BMX backwards? through a random car park and stuff.
Yeah.
Is that your craziest stunt, or have you done anything that's a bit crazier?
It's funny that you mentioned, yeah. So BMX was one of my hobbies, and like riding backwards is something that I could do, so I thought combining it, blind and
could you
blind.
ride it backwards blindfolded already, or did you have to learn how to do that?
Well, you can imagine riding a bicycle blindfolded yourself. It's not much different because you mostly feel the balance with like your body. So
I've tried closing my eyes before and I fall over every time. So
really?
This is still impressive to me, even without the adding the Rubik's Cube blindfolded on top.
But yes, if you ride slowly, it's not that hard. Yeah, but basically, I did it on a car park. So I had my wife like filming me and telling me, oh, you should really turn left now, cause otherwise you will bump into. Yeah, but then I got an invitation to Bulgarian Got Talent. And I thought, oh, like, what could you do that? And I didn't think of doing that on stage because this is crazy. Like, you can, you know, fall off the stage easily. Yeah. And then, like, as crazy, the more crazy this idea seemed to me, the more like, I should try that. And yeah, eventually I started to practice. I made a whole video about how I was practicing, but it was the most disciplined month in my life. Every single morning, woke up and go outside to practice like turning after some distance and like practicing with harder scrambles than average, so that when if a Got Talent judge will scramble me and it's gonna be like a really bad scramble, I'll still execute it. So yeah, and then finally I did it on stage. It was the craziest experience.
And you got it right.
Yeah.
Of course you did.
Well, yeah, it was 50% chance, but yeah, I would say.
That's awesome.
Other crazy stunts. I don't know. I have like a thought that I could probably do a blind solve during skydiving, and literally the only barrier is I had a dislocation. So when I go to indoor skydiving, when I went to indoor skydiving practicing, they found out that I had a dislocation and they just kicked me off of the skydiving school. But I can secretly go to another one if I want to. So right now I don't know because I googled for it, and skydivers don't get traumas. Like these guys who practice in wind tunnel don't get traumas very often, but when they do, it's 95% because of the previous dislocations. And I'm still thinking about it. But yeah, that would be the next thing if I decide to do it.
We would love to see that. I know there's a YouTuber from Australia, Ari, who's attempted just the 3x3 solve recently, but a blindfolded solve while skydiving would be something else, and I hope to see that one day. You've achieved so much in cubing, so many different things, blindfolded, talent shows, stunts, and you've contributed so much. So from the cubing community, thank you for all that you've contributed. Any last things to add, Oliver?
I hope you enjoy the competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's great to see you, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So yeah, that was Roman Strakov, blindfolded extraordinaire, let's call him. And we're now in 5x5 Group 2. On the right, we've got Kieran Behan. I'm not sure if we've missed a solve of his whilst we were chatting, but we are doing 5x5 now. It looks like this is solve 1 for Kieran. Kieran is our 3rd seed at this competition, although obviously with Timofey not being here, really, he is our 2nd seed. Again, he's got a 94% chance to podium and a less than 1% chance to win.
Roman Strakov. I like you hear the name so much, but like everything he's done, the talent shows, the crazy blind stuff, the stunts, the best sight ever, I kind of forget that all of that is the same person.
Oh yeah.
He's done so much, and I feel like so many people would have encountered something from him over their years of cubing and not quite put a face to the name. So it's lovely to have a nice chat with him. But we'll get back into 5x5 now. You are joined here today with OJ, Wheat, and Chris Mills in the commentary booth as we take you through 5x5 round 1. This is the 2nd group, so we've got Kieran Behan in this group. I believe there will be 4 groups of 5x5.
That's correct.
So the next group is the group that Timofey would have been in but wasn't able to make it to this competition, unfortunately. So won't have our top competitor in that group, but then Timon will be the group after that. So make sure to stick around because that will be electric. He was a little bit miffed to get here a little bit late because he wanted to get lots of warm up. But he will still have plenty of time to warm up and prove himself on this stage as we see some of our top 5x5 competitors completing their 1st and 2nd solves right now.
So Timon will be in Group 4, which is scheduled for 10:20 at the moment, barring any delays. And if you want to see the full schedule of when anyone is on the stream, then head over to competitiongroups.com and join the stream tab where all of our top players are seated. So, as well as Kieran in this group, Group 2, we have Richard Delacoste from Switzerland. He is seeded 7th with a 42.03 average. We've also got Daniel Partridge, who we're watching right now. He's our 15th seed. He has a 1% chance to podium, which is quite fun. A 44 PR average. We've also got Danny Morgan, also from the UK. Actually has a 22% chance to podium, which is more than I was expecting. I didn't realize that Danny was right up there. Danny's actually got our 4th seed in terms of the last 12 rounds, which puts him much better than his 10th seed, which is just done by PR average.
Yeah, Danny's been absolutely popping off in 5x5 recently. It seems to be his main event, alongside Clock as well, that he is phenomenal at. A 42.54 PR average. It's interesting to see him specialize so much in 5x5, and yeah, 22% chance to podium, and that was calculated when Timofey was assumed to be competing, so I'm sure those numbers would have shot up. Now we know he's not going to be in attendance. I'll be rooting for Danny. He's a lovely guy, a bit of a character in the UK community, and it will be cool to see him perform well and make it to the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. And the big cubes in the UK recently has been a really close kind of battle between, I think, 3 or 4 of the top cubers. And they've been trading national records over and over again. Danny is the one who's currently on top with both the average and single national records for the UK. And so we'll see how he can perform in this round. At the moment, we've got Richard Delacoste. Looks like he started off with a 44.79, which is about on pace for his most recent rounds. We'll see whether he can pull off another consistent average here.
We've just had a question in chat asking how the percent chance of podium is calculated. OJ, can you walk us through that?
I don't know the technical specifics. There is a site that calculates this for us. 41.49 for Richard. So the site uses some machine learning, I believe, and some statistical analysis, which involves probably Monte Carlo, I would guess, if people want me to say things like that. Basically just a bunch of simulations that take into account their most recent averages, which is more heavily weighted towards the most recent stuff. So that means that if someone used to be really good, but is no longer so good. Those results from quite a while ago are not going to be affecting the percentage chance to win. And it'll basically just put these guys against each other in a simulation and see who ends up on top.
Yeah, great rundown of that. It's a nice way to get a good idea of where people are at the moment. Because PR average, you can't really tell how they're competing at the moment, and it's fun to kind of get a percentage to prediction as well.
Yes.
We just saw Danny Morgan do his third solve. Started strong with a 41 and a 42, and you could see the shakes on him for that third solve. Cham J Chambers not happy with that 55. Kieran started with a 42, is capable of a little bit faster, but not a bad start for him as he gets into 3x3 stage of this second solve. Going to be a similar sort of pace. 42 again for Kieran. Something I find interesting about Kieran solving is he was a big cube solver first. Like he did that long before he was like focusing on 3x3. So his 3x3 turning style and algorithm choice is very big cube based.
Oh, that's very good to know, yeah. I mean, if that's going to be what your focus is, then you need to tailor everything towards it.
Yeah, and like when he was, I think he finished full ZBLL recently.
Yep.
And I remember talking to him and like hanging out with him a while ago, and he was showing me algs, and I was showing him algs. And he showed me one alg, and I'm like, oh, do this. And he's like, I can't do that on a 7x7. I'm not going to bother learning that. And I'm like, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of crazy to think about, but that's how it's going to be optimized.
Yeah, because you don't really want to be doing like wide F moves on a 7x7. You definitely don't want to be doing S moves, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And a lot of people will have kind of similar thoughts if they're focusing more on one-handed or 3x3. Like, RUF, RUD spam is much better for one-handed than weird S moves and stuff like that. 58 for Daniel Partridge right there, who had a really good night last night in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, he was hoping for a podium, I believe, in something. I think he knew that it was going to be quite unlikely, but that didn't stop him from 4x4, where he broke the UK's national record average. For the first time, Daniel's never had 4x4 NR average, so to be able to do that in the European Championship final was a very fun moment, even if it did mean that it was still missing the podium.
Yeah, I was talking to him earlier in the day about 7x7 finals, and like he knew he had a shot, but he also knew it kind of wasn't up to him.
Right.
Like if he performed well, it was still up to the other top competitors, see how well they did, and he got a sub-2 mean, which was pretty good for him. I think he ended up placing 5th in Europe behind Timon, Mark, Kieran, and Janos. So still a great performance from him, and yeah, as you said, that NR average for 4x4, counting a 27 as well and getting a 24 average, but still UK's first sub-25 average. You cannot complain with that.
Here we have Kieran again. And another interesting fact about the way that Kieran solves big cubes is Kieran was part of the Yalvolution way before the Yalvolution even existed. So I don't know exactly how early on, but I do remember in 2018 at Euros in Spain, he was showing me how he was doing Yao on big cubes, and that was kind of before it really took off. So now most of the top solvers, would you say, are using Yao?
Yes, I believe everybody apart from Max Park and Mark Zimmerman at the top of 5x5 will be using Yao.
Yeah.
Funny story about Kieran and his history of Yao. I was spending Christmas with Kieran in Australia in 2024, and Not Me Cubes on YouTube had just released like a kind of video essay on the history of Yao, and we were sat in front of the TV watching it, and we knew that Kieran was probably going to feature in this video because he was so prominent in kind of spreading the word of how good Yao was on big cubes.
Absolutely, way more than Rob Yao himself.
Yeah, and we're watching it, and we can tell the build-ups happening to talk about Kieran, and Kieran's like watching it, he's like, oh, this is a great video, and we're locked in, and it's just about to get to Kieran's part, and an ads hit.
But it did talk about Kieran.
It
yeah.
did.
Okay,
The video did talk about Kieran.
It'd be
but
so funny if you went through all that and then they just like forgot to mention him or something.
Yeah. And then the next part was like all about Kieran. Back on Danny Morgan now. Can't quite tell what the pace is on this cube.
There's a bit of glare on the timer, but we'll see the display when he's
I
finished.
believe he's in the 40s. Yeah, 46. Started well, wasn't able to keep up that national record pace, but he's still solving well, going to get through to the next round, easy peasy. Is there 3 rounds of 5x5?
Yes, I believe there's 3 rounds of everything other than obviously the blind events and the side room stuff, and 6x6 and 7x7 also only had 2 rounds.
Okay. So yeah,
Oh, and 3x3 will have 4 rounds, of course.
Yes. Yeah, so all these top competitors in 5x5, second round will not really be a concern. They'll just be trying to get a nice solid performance and making sure they don't DNF out of it or anything silly like that.
And if you want to watch the semi-finals for 5x5, you'll have to tune back in at 11:30 European time tomorrow, which is when we'll have the semi-finals, and then the finals will be after lunch at 2:25 tomorrow, which will be the first final of the day as we make our way through the final events of this competition. Let's come back to the present. It's Saturday morning. We've got 5x5, round 1, group 2. After this, we'll have group 3, then group 4, which is where Timon will be competing, and then after that, we'll have Pyramix round 1.
So it doesn't look like any of our top competitors in this group of 5x5 are on any sort of PR or NR watch. We'll watch them close out their averages shortly. Let's have a look towards group 3. As we said before, that would have been Timofey's group, but wasn't able to attend this competition, unfortunately. We will see Patrick Ponce, who obviously competes for the US, but is well loved here in the Netherlands, as he has spent the last few years studying here. We've got Janos Beretsky, who we talked about, just missing the 7x7 podium last night. And Kim Roger Haraldsen from Norway, who's not really known as a 5x5 solver, but does have the national records for Norway right now with a 44 average and a 38 single.
Yeah, and we've also given Kim a chance to podium of 13%, so definitely one to watch out for.
Yeah, Kim has really pushed Norway speedcubing in the last few years, was one of the first competitors in Europe to get a sub-6 3x3 average. I believe the second European to get a sub-6 3x3 average way back in... I'm testing my own knowledge now. I believe 2021, maybe 2022. Something like that. And he hasn't managed to improve much on that since then, but has spread his knowledge of events and his speed of events and started to claim more and more national records in the last few years. Daniel Partridge again on the left side of your screen.
So interestingly, we've given Kim a 13% chance to podium, and he is the 14th seed. If we go over to Janos Beretsky, the 11th seed, we haven't got a chance to podium, which indicates that it's supposed to be less than 1%. So that seems to imply that Janos is not doing very well in these simulations. And that's probably because there's a bit more variance in the way that he solves. So actually, or maybe it's that there's less variance. I'm not really sure now.
I think maybe it's because he hasn't competed much recently, and I think the simulations do pull a lot off recent results.
It definitely could be that.
So that would be my guess. 41 for Danny. Great way to finish it off. That's going to give him an average in, I believe, at the 43s.
There's a little fist bump from Danny there. Shows that he's happy probably with the whole average.
Yeah, I mean, if he got something like that in the final, that could put him in a good position.
And also, Danny's probably a bit more of an unknown name at this competition. Obviously, Chris and I are very familiar, you know, given that he's a UK competitor. But He is certainly one to watch, and so a good round one result could put him near the top of the leaderboard. He's currently pacing for 5th at this competition. We are missing a few results at the moment.
I believe he's going to actually have beaten Sebastian Weyer in this first round, because I'm pretty sure he just got BPA.
Yep.
Closing off the average very nicely, giving him 43.46. Kieran is almost definitely going to beat that unless he gets his worst solve.
So yeah, as I say, like if you get a good result in round one, suddenly people might look at the leaderboard and go, "Oh, who's this guy?" And that can definitely get you some creds.
Yeah, and it's a good confidence booster, knowing that you can perform on that stage. It's a lot quieter in this venue right now. Lots of people not competing in 5x5, opting for a Lion this morning, and then we'll see it start to fill up throughout the day. We've got 3x3 starting after lunch, Pyramid starting after 5x5, I believe.
Yep.
So those events will be competed in by most of these competitors. So that's when it will get busy in here. But it's nice and cool today, which I'm very glad about. Hopefully it will stay a bit cooler in this venue.
Yeah, it's cool at the moment, but we'll see how that transpires across the day. So just for a full schedule breakdown, we have 4 blind finals, which is probably finished up about now. We'll see whether we can get the data entry for that at some point. We've also got the 5 blind finals in the middle of Pyraminx. And then after lunch, we've got 2x2 semi-final, Megaminx semi-final, and Scube semi-final. Then we've got the big chunk of 3x3. So 3x3 is going to be from 20 to 3 until 10 to 6.
Richard Delacoste finishing off his average with a best possible average. So that's going to shoot him to the top of the leaderboard for round 1. It's going to be ahead of Danny Morgan. Kieran could overtake him. But we'll try and catch the end of his solve. And he gets a 38.
With a 38.
There you go. Sorry, we just saw that in the background. So now Kieran's going to get on top.
That's a very strong finish from Kieran.
Yeah, that's Danny, Kieran, and Richard all getting best possible average. Their fastest solve on the last solve. And looks like Daniel Partridge is going to do exactly the same, 40.8.
Every time Daniel finishes a solve, he looks back to see whether he's on stream, and then if he sees himself, he gives a little smirk.
Yeah, he's a great character, and he has a smart head on his shoulders, Daniel.
Yeah, absolutely.
He knows how to perform well. He knows what works, what doesn't, and he's a great role model for the up and coming cubers in the United Kingdom.
Just finishing off the schedule quickly, so at 10 to 6 we'll be finishing off 3x3 round 1, assuming everything goes to time. So at 10 to 6 we'll start the finals for the day, and the finals we have are 6x6, Scube, Megaminx, and 2x2. So if you're interested in any of those finals, please stay tuned for the end of today.
Those finals are going to be exciting. The 6x6, it's going to be, is there any way Timon doesn't win? And there is a way Timon doesn't win, and that's if Sebastian, well, he's not as quick at 6x6, but if Kieran pops off, if Mark pops off, they could dethrone Timon, although our statistical simulations... Oh, wait, this is for 5x5. Anyway, I'll bring this up anyway, but our simulations for 5x5 are saying that Timon has a 100% chance to win.
Yep. It's okay, so if it's 6x6, Timon has got an 86% chance to win. Though, again, that is before excluding Timothy.
Yeah. So that will be a fun round to watch. Timon's been close to world record mean a couple times, actually, so that's something that could happen, and he seems to always perform his best on a big stage like this. Scube finals, I am not too clued in with Scube at the moment. I know the Polish competitor, I forgot his name, but can you remember the Polish competitor's name who's the world champion and the world record holder?
Oh, don't say that. No, I really should do, shouldn't I?
Ignacy?
Ignacy Samselski?
Yeah, that sounds right. Okay, we'll go with that. Correct us if we're wrong. I'm assuming he is in attendance at this competition. I'll try and find
We
that
have
out.
had Scoob round 1, so we should know who is at the top from that. I know that Ariel Benchetrit, who I believe missed the podium at Worlds last year but was hoping for something good. I know that he competed and got something pretty good in round 1.
Yeah, Ignacy Samselski. There we go.
And tied average in round 1 with Ariel Benchetrit, both of them getting a 1.83 average, with Ignacy taking it on single.
So, look how tight it is.
Oh my goodness.
From the first round. 7 people went sub 2 in the first round of Scoob, with the fastest only being 183.
So the top results in average with 1.83 is both Ignacy and Ariel. Then with 1.86 is both Tomasz Piłczka from Poland and Frank Lindblom from Sweden. And then only 0.01 behind that is Jacob Levi with a 1.87 PR average from the United States. So that is 5 results all within 0.04 of each other in average.
That is going to be a tight final. It's going to be chaotic. There's going to be so many people who could win, as is usually the case in a sprint event final like that. So that's going to be an exciting watch. Megaminx after that. The doors have opened for Megaminx, haven't they?
Tell me more about that.
Timofey's not here.
Right, of course. Timofey, of course, missing out on European champion last year, would have been wanting to come back with a fighting chance and unfortunately isn't able to, which does open the door up a bit more for Aidan Granger, the reigning European champion, so we will see whether he is able to replicate that this time. He did top round 1 with a 27.48 average, and then we have Stephanie in second place from Ireland with a 27.91 average. Okay, so I'm going to be leaving the stream booth now, and we are joined with Sean O'Toole.
Hello everyone, I am back. How did that first couple of groups go, Chris?
It's been pretty exciting actually. We haven't seen too many personal records, but the top spot has changed. The top spot has changed many times. Pretty tight on the top. Kieran is topping the leaderboard.
Of course
right
he is.
now.
He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT.
He is the GOAT. But yeah, I showed up a little bit late. My lift here was a little bit late, so I'll be sticking around a little bit longer. We'll give OJ a break.
As for the stickers, don't sticker the venue, don't sticker the tables, and don't sticker the floor or the chairs. If you want, you can sticker me.
I'm not sure if you heard that there. We have some...
It's mine.
Okay, who's coming up next?
So this group does not have Timon. This is group 3.
Okay, this is group 3, so Timon's in the last group.
Timon is in the last group. So Patrick's this group, Janos, Kim Roger, and then some names I don't know. Mika Smolders. It was Mika's birthday yesterday.
You were saying that, yes, when we were on stream together. Happy birthday, Mika.
Yeah, we saw him eat it. I saw him have a cake.
Right, so Patrick and Janosch are the ones to watch, I guess, as well as Kim Roger, for this group coming up. I love Joe's Bar and Grill.
Yeah, Timon will be coming up in about 25 minutes, as long as we stay on schedule. We're just transitioning into Group 3 right now. We'll be focusing on the orange stage as usual. See, it's still a little bit quiet here in the venue. Sebastian Aru, one of the delegates there in the red shirt, has done a lot for German speedcubing over the years and is now enjoying his time in the limelight, solving his 5x5.
A much more pleasant temperature in the venue today compared to previous days.
That is so right, Sean. It's been pretty toasty in here, but the temperature outside has cooled down, which hopefully means this venue is going to stay a bit cooler even when it gets a bit busier later on. But I'm very grateful for that. Like, we're wearing jackets
I'm wearing jackets, yeah. If you told me that on Thursday or Friday that I was going to be wearing a jacket inside the venue, I would have called you crazy.
Yeah, we are very grateful for the drop in temperature. So I believe 4x4 blindfolded is happening or happened recently. We can't see the results in yet, but we'll touch on that. Let's have a look at some of the other results that have happened in the side room. We've had both attempts of multi-blind finished now. So Simon Praschel is your European champion from Austria, getting 47 points in 58 minutes. Adrian Depski from Poland in the second place position with only 38 points. And Mikolaj Morawski from Poland in your third place position with 37 points. So I know a lot of these competitors were doing 60 attempts, 61, 57. So a lot of them getting not as many cubes as they would have liked to solve. But Simon Praschel, we had a chat with him. He's going to be happy with the win either way. Anything of note here that you can see, Sean?
I guess we have to look down and see who didn't do as well as we expected. So Daniel Vollen, of course, has got a few podiums in the past. He came 4th this year. Christoph Bober, of course, very well known for his blinding. Kim Roger there, the 46, just kind of keeping an eye on that as well. Ezra, attempting 64 on the first attempt and 60 on the second attempt, which is insane.
Yeah, I believe he got second place at the World Championships in 2023. And I had a little chat with him yesterday, and I think he was a bit nervous going into the second attempt. He knew it was an open field and wasn't able to keep it together. But 48 out of 64 in the first attempt, hitting the hour mark. So I'm not sure how many cubes he would have had left there.
Janosch in the back there. We just lost him there a moment ago. There we go. Just coming to the end of 3x3 stage. Little nod of the head.
44. 44 for Janos. That's good pace for him. But yeah, that's James McDermott has just said in chat, our resident multi-blind solver, that yeah, the podium is a bit weaker than expected. I think especially with the 2 attempts, that helps a lot with these top competitors. Not many DNFs on the board.
Possibly the heat. The heat in the venue might have caused people to lose a bit of concentration.
Have you been in the side room? Was it hot in there?
Yeah, it's pretty hot up there.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. Patrick Ponce now. Yeah, upstairs to the side room and the side stages are all upstairs in the venue, which is even hotter than it has been down here. So hopefully it's nicer today.
Patrick doing his last 2 edge algorithms. Solving on blue. Going to try and avoid that dot case. And he knows the ZB, but a little bit of a fumble at the end. All right, let's have a look at some of the other side events we got going on. We've had the first 2 attempts of 3x3 fewest moves happen. So we'll see who's topping the leaderboards right now.
We could see about 8 people on the podium by the looks of things.
We could. We've got 2 people tied with 2 21s apiece. Louis-Marie Arato from France and Oliver Fritz from Germany both have 2 21s. And then Christoph, not going to try that last name, from Poland has a 22 and a 21. So only 3, like there's a set podium right now. There is a set podium. Fabio and looks like 7 other people are tied for 4th with a 22 mean, starting with a 23 and then getting a 21.
It's worth noting that Oliver Fritz, I believe, his old PR, he's gotten his PR twice.
Oh, really? Okay.
So far. Oh, no, he tied his PR twice.
He's tied his PR twice with 21, so he is well on pace for a PR mean. His PR is currently 24.67, so that's that's a good start from him.
Janos Renetsky here now on our screen. Oh no. Okay.
Sean, you're a grown man.
I am. And you know, I stand by what I did.
This is currently group 3 for
Group
5x5. Sorry. So Timon will be in the following group. So stick around for that. You will not want to miss it. Timon is on fire this weekend. European record for 7x7 in finals, getting him the European Championship title and clutching up 4x4 finals and getting that title too. So I cannot wait to see what he does in one of his favorite events, 5x5.
And he's been doing very well in 5x5.
He has. He has. If let's have a look at our stats here. Actually, we can see how he's been doing recently. His average of his last 12 rounds in 5x5 is 36.28. I believe that is 4 seconds faster than anybody else's PR in this competition, or very close to. Almost 4 seconds faster than anybody's PR average at this competition. Kieran, without Timofey here, is the second seed now. His PR average is 40.17. That's the Irish national record. So it would take a miracle for him to walk away with the title, and it would also take a disaster from Timon. And honestly, I haven't seen Timon have a disastrous performance in anything in
a very long time.
You know, it's not something he does. He's so
consistent,
methodical with how he practices. He's so methodical with his warm-up. He gets himself in the right headspace. He doesn't leave anything up to chance.
No, 100%. And I mean, we've both spoken to him quite a lot over the years, and it's very interesting to see the changes in the way he practices and the way he prepares himself for these big events. And he was saying to us, like, he thrives in this environment. This is the environment where he feels like he's going to perform best when he's in front of a crowd, which is crazy to me. But
he loves the warmth. He loves the warmth as well.
Yes, that's right. So I think he's very happy with how this week's going to go. He's looking forward to it. 3x3, of course, is going to be the big event.
Fireworks.
It's going to be so much fun to watch that. Timon and Theodore face off in 3x3 final.
I am hoping and praying for the matchup, like the last two, to be
Timon
and Theodore.
It has to be. It would be superb. What do you think the winning average is going to be for 3x3?
It is very hard to say. It's going to be determined a lot by the scrambles, as it usually is. I think Timon will get sub 5, no matter what.
Oh yeah.
I think he is just so locked in, and even though he probably doesn't average sub 5, I think in these head-to-head finals,
he just locks in.
He locks in. Worlds last year, North American Championships last year. Although he has struggled a bit in European Championship finals for 3x3, got a little bit close to losing last series to Timofey, and was not the overall winner in 2022. Got a subpar performance for him, but still managed to take the championship title. There's Patrick Ponce on your screen there. Got a personal record average in the finals in 2022. Competes for the US, so was not eligible for the title, but some might say he was the winner of that competition.
I'm just looking at some stats here, Chris. Of the top 20 European 5x5 averages ever done, Timon has 18 of them.
That is pretty ridiculous.
So we are expecting something serious out of Timon today.
Is there anybody in the top 100 European record 5x5 averages where their name doesn't start with a T?
Oh no, I hit the wrong button.
Oh no.
Well, give me a minute. There we go. We have it.
No.
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 They're all Timon or Timofey.
Wow.
Every single one.
Domination from these two. So that means no one here, apart from Timon, has a result in the top 100 5x5 average European results.
Yes. Yes, that is correct. 42 from Patrick. It's probably decent for him.
I believe so. I think 5x5 is one of the events he really enjoys. I think a lot of people really enjoy 5x5, myself included.
It's the perfect length.
It is.
It's not a sprint event, but it doesn't take a million years like 7x7 and 6x6.
Yeah, it requires a lot of creativity in your edges and center building. Turning is not too important. You can rely a lot on look ahead and efficiency. It has a lot going for it. The only reason I'm not up there competing right now is I forgot to register after phase 1. So I checked my schedule the other day and I'm like, when am I competing in 5x5? Oh, no, I'm not. But I get to sit here with you and watch the best in the world do it
Exactly.
instead.
Janosch here now. Janosch came away from the last European Championship with some podiums, I believe.
Yeah, he peaked in 2022. That's when he was getting lots of big cube European records. Currently still has national records, but no European records. His last European record was in 2022, where he got the 6x6 Arnhem. And he has actually never podiumed at a continental championships.
Oh wow, I'm mistaken then. That's surprising to me because he's very good. We saw him with 148 yesterday in 7x7.
It's only his second European Championship, 2024 being the first one. So, if I remember correctly, I think he was registered in 2022. Some circumstances meant he couldn't make it, which was probably pretty disappointing for him because that's when he was at the absolute peak of his game.
Yeah, he probably would have been with a very decent chance of podiuming, if not winning, in 2022 for 6x6 and 7x7.
And one of the interesting facts we've got here on our sheet is that for 5x5 through to 7x7, he switched to Yao on big cubes in late 2019 after meeting Kieran at the UK Championships. So Kieran really inspiring a lot of the community to switch to Yao on the bigger cubes. It's actually Janos's first time competing in 5x5 this year.
Yeah.
Only competed once, and
it's only his second competition of the year overall.
Yeah.
That's surprising. Patrick on decent pace here by the looks of things.
Yep, currently in Group 3. If you want to see what groups we're currently on and when your favorite Speedcubers are competing, go to Competition Groups. And if you go to the Stream tab, you can see all the top competitors in each group, or you can search for your favorite competitor and have a look to see which groups they're assigned to. I believe we're currently running pretty close to schedule, so everything on there is going to be quite accurate. Timon will be in the next group of 5x5, Group 4, the final group before we move on to Pyraminx.
Pyraminx is going to be very exciting to watch.
It is.
It's so fast.
I have no idea who's going to win. I personally think I'm rooting for Arats from Spain. He is.
I think he has the world behind him.
He does have the world behind him. We had a nice interview with him yesterday, I believe, and he was a lovely kid to chat.
Such a nice kid.
Yeah, such a nice kid. He's got big support from his community, his parents, and it was amazing to see him get that European record average, current European record holder. Hopefully he can turn that performance into a championship title, and he knew what he had to practice. He knew that he had to practice his consistency. He wasn't trying to beat his European record average at the moment. He was just like, I just want to get stable times, consistent times around the mid ones, I think he had a lot of confidence that that would be what he needed to get in this competition.
Pyraminx and all these sprint events, of course, being so variable in who can win, because it only takes one or maybe two mistakes in an entire round to push you over the edge, just outside that podium spot.
Yeah, like if we look at World Championships last year in Seattle,
that's it.
I believe the 16th seed Ezra Shear ended up taking home the World Championship title.
And wasn't the last European Championship, the podium was decided by 0.01 on single?
I didn't even know that.
I believe so.
I was not there, so I cannot remember the times as well as you. But it is really comes down to the last solve for Pyraminx. That final will not be tonight. That will be tomorrow night. But we'll get to see the first round and those fast competitors coming soon. Jonathan Plug, the current reigning European champion, Dutch competitor. And oh my goodness, you're all right.
Yeah, the last European Championship, third place, Jakob Hiepster with a 2.13 average and a 1.82 single. Just talk about Diego Alfonso with a 2.13 average and a 1.83 single. So 0.01 of a second on the best solve was all it took.
You cannot get closer.
And second place was 0.01 on average away from third place.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
All right, is Patrick Ponce back on your screen? Yao Solver, something with blue on his left. Just finishing up his centers now. Going to be doing this last cross edge. Moving on to edge pairing. Turning quite fast. A couple lockups here and there, but he's firing his way through it. Getting to his last couple edges now. Doing a fancy out to finish up with that. 3x3 stage. Oh, a bit locky. Isn't going to be doing ZB on this one. G-perm and a 43.9. Shake of the head. 3x3 stage let him down a little bit there. Just trying to push his turning a little bit too much. But a 43, nothing to scoff at.
Mika, the 48.
There's the birthday boy.
Kim Roger there on your left-hand side of the screen.
Kim has a really unique turning style. He is a lefty-dominant turner, which is always fun to watch. But there's also just something else about his turning style. It's kind of hard to describe, but it's quite pinchy. He does a lot of pinch moves. His F moves are quite unique, I believe. So it's always fun to watch him turn. It seems to be a little bit of a risky turning style. Like, when it works, he gets the most ridiculous TPS, especially in his 3x3 solves. But then it also opens the door for a lot of lockups. Sean, did you see the news when you woke up this morning?
Oh my god, I did. Devastating, I'm sure, for Bofan.
Yeah, devastating. For those who don't know in chat, Bofan Zhang from China got a 2.72 plus 2 3x3 single. Very last turn, did an R2 instead of an R prime. Just overshot the turn just slightly. And if you watch back the solution, it's absolutely incredible. It's a really simple solution. I was I woke up, Dylan was awake in the hotel room, and he's like,
probably bouncing off the walls.
He's like,
yeah.
Chris. This happened. And then he passes me the scramble, and I try it, and I almost get exactly the same solution. I get the first two pairs, and then I go a little bit different. But it's crazy how fast he turned, and if you watch the solve, it's like he just doesn't stop turning. And it's absolutely devastating to see the +2, because that would have been the crowning achievement of his career. Thoughts go out to Bofan. I hope he's handling it well.
He got 4x4 national record single shortly after, I believe.
He did, so that
at least there's something for him there.
That does make up for it a little bit. But I am a certified Bofan, So I am gutted for him, but he's still got a long career ahead of him. And I mean that solve, you can take a lot from that solve. Just to know you're one turn away from a world record, it's devastating, but it does say a lot about your level.
I mean, at least he's shown the world that he can do it.
He has.
I mean, I'm sure most of the world thought he definitely could do it beforehand, but now I think there's no debating about it.
Yeah, there's not many times. I can't remember the last time we've seen a +2 out of a world record single. We've seen a corner twist, 5:33 back in the day. Felix Zemdeg's a corner twist on the very last turn. But I don't know if we've ever seen +2 out of world record single.
Not for 3x3 anyway.
No, I don't think so. 2x2, I mean, it's happened a few times because you just do 25% less solve. But 3x3, I think that's pretty unprecedented.
People in chat might be able to tell us we're wrong, but
all right, finishing up this 3x3, 5x5 group 3. Timon, that was not a +2 WR single.
It was what our average, wasn't it?
Yeah, it would have been ER single.
Yes.
Earlier on in the average, and without that +2, it would have been a world record average. So a little bit different, but well recalled. All right, coming up in this next group.
This is a group.
It's stacked. Okay, we've obviously got Timon. Walk us through who else we've got in this one, Sean.
We got Timon Koloshinsky. Everyone's waiting to see that. Bruno Lee Chakwan representing Hong Kong, who's our 6th seed overall. Mark Zimmerman, we saw him pull out a 7x7 podium, 2nd place yesterday. Luke Garrett, everyone knows and loves Luke Garrett. Kate Graham, I believe the female world record holder for 6x6 and 7x7, and possibly 5x5 as well. So it's going to be a very big group. Alvin Raltz, of course. Very strong at all the N-by-Ns. So it's going to be good.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting group. I'm looking forward to watching Mark Zimmerman a bit more. I haven't seen too much of his solves. I remember watching a ridiculous 30-second 5x5 single he posted on YouTube years ago, and he still uses Redux, and it was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen. The speed he was turning at, and the efficiency. If he performs well, I think he could challenge Timon. He just needs everything to
go
fall
perfectly.
Into place.
Yeah. We have here on our stats, we've simulated a few rounds and given a percentage chance to win assigned to each competitor. And our sheet here says Timon's % chance to win is 100.
And
so
this was calculated with Timofey in mind.
Yes, it was. You're right. Oh, wow. Adam Birmingham on your screen from Ireland.
You guys have had an amazing competition so far, haven't you?
Oh, we've had such a great time. And Jack Corey's clock podium yesterday. Kieran's podium in 7x7 yesterday. Everyone also just having an incredible time as well.
Yeah.
I think there's no mistaking where the Irish are at any moment. If you see them around the venue, they take over a very large space wherever they go. But it's really, really fun to see.
And you guys have a lot of people to support tonight in the finals, at least most likely. 6x6, Kieran, he'll be one to look out for. Most likely going to make it on the podium as long as no disasters. Could challenge Timon if he performs well. I believe Killian is getting a lot faster at 6x6 nowadays as well. Talk me through Megaminx as well. We're going to see round 2 and finals today. And you've got a very strong competitor from Ireland, don't you?
Stephanie Rose Martin from Ireland is absolutely insane at Megaminx. About less than 2 years ago, Stephanie averaged 1 minute and 10 seconds on Megaminx. And now Stephanie has a 25.9 average on Megaminx. So we are seeing insane improvement, and it just doesn't seem to be stopping. So we would expect to see a podium, if not a win, from Stephanie. Also, Prabhav Rajaram Nayak is approaching that sub-30 mark. So we might see a podium out of him as well.
Imagine 2 Irish on a podium.
Before this competition, Kieran was the only Irish person to podium at a major. So we've already had 2, so we might have up to 4, maybe even more. We might see something crazy happen in Scube or Pyraminx. We have some fast competitors also. So you never know what could happen.
Never know. I will be looking forward to seeing you guys cheer on your compatriots. It will be fun to watch you guys really liven up the atmosphere here. Have you got any air horns yet, like the French?
No, we don't do air horns. No one can do air horns quite like the French. Another country that we've seen a lot of here this competition is Croatia.
Yes, yeah.
They have been incredible supporters of all of their competitors. But you know what? Stat?
Go on.
None of the Croatian competitors here at this competition have ever attended a major before.
Really?
Every single one of them, it's their first major.
And how many of them are there?
15.
Wow, that is...
But you wouldn't know. You'd think there's about 100 of them, but they make the noise they make. But yeah, every single one of them, it's their first major.
Wow, that's a really interesting stat. It's crazy how much cubing is growing and improving now. I've met a few people from the UK, like Monty Fox, who he started competing just before I moved away from the UK, less than 3 years ago, and now he's faster than me.
Yeah,
you know,
it's insane. It's insane.
It's insane.
People improve so quickly. There's so much in the way of resources out there now, between coaching and courses and free stuff online to become fast.
Yeah, there really is like a set pathway on how to become one of the best speedcubers in the world now. But it's still not easy. It still takes a ridiculous amount of work and dedication to get to a top level. And my respect to anybody who's able to do that and in quick time, like Monty and all your fast Irish competitors now.
Speaking of fast Irish competitors, there's Callan Doherty sitting in the back. He's a blinder. He holds big blind national records for Ireland.
Yeah, Callan had a really interesting switch of events, didn't he?
He was a 2x2 main. He was very good at 2x2 for a long time. And now he's become a blinder. And he's playing a blinder, you might say, when it comes to doing that. So we've seen some crazy changes in the Irish community recently. In the past few years, or since COVID in particular. But all for the better, I think.
And I think you've played a strong part in that, Sean.
I like to hope so, but I think there's a lot more than 1 or 5 or however many people. It takes the whole community to make sure these things, and obviously it's the European Championships now even. In 2018, there was 3 Irish competitors.
3?
At the European Championships in Madrid.
Wow.
And now there's almost 50.
That's incredible. I did not realize it was quite at that level.
And if you adjust per capita, so adjust by population, Ireland has the highest proportion of their population attending Euros out of all the countries.
Wow. Okay. Well, that is...
So it's insane. It's a lot of fun. It's really great to see. It makes you very happy to see all the competitors having fun, having a good time.
Yeah. All right. Who have we...
There's Jacob Sherwin-Brown, I believe.
Current FMC single world record holder. One of the many people to have a 16. Is it 5 now?
5 now, I believe you're correct, yes.
5 people have a 16 single. Not sure how he's been doing in FMC at this competition. But not his only event he's good at.
4 people have a 16.
4 people have a 16. I believe Jacob... Was he the 4th to do it? I think he might have been the 4th to do it.
Easily found out.
Because 2...
They all happened around the same time, except for Sebastiano Tronto.
Yeah.
June 23rd. Alvin Rultz on your screen there on the left-hand side. Alvin's one of these competitors that's been on the scene for years and been just about not quite reaching the podiums for big cubes and stuff.
Yeah.
But you never know.
Well, I've just seen Timon walk behind, so we'll get the camera on him shortly.
Luke Garrett here starting. We might see Luke Garrett before we see Timon, because Timon has quite a long warm-up routine.
Yep. So we'll prepare Timon for you. We've got OJ on the walkie-talkies there in front, being the spotter, to make sure we catch as many of the best solves as we can, and he knows that Timon is the man everybody wants to watch. And here we go. And we get to watch this top-down view on his edges right now. Just getting on to last four shortly. We'll see a fancy algorithm for his last two, most likely. A little bit locky. Getting into 3x3 stage about 27. Here comes the ZB. And starting with a 32.4. Wow. He is gassed.
Big
what a
smiles.
way to start.
So that is about 6 seconds faster than the next best single so far this round. So he is showing that he is here to play. He is not here to...
He's not here just to make the next round. He's here to smash his own world record. And his world record average currently sits at 33.73. Ridiculous in its own. But starting with a 32, that's great to see. Right, and here is the man who... I don't know, he'll be hoping to challenge Timon. I don't know if he would have seen that 32. Capable of times like that himself, but it's very hard for him to achieve that. Mark Zimmerman, reduction solver. One of two top 5x5 solvers in the world to still use reduction. Him and Max Park. Try and get a top-down view on him.
Got two top-down views by the looks of things. We can see him through his own phone as well.
Wait a second. He's doing Yao.
He is.
I thought he was reduction. Maybe that's only for the big cubes now. Getting to 3x3 stage very shortly. Not going to be anything near Timon's pace. Yeah, this is going to be in the mid-high 40s. Sledging to avoid a dot OLL. Using a fancy alg for an APERM 48. He's not going to be happy with that.
Alvin here, possibly. Luke Garrett now starting his, I believe, second solve.
Fun fact, Luke Garrett nemesizes the most people in the world. I believe it's about 190,000 people.
Wow.
For those who don't know...
He definitely nemesizes me, that's for sure.
He's the only person who nemesizes me. If you have a nemesis, that means somebody who beats you single and average in every single event. So there is nothing I am better than Luke Garrett at when it comes to official personal records, which does hurt the ego a little bit. But there is also 190,000 odd people who are in the same position as me. And here's Timon on his second solve, finishing up his centers now. A few lockups. Not the best pace. He'd be hoping for faster. 44 from Luke there as we go back to Timon to watch the end of his edge pairing. Yeah, pace isn't quite as good, but still could be in the mid-30s with a fast 3x3 finish. Here comes a soon ZB and a 37. Yeah, no smiles from him, but he doesn't
look too disappointed. That's still faster than everybody else.
It is, it is.
Everybody else is single. Never mind.
What is the fastest single we've seen so far?
38.89 from Kieran.
Okay. Kieran currently still in the top spot. But
I think that's not going to last.
It's definitely not going to last.
Tyler Williams spotted there in the back.
Tyler Williams, second place.
Max Kwokyu Sam, the 52 there. Who do we have here?
Back on Mark Zimmerman. Pace is looking better on this solve. In his edges, getting to last 4, sub 30. Last 2 edges now, and moving on to 3x3 stage. .43. Looks like Mark has optimized his PLLs for big cubes.
That's crazy.
Using, yeah, unusual algs that, like RUD is a bit trickier on big cubes, opting for RUF. He did an interesting A-perm on his last solve, and I believe that was a G-perm that looked a bit interesting, at least from what I could see.
Jacob Sherwin-Brown back again. Luke Garrett.
Luke Garrett currently has a 43 and a 44. His PR average is 43.98. So he's pacing well so far. As he moves on to edges, but we'll focus back on Timon.
Timon might be finished before Luke.
maybe. Timon is otherworldly at solving this puzzle. Look at that turning, no pauses.
Oh
this is incredible pace. Oh, starting to pause a little bit towards the end of edges. Last 4 now, last 2. Onto 3x3 stage.
Wow, at 27-ish.
And he gets a soon.
Wow.
That's a counting 32.48 for Timon. 32, 37, 32.
You know what that means?
What does that mean?
If he keeps this pace, we might be seeing a world record.
We might.
We might be.
We're yet to see a world record at this competition. We've seen, I believe, 3 European records, 2 of those from Timon himself.
The third one, of course, from Nicholas Archer in one-handed round 1.
Yep, who he
ended up being our champion.
That is correct. But Timon, he does have a counting 32, but he's got that 37 looming over him. If he counts that, it's all over. So a lot of pressure on him, but Timon, when it comes to pressure for him, it seems to make diamonds.
It seems to make him so much better, which is insane. But
we saw in 2x2 yesterday. He was in the same group as one of his biggest rivals for 2x2 and 3x3, Theodor Zeider. Timon started with a 3 and clutched up with 4 amazing solves. Ended up beating Theodor in that round. We will be finishing this 5x5 round, and then we'll be getting the board on for an interview. Timon is currently on world record pace, so we want all eyes on that. All right, here comes Timon. Solve 4. He's already hyping himself up as he walks onto stage, giving himself a fist pump. 32, 37, 32. Current world record average held by Timon, 33.73. Sits down on the station, getting straight into the solve. He looks confident. Can't really see his hands shaking too much. Crowd is going quiet. You can hear a pin drop in this room. First 2 centers done. Moving on to his cross edges. A little bit shaky, but his pace is still good. The turning in these centers is insane. This is looking good. Bit of hesitation on the last cross edge. Last few edges now at the 24-second mark. Oh, he's hesitating a bit. It's at 30 seconds. It's going to come down to the ZB if he can keep this pace up. And a 35.77. We'll wait to see if that gives him a shot at world record. I believe it won't. Just wait for that time to be entered. I think that will not be possible for him to get world record, but still an incredible solve. You could see the nerves on him there. That's a rare sight for Timon. Here's Mark Zimmerman finishing his solve. Bit of lockups, 47. He's not happy with that one. BPA is 33.57, so he actually does still have a chance for world record. It's not over yet. I thought that 35 would have put him out of it, but with such a strong start, he's still in it. He's guaranteed to be first in this round no matter what by a good 5-second margin. A good 8-second margin, actually. Needs a 32.92 to get a world record. He's already holds it, but to set it at the European Championship in front of this crowd, everybody is watching him, all eyes on Timon. You just got to wonder what's going through his mind backstage. And here he goes, sits down. Timon, he has incredible focus. I wonder if he knows it's possible. Right. Starting his centers now. Turnings looking smooth. Onto his Yao edges. Not many lockups yet, a few minor pauses. Flying through the centers. Last cross edge, the pace is strong. Few pauses, it's gonna be tight. I don't think it's gonna be it. No, that's not gonna be a world record average for Timon. But he's going to finish it strong with this CB. 37.42. Gets worst possible average. 35.12. Crowd gives him a clap anyway. Incredible performance from him. Just wasn't quite able to keep it up for that last solve. But, I mean, 32.92. That's not easy. What a showing. So Timon is going to go to the top of the rankings for 5x5 as the rest of Group 4 finish up. Timon finishing with a 35.12 average, just missing out on world record. Would have needed near his best solve on the last. Kieran Bihan, 43.07 average, just under 8 seconds behind Timon, but in that second spot. And he finished just ahead of Richard Delacoste and Danny Morgan, who both got 43-second averages. All right, well, we're just getting ready to have a bit of a changeover as we move on to an interview with two of our board members, Oliver Hexter and Ruben. And thank you all for joining us for this 5x5 round 1. And I'll catch you all later.
Anna will be here in like a minute.
Okay. Oh, here's Anna. Go.
There she is.
Hello everyone, it is now me and Piotr Olszewski, and we are starting our interview with two board members. So here we have Ruben Lopez and Oliver Hexter. Thank you so much for coming on.
Hello all.
So if you guys wouldn't mind giving us a brief introduction to who you are.
Yeah, sure. I'm Ruben Lopez de Juan. I'm from Spain. I joined the WCA in 2022 as a delegate, and then after organizing Euros 2024, I joined WNCT, the Major Championship team, as a leader, and built the team also with Eleanor. And now I recently joined the board 2 months ago in May.
Hi, my name's Oliver Hexter, although everybody in the WCA knows me as Hex. I picked up cubing during the pandemic, and soon after I started competing in 2022, I really enjoyed helping out with the community, and that led me into a succession of roles with the WCA. For the last couple of years, I've been working WCA Regulations Committee in particular, but now I joined the board with the same time as Ruben a couple of months ago.
Great, thank you guys so much. So I'm going to start you off with a tricky question, and I think the one that everyone is going to want to ask, and that is about the removal of clock, which was announced a couple of weeks ago. So to start off with, what did you take into consideration with that decision? Why did you make the decision despite it not being fully supported by the community in the polls?
Thanks for Eleanor, and it's great to get an opportunity to talk about this. We know the community are very interested in hearing from the board. And we wanted to emphasise that in taking our decision, while the announcement may have come out of the blue, it was something that had been under discussion for a long time, not just with the board that's recently been formed, but with previous boards over a period of a number of years. In terms of the reasons why we made the decision we made, those are listed in the announcement we made. We appreciate that not everyone necessarily agrees with those reasons and that they might weight them differently, but on our balance of consideration, we considered them to support the decision that we did make. We were aware that having performed some community polling to understand what the community were interested in seeing as the outcomes, that they were not necessarily likely to support this decision, and that indeed that there would be some people that particularly strongly objected to it. However, clock was represented fairly highly in the community survey as being one where the community thought that potential action might be needed, and in particular our volunteers saw that clock was perhaps the best candidate for removal or reduced status. Clearly that on its own wasn't enough to drive the decision, but we were weighing that up as one of a number of factors alongside those other factors we considered in making our decision. In particular, we saw that really strong imperative to add FTO. When we made the community survey, people very strongly said that they'd like to see a new event. They very strongly said that they wanted to see FTO. They did say they didn't want to see events being removed, but on the other hand, we saw as a great priority for the board that we really want to manage the size of the WCA's events list, and that we didn't see it sustainable to grow it, particularly at a major championship. Having a large number of events is causing us a lot of scheduling headaches. So put together, that's how we landed where we did.
So I noticed with the timing that you did it just before the championship season, shortly before the North American Championship and the European Championship. Was there any thought behind that timing?
Yes, there was. There was a couple of different reasons for that. So I think the first reason was, having made the decision, we wanted to make it public as soon as we can, effectively, and that was tied into the idea of giving the community as much notice as we could about the change. So we've been able to give them over a year's notice of clock being removed. Also, specifically thinking about the championship angle, we were aware that with the European Championship and the North American Championship coming up, we thought it would be beneficial to make the announcement before those championships so that the community would know that those championships would effectively be competing for that eternal European champion or North American champion title in clock.
So I think another question that's come up quite a lot is that clock right now is at an all-time popularity. We've got these newer models coming out which has really bolstered the popularity of clock, and a lot of people are saying this would have been a better decision to have made back in, say, 2019 when clock wasn't so much a popular event. Is there any reason why this decision is made now and not, 7 years ago?
I think we can agree that 2019 probably would have been a better time to make the decision in hindsight. However, the current board wasn't around then to make the decision, and we can't speak for the past boards about why they did or didn't make the decision, or why they maybe felt unable to make the decision. Thinking particularly about 2019, I think the focus on that point was about the status of feet, so that probably took some of the energy that was around the managing of the WCA's event lists at the time. However, the fact that it may not be the best time in the past, doesn't necessarily mean that that's a reason not to take action now. Still, having considered the reasons that we consider those to be sufficient to make the decision that we did. And we still think that making a decision now, making the change now, is probably better than making it in the future. As mentioned in our announcement, we do see clock's recognition by the WCA as being a somewhat historic decision. It doesn't necessarily fit well with the rest of our events. And, while the community support for it that's come from there being clock in the WCA for those years means that it would be a painful change to remove it. We don't want the WCA's strategy and identity to be forever bound by decisions that were made many years ago. Otherwise, that really constrains our ability to grow as an organisation.
Okay, so another really big question. I'm sure you guys have received hundreds, maybe thousands of pieces of feedback from the community and the WCA volunteers since this decision was announced. Has it changed your mind at all? Is there any chance that we might see a reversal of this decision, or are you going to stay firm on it?
Yeah, we certainly have received a lot of feedback, and we've been reading that all, taking that all in with great interest. So we're not going to drop any big decisions on this stream right now. So the board currently hasn't made any further formal decisions. As and when we do, we are going to let the community know about that. But at the moment, we're still in the position of listening to, absorbing all that feedback, receiving, and it does remain an active topic of conversation for us.
So something a lot of people have suggested as an alternative proposal to completely removing clock was to create a tier list of events and to reduce the status of clock while still keeping it as an event. Is there any reason why this decision was made to remove clock entirely rather than to introduce an event tiering system?
Yeah, that's an idea that has floated around and has been brought up recently by some of the people that are not in agreement with the decision. The truth is that when we did the polls, people didn't like the idea at all about reducing the status. But I think it's associated with some with some of the lack of sorry, my English is not my first language, so I'm having some trouble explaining myself. Now the announcement is coming up.
Viewers, it's time to give up the stages to the minxes.
Okay.
Pyramids. Round one, group one, starting everywhere.
Can I continue?
Yeah, go on.
Give him time.
And participation certificates can be obtained at the info desk at the front entrance.
Yeah, people are usually not happy to see an event go or an event get removed. Maybe they had the same sentiment about the two things, but now there's a big current of people that are suggesting that as the better alternative in many conversations that we're having. So it's definitely being conversed in our board meetings and in our informal conversations between the board. Yeah.
Thanks for your reply, Ruben. I think Piotr had a question he wanted to ask.
Yeah, maybe. So considering the future of WCA, obviously you've hinted in the announcement at the possible change of status of 4x4 and the 5-blind and 7x7 and the less popular events. So the simple question: will more events get added or get removed? Do you have any plans for that?
Well, there will not be a removal or a change of tier or whatever in the near future, that I can definitely say that we are not going to do that. But the truth is that the event list, this is a fact that it cannot grow forever. These championships, I think that we can all agree that they take ages. It's like 40 hours of competition, and we all experience that. So this is a factor that we need to take into consideration. Obviously, if we end up doing something with these events or more events, the way we make this decision and this decision is communicated will definitely be different. We're taking all of the feedback from all of you guys, and decision has not been taken lightly for Clock and FTO. It will not be taken lightly for other events if it ends up happening, but it will definitely be a different process, a different way to communicate things.
Great, thank you for that, Ruben. So, as individuals, you guys work very, very hard on the board. I've heard a lot of people describe it as like a second full-time job.
Yeah.
Did the community reaction affect your motivation as volunteers that devote hours on end to the WCA?
Well, yeah, definitely. Well, no, I don't think in the long run it will affect us that much. We need to live with the pressure that being a board member involves. But in the short term, the first days were rough. We were having many conversations. We were seeing people that are close to us being very critical about the things we do, our job, and it's part of it. But that doesn't mean it's easy, right? So it was a bit, I would say, a bit demotivating in the start, given that we have not been on the board for too long. But now we are motivated, I think. We're looking forward to the future. We have so many plans, so many cool stuff that we want to show you. So yeah, it was definitely. I think that this is a bigger sentiment in the volunteer poll in general, that we sometimes ask ourselves if it's worth it. But I think the final answer is, of course, it's worth it, and we love what we do.
Great. It's been really nice to hear you guys' opinion on the whole thing and to get some feedback about the decision outside of those scripted posts on the WCA. I feel we've asked everything that we wanted to ask about the decision, but I wanted to ask you if there's anything you feel is unsaid and if you have any message to all of the community in response to the backlash of the decision.
Yeah, I think the board would like to say thank you to everybody for your passion about Speedcubing and the Speedcubing's, well, past, present, and especially the future. I think it's a unique thing about Speedcubing that everybody cares so much about all of these decisions and the future of something that's part of us, that has shaped our lives, our friendships, our relationships, our whatever, there's people that have met through cubing and are having families now, right? So it's we deeply care about this, and we appreciate all of the constructive feedback that you're giving us. Things have not been done perfectly, and we acknowledge that, and will never be done perfectly. But we wanna improve on how we do things, and part of it will be thanks to all of the feedback that you guys are giving us. So thank you so much.
Is there anything you wanted to add, Hex?
No, I think just that absolutely it's amazing to be here at this European Championship, see all the passion of the community, see some great solves, and that really makes it feel worthwhile, all the work we're putting in on the board behind the scenes when we see how we relate to our community. And I also just wanted to emphasise that we are still listening. We're listening to everything that gets sent to us. If anyone wants to come and talk to any of the board members that they see at the European Championship, they're absolutely welcome to do so.
Great, thank you so much. So from one very controversial decision to another change implemented, which was received a little better, let's talk head-to-head. So head-to-head was introduced earlier this year. Right now, you guys are trialing it at local competitions, but it's a format which I think will lend itself really nicely to championships and these massive finals at majors like this. Do you guys see head-to-head becoming the main format for majors?
I would take this one because I worked very tightly on head-to-head. Well, Hex worked on regulations very tightly as well.
Yeah, a lot of people work together. I think it was a big effort within the WCA.
Yeah, it was a combination between teams. it was like there was like 5 or 6 teams involved, including the board at that time, and including the board now, right? The answer to that question, in short, is yes. I do see that becoming the format for majors, not for all events. I think that 3-3 would be a definite yes. Other events we should probably analyze a bit further. But the truth is that major championship finals in the 3-3 event are very long, and some people could argue they are not as interesting as they could be in the first pairings, especially knowing that very big percentage of the podium finishers, especially in some of these not super fast events but fast events like 3-3, are decided in the later stages of the finals, right? Like only I don't have the stat right now, but at Worlds, for example, I think that there was a close to 0 chance that the 5th or 6th seed would get onto the podium, right? So it ended up being the top 3 on the final as well. And also I think this is one of the arguments I use more for this, is that I believe it's I believe it's not super spectator friendly and a bit unacceptable in my opinion, but this might be a hot take, that a winner can win while sitting on the grandstand, not on the stage. That's a thing that I really don't like. For example, we had at NAC, Kyle Santucci won, and he competed before the last 2, right? Or at Worlds 2019, Philip Weyer won, I think if I recall correctly. Or was it Paris 2017? Yeah, Paris or Worlds 2019.
2019.
2019. Philip Weyer won, and he was sitting on the grandstands. So that emotion, that reaction cannot be captured by the camera because it's behind all of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I think if we want to pursue a much more spectator-friendly experience, we need to definitely go for this format that is for a 3-3 event in major championships.
Do you have any idea what timeline we might be looking at to see this?
Well, we have done many tests now. I think it's close to 15 tests, and I think we have a lot of information to work with. WCT and me be part of WCT, we're going to work on analyzing all of this and providing a recommendation to the board, looking towards the end of 2026 or the start of 2027. But the Worlds 2027 is already being organized and will not have the head-to-head format. This is already confirmed. So maybe the 2028 Continentals, but this is pending WCT recommendation.
So what made you decide to implement this head-to-head finals now rather than, say, 5 years ago? Because I've heard rumors of this within the community as something they would like for quite a while now. Why now?
This was definitely, I think that was in the talks for WCA for the past, I think that's 7 years actually. So even before COVID, there was a proposal and they were discussing, internal proposal obviously, they were discussing if they were doing alternating, if they were doing simultaneous solving, and what this would imply. But we need to realize that the WCA is full of volunteers that don't have unlimited time, or maybe, and the board and had to do so many tasks, right? And there was no real push or time available to put on the teams together, figure out regulations, decide which type of competition we were looking for, and this kind of stuff. So I was happy to be on WNCT and work with a very motivated board member. And we started working on coordinating the teams, where regulations were done. There was a big push from WRC. The software implementation was done. The results can be displayed. And the test started in January 2026. And I did a couple of competitions in Spain. Well, I did one, and another one was done. And tests have happened all around the world. We're only missing Africa at this point. I think the reception has been great.
Great, so let's talk about the other major format change which was introduced this year, which was, of course, dual rounds. So now round 1 and round 2 can both have the best average of the two taken forward into round 3. What was your thought process behind adding that format? And what do you hope that dual rounds might accomplish for people?
Sure, so I'll take this one. And I guess I see this as being something on the other side of the coin from the work that Ruben's Major Championship team have been doing with head-to-head. So head-to-head is for the top-level competitors. It's intended to show the WCA on the biggest stage. Whereas dual rounds was originally targeted at maybe our less experienced or not quite so fast competitors, to think about giving them more opportunities to compete. And the way it really came about was actually a little bit of a compromise. For many, many years, the WTA has had a regulation that a maximum of 75% of people can progress from one round to the next. So from round 1 to round 2, it would always be necessary to get rid of some people. And some people suggested maybe saying, well, do we really need to do that? Can we just let 100% people go from one round to another? That might be a simple way to fix that problem, to let more people get more opportunities to compete. However, on the other hand, I think people saw that the intent of that regulation was really to focus on the competitive aspect of a competition. We know not everyone's going to win, but a competition is structured in a way such that we're going to narrow down to the point at which we figure out who the fastest competitor is and crown them as the winner. So having some kind of inter-round elimination made sense on that perspective, and just having 100% progression would mean that the results of round 1 really weren't very meaningful, because they wouldn't affect progression into round 2. You know, they might have a potential to get a PR or a record, but other than that, round 1 would have been seen as less pointful. However, with dual rounds, we're doing two things at once. We're giving these competitors who wouldn't otherwise make round 2 with 75% progression the opportunity to compete twice, which we think is a great experience for that. You know, just locally in the UK community, I see competitors turn up for the first time. Sometimes they only want to compete in 3x3. They do their 1 average. They don't make it through to the second round. They have a great time, but they're only at the competition for a couple of hours and they don't get the chance to really fully engage with the community. So by letting them do a second average, then able to do that, you know, get a little bit more experience, and hopefully that gives them a greater chance of having a good time and coming back as well. But also there's the more meaningful side to it as well, that you know, the competitors are using both their average in the first round and their average in the second round to see either who's going to get those podium positions if there aren't any further rounds, or who's going to make it through to the next rounds. So even for the more advanced competitors, there's everything to play for in trying to get a good time in both round 1 and round 2, which make up those dual rounds. So the thought process was a little bit of a compromise in a sense, but I think what we've seen is we've come up with a format that both really helps the less experienced section of the community, gives more opportunities to compete, but also lets us think about some interesting new competition formats as well that keep the competitions fresh.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Hex and Ruben. It has been a real pleasure having you on. You've answered some tough questions, and I'm hoping the community is really going to appreciate that. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you so much.
It was great to talk to you. Thanks for having us on, Ellen and Piotr.
Thank you so
Thanks
much.
for the transparency. Yeah, exactly.
Thanks. That was Ruben Lopez de Juan and Oliver Hexter from the WCA board. Moving now into Pyraminx round 1.
Exactly, but we're going interview into interview, and now we're going straight into the interview with Timon Kolaszyński just after his 5x5 performance. And I'm gonna sit closer. Whichever. This works. We can't hear you right now. Yeah. Okay. And we're back. We have Timon Kolaszyński with us, and I think we're slowly moving towards Pyraminx Group 2.
Hello, everyone.
In case someone somehow doesn't know you, could you introduce yourself to everyone?
Yep, I'm the current 2-time defending European champion for 3x3. I'm the European champion for 4 to 6 as well. I guess I'm the 7x7 champion now too. And yeah, I guess that's me.
So Timon, you had a fantastic performance in 5 by 5 round 1. You got a average of 35.12. We are on to the second day of finals, and you already have 2 championship titles under your belt. How do you feel about that?
Very nice. I was really stressed about 4x4 because, I mean, Sebastian is insane. So, wait. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yep. But yeah, I managed to clutch that out. I got really lucky with Sebastian getting unlucky. I think he had 5 out of 5 Olo parodies. And 7x7, I was a little bit worried about because, I mean, it's a mean of 3 event. Anything can happen, but I got ER 3 rounds in a row, so I don't know how that happened, but very, very happy with that as well.
So I'm sure everybody is going to want to hear about 3x3, but we'll put that off slightly and talk a little bit about you, Timon. So how does cubing fit into your life? Where have you felt carryover from cubing in your general life and vice versa? Stuff like handling high pressure situations, self-improvement. How does cubing fit into that?
I mean, wait, I don't think that average of 12 is right. That can't be right. But anyway, I mean, cubing is my life basically. You know, it's just what I do for a living. It's what I love to do. I love competing at these majors. So I think the carryover is mostly to cubing itself, but obviously it carries over to other sports quite well as well. I'm good at improving at new sports and performing in high pressure situations. I don't think I've had the chance to use that in many other scenarios yet.
Great, so you achieved 3rd at the most recent World Championship last year. You won the World Championship in 2023. What has your day-to-day life as a professional cuber looked like in the past 12 months since the World Championship in terms of practicing, preparing yourself for these future majors like right now?
Wait, I did not win in 2023. Yeah.
Sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah.
Sorry, I apologize for that. You were 3rd.
Yeah, I got 3rd twice in a row at the last 2 World Championships. Yeah, I mean, should we wait for the announcement, or is it fine?
Yeah, ideally wait.
Yeah, I mean, the World Championship was great. I performed really well again. I like to prove that when we don't have to staff, which is basically only at the majors, we do perform better. I don't know if that's the case for others because they get really nervous, but it's definitely the case for me. Like every single year, you know, I'm not doing that well at most of my competitions. Then I show up here and it's almost like inexplicable how well I'm doing. I think a big part of that is not having to staff and like being able to rest between rounds. But at the World Championship last year, I had an issue with my finger where I couldn't really feel it, my left index finger. So I was really worried that that could actually like end me. But I managed to, you know, go through physiotherapy and fix the issue, and my finger is like completely fine now. So I'm like really happy I managed to get through that, and I think it's made me stronger as a cuber. The determination I have now is much higher, so I'm really enjoying being here.
So when I last caught up with you a couple of years back, Timon, you were saying how you see a future for yourself as a professional cuber. Since then, we've seen a lot of other cubers coming onto the scene. The competition's gotten really intense still. What do you see your long-term career goals looking like now? Do you continue to see yourself as a professional cuber?
Yeah, I mean, it's going pretty well so far. I've gotten quite unlucky this year with, like, my PR average was, like, pretty lacking for a long time. My average of 100, I think at the moment is 4th in the world, but it was 3rd sometime this year. And at that time, I was like 7th or 8th in the world for 3x3 average. So just like the average of 5 format is cooking me a little bit. But, you know, I'm sure that can be fixed with some more attempts. So, yeah, I've been improving a lot more this year than the past 2 years, I think, because I'm getting used to ZB. So I'm quite optimistic about the future. And big cubes are obviously going really well as well.
That's really great to hear. So, Timon, I think you kind of have this unique aspect about yourself that we don't tend to see in these top cubers, which are that you seem to really like the high pressure situations. The crowd doesn't seem to faze you. In fact, it seems to kind of give you that power to keep doing well. how does that even happen? Have you trained yourself to be like that? Have you always been like that? What is the secret behind it?
I think it's just how I think about it. Yesterday, before 4x4 finals, I was warming up with Thiago Moraes and God, I can't remember his name right now, but the 4x4 competitor from Italy. Us three were warming up, and Thiago was asking me, like, how do you deal with the noise during your solves? Because obviously the crowd goes insane for other people while you're solving. And I told him, well, you just use it as motivation. Like, think of it as they're clapping for someone else. Now you want them to clap for you. So, get something good, and you'll have the same kind of reward. And even if you don't think about it that way, like, I think it's quite energizing to hear that amount of noise. So I think if you have the right mindset, it works. And he got NR average that round, and he messaged me afterwards saying that advice helped him a lot. So I think if you just have the right attitude towards it, it can help you a lot.
Great. So how do you feel about the crowd? Do you feel any pressure to avoid disappointing them? Do you feel like you love the attention? Like, what's that kind of interaction like between you and the crowd?
I don't think I feel pressure. I just love the noise. Like, it's like the best noise on earth. Hearing like thousands of people cheering is indescribable.
Great. So let's move on a little more into 3x3. So of course you are former world record average holder. There was this back and forth between you and Max Park a few years ago. Now we're seeing a big return from Chinese cubing, with the most recent world record average being 3.51, which is beneath your single PR of 3.56. Do you think there's any chance of catching up? Could we see another Timon world record 3x3 average ahead?
I mean, we'll have to see, but that's like I was saying earlier, like, a single is even more random than average of 5, and average of 5 is already quite random, so the 356 is just like, I mean, Bofan today almost got world record with 2.72, and in that round he was 10th with like a high 5 average or something. So it's just like, I mean, the stats don't really make any sense. I think on average of 100, I'm like somewhere between a second and half a second behind Xuanyi and Yiheng. So obviously that's a really large gap. But I think I've actually closed the gap a little bit. I mean, they're obviously improving a lot as well, so I haven't been following it super closely. I'm not sure. But, I mean, it's the kind of thing where if they don't progress as much as they have been for the last few years, which I don't know I mean, surely there's a limit at some point, right? And then if I can keep going, maybe I can catch up someday. We'll just have to see.
Great. So, do you feel like you're trying to catch up with them now, or have you shifted your attention more towards those big cubes?
No, yeah, I'm still just grinding 3x3 for the most part.
Right.
But the mindset is just trying to do my best and improve what I'm doing.
So right now, at the top of 3x3, we've got obviously Xuanyi, Geng, and Yiheng Wang. Do you feel like we're going to see some more competitors coming up, whether from China, Europe, North America, outside of China? Or do you think they've got this massive lead on everyone and we're not going to see that resurgence of anyone else in the next 2 years?
Well, I think Teodor is, he's improving really fast and he's really good already, so he can definitely be one of the people at the top in the near future. And then in China, Yufang Du is doing really good. He just tied his PR average today with 436. He actually won that round. And Yishen, I think he's 6 years old, and he's like averaging sub 5 officially, or close to that. So he's looking really, really on for the top spots as well.
So, Timon, a hypothetical question for you. Where do you think the 3x3 average world record is going to sit in, say, 20 years?
Oh my gosh, in 20 years is like way too long. That's how long this has been a sport.
If we use average of 5 in 20 years, we might be cooked.
Yeah. I mean, I think average of 5 will always be like a record people look at, but hopefully we have other metrics to look at as well. But I don't know. I mean, assuming we use the same methods like CFOP and ZB, I think the world record average will be like 2 something, like low 2 maybe.
That is absolutely crazy.
Like
to
because
think
right
about.
now I could see him getting like a really low 3 average just from having seen him practicing like over a year ago now. So I'm sure he's faster now than he was back then. I think back then he was capable of like a mid 3 or low 3 average. So I'm sure it's the same now or maybe better. It's just a question of whether he does it or not.
It's interesting you talk about 20 years' time still having the same dominant methods of ZB and CFOP. There's another method that only a couple of people have learnt lately, which is one look class layer on 3x3, which is an enormous alg set of thousands and thousands of algorithms. Do you think that one day that will be the mainstream method for top level 3x3 solving, or do you think that ZB will reign supreme?
I think there might not be that big of a difference between the two because ZB is less algorithms, but it's only, I mean, it's 800, so then if one look class layer is like 3,000 something, it's like a bit less than 1/3, I guess. But then with ZB you also have the different recognition angles, so just the recognition angles takes you to like 2,000 cases you need to learn how to recognize. So at that point, like, it's not that far off from the one look class layer numbers. But I don't know what it's like with the move counts, like how much higher or lower the one look class layer move count is. I would imagine it's pretty similar to ZB, so I think it's like you can choose whichever one, and if you get good with it, it works.
Great, so Timon Koleżeński, reigning European champion, how are you feeling about 3x3 finals tomorrow? Do you think you've still got it, or do you think that the younger generation might snatch the win tomorrow?
I will see. I think it's pretty much a 50-50. But I mean, I was doing really well in Nations Cup, so I didn't get a single over 5, so that was really nice. Good to get some confidence going into 3x3. Taylor was not doing that well, but I think he does like particularly bad in Nations Cup, so I don't put too much weight on that. Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling pretty good about my solving. Let's just see what happens.
How do you feel about Theodore as a contender? Because he's only come on the scene in the past 5 years. He's achieved so much, and he's so young. I mean, he's obviously not got that nerve handling ability that you have. Do you think that that's going to play to your advantage in the 3x3 finals?
I mean, he won 2x2 last time, so I wouldn't say he's bad at handling nerves. I think he might be having like a rough patch right now because he has been doing a bit poorly in his last 3 comps, like including this one. But I'm sure he can flip the switch any moment and just be back to being clutch like he is usually.
Great. Well, I wish you all the best in 3x3 finals and the other finals ahead of you, Timon. Thank you so much for coming on to the live stream. We've really appreciated having you.
Thanks for having me.
Great.
See ya.
That was Timon Koleżeński, reigning European champion for 3x3.
We've had some Permix action in the back during those interviews, and yep, not much happening yet. We've had some sub 2 averages. I'm pretty sure. And I need to load them. What? What? It's the previous one. So I'm leaving, or? Okay.
So that's enough from me. We'll now be moving on to Piotr Olszewski and Wilhelm Kilders, who will be discussing the outcomes of 4 blind from the side room. Bringing on now Wilhelm.
Welcome back, Wilhelm. Glad to have you here.
Yeah.
All right.
while the second group of pyramids is beginning to wrap up, we have 4 blind results coming in, and it's a bit of an upset, to be honest. I think we've had the predictions said Simon Praschel was going to win.
Yeah.
He is currently the closest competitor in the world to the dominant Stanley Chappell.
Yes.
But he placed second behind the European champion Ryan Eckersley, who completed a full mean of solves, which is quite rare to say on the championship stage,
Yes.
especially after getting 2 insanely good times, finishes with an even better time. And in third place we have Mikołaj Morawski, the not so young anymore, but still quite young, up-and-coming Polish talent. Actually from the same city, and I think even part of the city as Krzysztof Bober, so we have...
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is becoming a blind-solving dynasty. Yes, 141 was needed to make podiums. Not a lot of difference between the second and third place, only about a second separating them, but all over 26 seconds between the first and second.
So I think really between the two guys, I think like Simon, I think he's happy with the second place. Hopefully, won't be too upset. But yeah, he is capable of much more. But then again, he got the win at multi-blind earlier. So
yep. Unfortunately, for our, I think.
Also, yeah, Daniel Wallin, triple DNF.
He definitely won in 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Or did place at least well in 2022.
He won 3 blind in 22. I know that for a fact.
I'm currently checking. Okay, so we've got... Yes, he won. He won in 2022 and did place on the podium last year. This time, unfortunately, triple DNF, but very few of the triple DNFs. Only 4 people without any single success. So yeah, the field in the big blinds, as much as it seems, as much as it seemed to be a one horse race with mostly Simon just beating his ER or over again. It's still very much competitive. Still a lot of people becoming better and better and better.
Yeah, for I think 4 blind is is like quite active now again, and people are getting closer to the big barrier, to the sub 1.
Yep, hopefully someone in Europe manages.
And we can see if Stanley is a man who sticks to his word and will hand out the money. So yeah, Simon 101. He is not the closest one, actually. Hipong 0.03 seconds better.
Recently
No, it wasn't recent, but I was sure.
Okay, I think I meant among the Europeans, but maybe I missed it somehow.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought he was second in the world, I guess.
Also Ezra not performing up to his capabilities. 115 is his PR going into the comp, and he sadly only placed 5th outside of the podium with a 154 single as his best.
Yes, unfortunately, it seems like the third scramble might have been the easiest. A lot of people getting their only success there. A lot of people getting their fastest time there.
But there will be an opportunity to talk to both Ezra and Daniel later on. We will have interviews today and tomorrow because, like, I think they have some fascinating stories to share, especially from Daniel. I know a few fun stories with him, and I wonder what his comment will be. Don't think maybe he's tired, but
we will see.
We'll see.
We'll see. That Daniel, obviously one of our volunteers here at the championship.
The guy is just crazy busy all the time.
Yes.
Got it covered for later, but yeah, he did do like at a 24-hour comp. He organized and delegated. He did like multi-blind at I think 4 a.m. or something, and did like 30 cubes plus. So
he is a machine. Organizes a lot of the competitions in Sweden.
Absolute
definitely
machine. Yeah.
a pillar of the community.
Definitely, yeah. So yeah, we are looking at the Dutchman doing.
Jonathan Pluge. I'm not sure how to pronounce the last name exactly. I think it's like Pluge.
Plug?
Plug. Okay.
I think so.
228. Probably not very happy with it.
No.
But they are the clear favorite. Maybe not clear, but they are the biggest favorite. While not maybe having the European record, being very, very consistent in their performances.
For this group, yes.
I'm not sure. The only person who's like in the same range of results is
Arats?
Arats, yeah, exactly. Arats, the special. Let's look at the results we've had so far.
Yeah, so 1.82 by Oisin.
Yeah, I think he's from Ireland. Yeah, Irish competitor. Irish Pyraminx has been getting fast ridiculously quickly. A lot of good competitors coming from there.
I mean, Irish community in general. I remember the days where Kieran was the only one and he had to travel to the UK. And they got like to do one comp a year in Ireland, fly out a British delegate.
And now it's one of the more
active communities.
Active regions, exactly.
A very loud crowd.
Always a joy to have at the major championships.
Yeah. And second place, Jakub Majszak.
Yeah, with his very typical consistency, gets very consistent sub 2 averages.
And then now we see the results from Jonathan. With the 1.94 average that we just witnessed. And in 4th so far, Bo Forsell.
Yeah, Bo also a rising talent from Sweden, current national record holder from there.
Yep, happy to see a few people I compete with a lot, Alvin and Duk, in 9th and 10th place so far. So clearly they're gonna make it to the next round, I believe. However, we are still at the beginning of the Pyraminx, so
we have a very
to be seen.
We have a very unusual result. In 80th place, we have Karolina Put. She is a blind competitor from Poland.
Oh yeah.
She does not see. It's. I think it's.
With
the first. Yeah, she uses textured cubes. She puts a Pyraminx being one of the actual easiest puzzles to solve as a blind person, just because it's only 4 possible colors.
Yes.
I think it's between that or clock, for the disadvantage of being blind is the smallest. But because I think
how would you do it for clock?
Oh, you just take off the case and you have like she has competed in clock.
Oh wow! Oh wow! That's
I think
wild.
I'm saying clock because you could learn how to one look it. I think you should. I think you could be able to maybe one look it, but it's very hard to imagine how you do that.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, we've also had like at a local comp a blind competitor, and she competed in Megaminx even.
Oh.
So she had like a textured Megaminx, and I've tried it myself. Insanely hard.
The 12 different sides, obviously.
12 different shapes, and
I think it's the first time it. Definitely not the first time, but it's still very rare to see a blind competitor at a major championship.
Very nice to see. Very nice to see.
And okay, we're starting the next group of Pyraminx right now, and we've got some heavy hitters. We got Mateusz Keller, the Czech average holder, currently on screen with Alexander Refiev, one of my very good friends, competing, doing not the best, unfortunately. The Yushin Little Magic is a puzzle. I guess an 8-second solve.
Yeah.
Not very much, not what we wanted. With Krzysztof Bobber solving him here. Not expecting much. Yeah.
It looks similar to what I would do, only using the wrist turns. Yeah.
A lot of rotations.
This would be like my solves. And he's having fun. He is having fun.
Yeah. The second seed in this group is Adam Romanowski. currently Polish NR3, if I'm not mistaken.
And our single point.
And our single .89 exactly got it this year, his first record, but he is, I'm pretty sure, the Polish champion this year, or at least at the podium at the Polish Championship, which can be very competitive in Pyramings.
I was just about to say, I think like Polish champs in general are very competitive, like a small Euros.
Oh yeah, it is very much like almost a major. It's solving right now. We've just had Yanis Kostincele.
Yes.
The
OH.
The OH runner-up.
Think. Was he runner? Yeah.
He was runner-up. He was second. Yeah, very good performance from him, but still a lot to say in other different events. So we will see how he does today in Pyramings. Also one of his better events. Has a 1.8 average. And we've got our third seed on the screen, Luke Garrett, getting ready for his solve.
Crazy good all-rounder.
Not in title contention, just due to his nationality. If it weren't for that, would be any contention for a lot of podiums. And yes, with a PR of 1.73.
1.73, single .8.
Yeah, very well rounded.
Let me just check something. I'm just wondering how many people.
1.8, not happy with it. Next to him, we have Ignacy Samselski, the Scube world record average holder. Also quite good at Pyramings, but not a sub 2 average. Just. And he's off. It's a 1.7. Probably. And we've got Adam on the right getting his first solve.
So we have 45 people that got a sub 1 single in a competition.
Yeah, the list is growing like crazy.
The list is growing, and I think there's a person with like a sub 1 single for Scube, 2x2 and Pyramings. I think Simon Kellum would be.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's him.
Yeah.
Adam with a 1.5, very clean start from him.
Some applause in the crowd.
He has been hoping to take the NR average. We'll see if he manages to take it. He has had many fails, and yeah, but I think those can very much build character and help you overcome the pressure in the future.
Oh yeah, so much, yeah.
Yep. Yes, Simon Cullum with a sub 1 in all the events in which it has been achieved.
Yes.
I think all the events it will be achieved in, unless some very good clock performances. But also, some people have sub 1s in clock at home, if I'm not mistaken, but it's very few on very, very lucky scrambles.
Yeah. On the screen, Giannis again on the right side. Clean solve, 205.
Yeah, definitely happy with that.
Yeah.
We've got Luke inspecting again. Wondering what will he find. The tip's not looking the cleanest, but a 205 nonetheless.
What's your Pyramings like?
It's good. I have the Polish on our average. I have a 1.65.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's a very random fact. It's the second sub. I've had a sub 2 for the last 3 years, but it's the second one I've gotten, and it just happened to be an R. But yeah, it's very much lucky. I think I deserve something in the 1.8s, 1.7s, but definitely not a 1.6. But
yeah. So you will be coming up later on, I guess.
Yeah, I will be competing in Group 6. So it'll be me and Arats in the group.
Ooh, tough.
So there will be a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and good to watch.
On the both of us. Oh, definitely.
Yeah, we will see you on stream. So talk me through Pyramings. What's your method like? What do you do? How did you get into it?
Okay, so basically Adam with a somewhat clean solve. My WCAD says it's from 2013, but it's not really. I went to one comp and then didn't leave Warsaw for like 4 years or something. So I've only been doing Warsaw local comps and some Warsaw unofficial comps. And it's just while playing around at those unofficial comps, I managed to figure out by myself intuitive L4E, which is when you solve like the bottom edge and then you do L3E, and I figured out like the algs for that and stuff like that.
So like everything except the last 4 edges, and then from there 1 alg, and then
yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
So that just became my best event, and after the Polish Championships came to Warsaw in 2016, I got the hype. I very much realized I wanted to travel for competitions and get good at something, and Pyraminx was the thing I was probably the best at back then. So I just started grinding it, and just, I was like 17 years old, summer with nothing to do. So I just grinded a lot of solves, got to around sub 3 back then, and just started competing. And yeah, I think it's really fun. I think out of all the fast events, it's the most creative. It has a lot of.
Oh yeah, true.
All of the algs are intuitive, and you can figure out. Like I've had solves where I just figure out an alternative alg on the spot, just because it can be done so easily. A lot of pseudo stuff. I'm not sure. I think Pyraminx is also the method where you can do the most out of pseudo, like layer off by 1 move and then just fix it at the end.
In the end, yeah.
It's not very easy, but it's can be quite easy to recognize as well.
From that, you just go and try to find something that's really finger trickable, and
yeah, exactly. It's just, yeah, that's about it. I've lost a bit of motivation to practice because I'm not sure. As you can see, most of the competitors in this group are either using the Moyo Weilong or the Yuxian Little Magic. The Moyo Weilong is just not for me. The tips are a bit too hard, so I'm forced to use the 6-year-old cube, which sometimes, like, I had a conversation with Daniel Partridge, the UK NR holder, and he just told me with a straight face, yeah, I bought four Yuxians before Euros, so I can set them up. Maybe one of them will be good. Unfortunately, yeah, the hardware for this puzzle not being the best. It's Pyraminx or Square One are the 2 events I would say where if you talk to a Pyraminx main, they will complain to you about the hardware most of the time. We've got Adam starting his 4th solve. We'll see how he does.
Clean execution.
209.
Yeah. So
unfortunately, counts to 2, probably out of national record contention, because he is at the level where basically each round he could get the national record, but probably not this one unless something major happens.
So is that the Pyraminx you gave me with the holes?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you also have to cut holes in the plastic to make it better.
Oh, you did that. Oh, you did that.
Yeah. It's just it takes like 15 minutes to do. It's just a pair of squeezers, and it does the job, but still
much easier than Florian modding a 4x4 or 5x5 like we used to.
Yeah. Well, the timer probably getting replaced.
Yep.
There's been an issue with Krzysztof over POV. Not sure we wanted to see that. Well, we got it.
Timer seems to be tired now.
Yeah.
Oh, we can see Luke Garrett.
Yeah, Luke Garrett, I think, doing his 4th.
There's a solved piece. I would be happy with that if I saw that.
Yeah, it's
solved edge.
I don't see anything that good. Oh, a rotation into a terrible alg. Fortunately, if you don't want Luke, you can't get one shot by some of the worst cases you get. We've got Jaime Mfomo, if I'm reading that correctly. Currently, I'm pretty sure French, either NR or very close to NR.
Oh.
Unfortunately, with a +2.
No, it's a +4. This I would give a +4 because he held on to the puzzle.
I feel like it just fell into we would need frame by frame analysis, but it's
VAR.
Yeah, we need VAR. I'm not sure if you want maybe VAR. Giannis not doing the best, 2.7. Had trouble finding a good solution, and I think had to 2 Luke.
Let me just check the French ranks for Pyraminx real quick.
Yeah, it could be.
Not really. I typed in region Pyraminx.
Yeah, we'll see.
Average.
I think it could be still. Oh, it's
no. Luke
Gilly skilly.
And then Diego Alfonso, yes.
Diego Alfonso on a bit of a hiatus, came back to the French Championship. I think won it and hasn't competed since.
Yeah, and then
has been on a bit of a hiatus since his very unfortunate 4th place finish at the previous European Championship. He lost by single by 0.01. Very unfortunate, losing to Jakob Hipscher, also his friend, but
yeah, this I can see how that will.
Ignazio have a 2.9, not very happy with that, and Niklas getting 1.5 to finish off the average. We could see with a probably good scramble on the last, we could see some nice averages coming along for our competitors.
You just
we've got Fengu and Kelvin Lowe, not really known for his pyramid's prowess, but still he's competing here with his beloved Miku on his knees. Unfortunately, messed something up. That's not the last layer alg. That's the wrong way.
Yeah.
Finishes with 8.4. He's not here to compete for any records, mostly here to have fun. Alexander Arefiev finished with his average 3.5, which is quite good considering he started with a counting 5. Probably was getting worried about making the semis. This should let him make it. Krzysztof with another 8 took his name.
He has been on stream for quite a bit now for his pyramid solves.
I'm not sure why, but I'm not complaining.
No.
I think we're about to move on to the next group.
But we have Jamie still.
Yeah, doing warming up on the side.
Yeah, so he
warming up on the Diane. That's an unusual cue, but we got Luke solving the 5th one before. I think I see what is good here, but I'm not exactly sure.
I see solved pieces.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Okay. 1.8, quite lucky, not happy with the execution, but yeah.
Yeah, and it's 2.1, and then Jamie is still warming up. Yeah, he has to be locked in now, and just don't do anything stupid because he is counting at 3.6 already.
Yeah, especially with a +2.
Or a 3.8 was it? I think. Yeah, 3.86.
Yeah, can't let yourself count that, and if you had, you need to solve. You need to be steady. Like that, just like that.
1.78.
Clean everything.
Yes.
Did I think Ignazi? Yeah, Ignazi.
Yep.
Doing the last solve. Gets a 1.3. It could be... I don't think that could be near his PR single, but I'm not sure. To be honest, a lot of people have a very, very random PR single, so it's quite... we might see.
I can check that.
Oh, he's been getting a lot of PRs at this competition. But still his main, he has a 1.14.
1.14, yeah.
Do you know which, do you have the extension? Do you know which comp?
I did have the extension, but this is not my laptop.
Ah, okay. Oh yeah, that's the national record scramble from Adam Romanowski. That was just an 8 mover, very easy to see for everyone. So a lot of people getting their PRs on that. Or I think we're wrapping up with Group 3.
Yeah.
Is anyone gonna take over the lead from Oisin? I'm not sure how to pronounce the I with the dash on top.
Yeah. Irish names are very hard for me.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw an NR.
Yeah, Matim Carvalho, that seems Portuguese. Yeah, Portuguese national record single of 190.
Congrats. Let me jump off to his profile. His first. Oh, he has just had 1,000 solves.
That's so satisfying. And I think,
oh, he had NRs before. So Pyraminx
currently
average.
National record for average in Pyraminx.
Yeah, let me tell you another story. A few months ago, I just hit my 10,000 solve.
Yep.
So I got the 10K now, and I could have done it at my 125th competition to have like a very clean one. and I decided not to do that and just leave it at 9,999.
Yeah.
And do it at another competition because I felt like, oh, I should do this at a German comp.
Oh yeah,
and I wore the same T-shirt I had at my first competition ever.
Oh.
And I competed in OH with a cube I bought at my first competition, which was like a Rubik's brand. So I did an OH Rubik's brand solve. Oh no! Oh, he saved it. He saved it. 1.7.
I wasn't exactly looking, but yeah.
Yeah, he very much saved it and saved his average.
Okay.
For a second, I thought like he might be in trouble.
The last one was really good, so no surprises there that he managed to pull it off. I've had my 10,000 solve 2 years ago, I think, but very much not. I haven't put much thought into it. It just whenever it happened, I wanted to know that it wasn't 10,000.
Yeah, I planned it out, but like having just exactly 80 solves per comp would have been very satisfying. But I thought, nah, I might just annoy people and have it uneven.
Yes.
But it was good fun.
No, especially for like blinders and big cubers, the numbers get messy very quickly. You don't always get to.
Yeah.
Your solves are not always divisible by 5.
Yeah. So I had to. Well, I got a very unfortunate DNF on my second to last solve of the previous competition.
Okay. Also, one-handed on a Rubik's brand, it can be, especially you're a bit of an older ID.
Yeah.
One of the laptops has died.
Oh no.
It is what it is.
Yeah.
You have a bit of an older ID, so it might be one of the very old Rubiks.
Yeah. It's one of the old ones. But to be fair,
did you practice enough to make time limit? Because that.
Yeah. I think I got like a sub-30s on it.
Ooh, okay.
It's a good Rubiks, to be fair. It's a good Rubiks.
Okay, I remember doing OH on my first Rubik's brand would have been a bit of a nightmare. Okay.
All right. So, who are we looking at?
We're slowly starting.
So we have someone from Sweden. Let me check if he's one of the top players. I don't think so.
Not exactly.
So we have Alexei Tsvetkov in this group, seat 3.
Multiple European championships.
Yes.
European records to his name.
European records, yes.
Not really known for his...
Yeah, he is very good at pyramings.
He is very good at pyramings.
Yeah.
Not the first event, not... I think...
Not his first love, but...
Yeah, one of the earlier...
One of his better events. So AO12 seat 6th place, 5% chance to podium. And we also have...
Netanel Por of Israel.
Yes.
Quite good competitor. Recently beat me. Beat my PR average with a 1.6. And on screen we have Dominik Górny, the very Polish legend of the old. I've got Stian Nistar competing.
Yeah.
205.
With a new haircut.
Yeah.
Took me a second to recognize him.
Yeah. Hasn't had the most hair usually, but now just decided to.
You cut it.
To let it go. Yeah. Alexei 203, very clean. Next to him, Oliver Schubert's dad.
Oh, he's also competing.
Doing some work, yeah.
Yeah.
He's quite decent at 3x3. I think he has like a Remo Pichal with a 203. Estonian national record in a lot of events. A pillar of the community over there, organizes a lot. Yeah.
Also in this group from Italy,
Davide Arnesano.
Davide Arnesano, yes.
Arnesano.
Current NR average for Italy with a 1.73, but he seems to be a bit more inconsistent with a 2.63 current AO12 coming into this competition.
Oh, my AO12 coming into this competition is disgusting. It might not even be. It might genuinely not be sub 3. It's bad.
I can check. I
think I'm wave 6.
Yeah. See you here, 2.7.
Ah, okay. I thought it was worse.
So your chance to podium from the calculation is
0.
0.
I think. Or maybe it's below?
No.
No.
But do you feel you have a chance to podium?
I mean, it's always there, you know.
Yeah.
It's very hard to predict. I've been in the last 3 Pyramix finals at Euros, so I'm hoping, but
You have the experience.
I've not done well at a single one of them, so the experience might not be in my favor, to be honest. But I have it. But yeah, I do know what it's like. I really love the feeling, and that's one of the things that's still keeping me in the game. The feeling of the crowd being at least somewhat in your favor.
Oh, for sure. I'm going to be cheering on.
Yeah. But apparently between the finals yesterday when we appeared on stream, someone started chanting out my name and maybe your names after, but I haven't heard it.
Oh.
But apparently it was loud, but I'm not maybe it was loud in the crowd. We'll see. We've got Dominic. With another attempt. Known for doing a lot of rotations and inspection, just trying to find the perfect angle to do something.
The Pyramix inspection looks very interesting.
Yeah.
With the flips, and it's like quite a big flip, and just like, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of different, and especially sometimes one of the more common. Stian with 2.4, not happy with it.
Oh, Alexi.
One of the more common methods used in Pyramix being ML4E. So sometimes you want to figure out in inspection if you want to do a B move to do your V and then do a normal alg, or if you want to do RLU moves and then an ML4E alg to finish the case. So a lot of the times you will have competitors just rotating left and right to just look at the case from different angles, even though they know what they want to do. It just they want to figure out where they want to do it from.
What finger to place where and how to do it.
Yeah, exactly. And with the tips, I think it's one of the more tricky events to finger trick. There's a lot to take into consideration.
Yeah.
You can do the tips at the start and at the end. Remo Pichels +2. We see from a very blurry angle Victor Zeng clicking something. Hopefully that fixes it. We will see.
Yeah, the tips. I don't know, like for a very brief moment I had the German NR single. I got a 2.22. 4 tips, 3 moves for the body, and then 4 tips. I don't know how I did it. And then Oliver Fritz got like a 1 point something, and yeah, on the same scramble obviously. And I will never ever beat the single again.
Yeah, that's how it is. Pyramix, one of the events, either you love it or you hate it, nothing in between.
I never could can figure out how to finger trick it, so I just do wrist moves.
Oh, they can be very effective. Drew Brad's had a low 2 average using basically only wrist moves.
Yeah.
That's a bit of a different era.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
With his legendary world record average in the world's final.
Yeah.
Such a clutch.
Definitely one of the most hype moments in cubing history.
Oh yeah.
Those things happen very rarely. Recently we've got Timon doing that, but yeah, not always the case.
And Pyramix is one of the more unlikely events that something like this could happen, given that you usually have quite a lot of rounds and it's very scramble dependent.
Yep.
Like for 6 and 7 and also 5, yeah.
Yeah, it's mostly a matter of performance. Stian not doing the best. 405. Hoping not to count that. Next to him, Dominic. And behind them, Alexi.
Oh.
Dominic still showing that he's here to compete, but this not his best showing. We have Remo on the overhead camera.
Now Alexi 2.48.
Do we see Remo start?
Rotation, lots of, woo.
I think he missed one look at the V. I think he thought he made the V, but he just didn't. Fortunately, happens sometimes.
So let's see on how the current results are looking.
Alexei
looking quite solid so far. Counting it 203.
Yep.
Everyone else not doing the best, but the scrambles don't seem to be that good from what we've seen so far. Most of the competitors we have highlighted hoping to make the second round. We will see how they manage.
I'm just looking at the results. Magnus Lensch with a DNF average. In Pyraminx, that's a very Magnus thing to do.
It happens to the best of us.
Yeah. Well, Pyraminx is one of the events where I get most of my DNFs. With like I just do the wrong alk in the end, and we have like the three edge cycle, which looks like a U-perm or like it's the O-perm.
Oh yeah, it's very hard to recognize.
And I do it in the wrong direction. And at one point I just changed out my color scheme. I was talking about that yesterday with you. So I swapped 2 colors to have it like in the same order as you would have on a regular cube, with like a green, red and blue coming from left to right. And it just confused the shit out of every scrambler. They try to figure out if the scramble was correct. So I ended up being the last person to solve in every group. And after a few years I just changed it back.
Sigurd with a very good 1.6. He's probably doing the best right now, counting a 1.8 and a 2.3 is very much on pace for a sub 2 average.
And a 10.8 by Oliver's dad. With a very tappy timer stop.
He tends to do them like this. We've got Alexei coming up for his 4th solve. This could be
something fun to watch.
Make or break the average. One of the very rare users of the Bell V2. I'm not sure if we have anyone else. Quite an old cube and still quite proficient with it. Bit messy with the tips. Leaving 2 tips at the end can be the way to do it, but it's probably probably not the best.
So 4 tips, how would you do them?
Depends.
Okay.
It depends. There's some cases where it's very easy. It's like, okay, so for example, I'm gonna show you. It's gonna be hard for the stream, but imagine you have like let's forget about the RL tips, right? You have you just want to do U prime B. You can do the move by just moving these 2 fingers like this, and it can be very easy, and it sometimes just requires 2 movements from 2 hands, and it's done at the start. But a lot of the time, maybe they go in the wrong directions.
I see.
I know Harsha Paladugu is known for his very long fingers, and he's able to do like back turns with 1 finger going one way, one going the other, something like this.
Yeah.
But it can be insanely hard to actually do. So it very much depends on the scramble and the angle you're taking. Sometimes on very easy scrambles where you can do stuff from multiple angles, the angle gets decided by the tip orientations.
Yeah, I see. And then you can decide if you do them in the beginning or in the...
It's very easy to overlook this part of the puzzle because it's trivial. You just align them to the centers. It's not...
So it's like sort of planning the AUF. Exactly. Yeah, it's pretty much like AUFing.
Yeah, but you also have an AUF, but it's
of course.
But for Pyraminx, it's obviously very easy to predict because you have the centers, which, if you know what the ALG does, which is quite easy because you just mentally sum up the moves, so it's quite easy to figure out. But yeah, we've got Sigurd going for his last solve,
and Alexei on stream also his last solve, looking to maybe lock in.
Quite nice, only 1 tip, but not many blocks, can't find anything, seems a bit frustrated, and unfortunately not a 1 luck, a bit of a messy V with the B moves, and gets a 2.4. Alexei, not doing the best, gets worst possible, still a low to average. Can't be mad at that in round 1, but averages like that might not be enough to make the finals. The finals being very very tight, with 14 Europeans making it. We'll see what level is required. We get the semi-finals tomorrow. I'm already stressed. I don't want to lose my streak of making a European final, but it looks like it might be the case.
I see.
We will see. We've got Stian on his last solve, 2.8. Just happy that he hasn't counted the 4.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dominic on his last solve. Doing quite well at 2.3.
2.3.
I've noticed myself, if I speak English for long enough, I start to say the like the English pronunciation of the Polish name. So
yeah.
like I say Dominic instead of Dominik.
Dominik.
Yeah, it's a bit
and
weird.
last name Gorne?
Gurne.
Gurne.
The O with the slash is basically AU.
AU, I see.
Yep. Someone calculating something. I hope this is someone's PR average. I'm not sure.
1.98.
I don't think it's one of the persons we've tracked. Oh, okay.
So yeah, coming up we have a switch with Henry and Chris, but Henry is waiting. Chris is yet to be
nowhere
found.
to be seen,
Yeah.
I think.
And we also have coming up an interview with Jonathan Pluk from the Netherlands. Talk about his Pyraminx performance. So on screen we can see he finished the round with a 1.94 average, solid 4th place as of now.
He is one of those people that can just put those sub-twos out on demand.
Yeah.
No matter the scrambles, he doesn't need to get lucky. He just creates his own luck by getting really good solutions.
Be creative, and I think that's like
there's
one big advantage for the final situations.
Yes, it's very. If the scrambles are not easy, you can very much make up for it with the creativity of your solutions. Yeah. Hey, before we can do a can tell who's gonna be competing in the next wave. We've got UK's very own Daniel Partridge. He is probably his best event, but still very talented all-rounder. I think the first event he got actually good at. Had multiple European records. Unfortunately, missed out on the final last time, despite being the European record holder back then. This just shows how cutthroat the competitions can be at times, but currently boasting a 1.45 PR average. Got it recently. He is on the comeback, but 4 YLMs for this competition. In the second seed of this group, we have the former Polish NR average, Aleksander Sołonczak, with a 1.68. Pyraminx also being his main event. And I think we're ready for this.
Yeah,
switch.
I made a small mistake. OJ is supposed to be Bond, but we can figure it out. I mean.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're gonna be.
We're gonna do the switch, and I will take care of the confusion now. So.
Yep. See you guys in 2 groups.
Yeah.
Minxes, that wraps up Group 4. Next, Pyraminx, Round 1, Group 5. And as a general reminder, please remember to pick up your trash. Put the bottles in the bottle dispensers. We'll be switching to lunch fairly soon after Groups 5 and 6. Right now, Pyraminx, Group 5.
Right, how do you want to do this? You want me to do play-by-play and then you just come in with just whenever you need to? Do whatever? Yeah, sweet. Sweet, perfect. All right. Okay, welcome back to the Rubiks WCA European Championships here in Arnhem in the Netherlands. Henry Bennett alongside Oliver Wheat taking you through all the way through Pyraminx round 1, groups 5 and 6 up until lunchtime. And I'm delighted to say, whilst we're going through the last 3 groups of Pyraminx, we are also joined by a very special guest, Mr. Jonathan Plew. Jonathan, how are you doing, my friend?
Yeah, I'm fine right now. I've just done the first round of Pyraminx, and I'm pretty content with my results. So yeah.
100%. You got a sub-2 average in there, a few decent singles also as well. How do you think that's going to set you up for the rest of the weekend, coming into obviously starting off with a decent average just to take you through into round 2? How do you think that's going to set you up for potentially a final appearance later on this weekend?
I don't really know. My warm-up wasn't really going great, so I hope my warm-up tomorrow will be better, but it's pretty hard to predict.
Is there anything in particular you do to warm up for these sorts of events?
Yeah, I just do solves and normally I just do solves like without inspection time, which probably I shouldn't do. I should like try to
keep it limited.
Yeah. But this time I tried to do it with like the help of my friend, and it worked out. So yeah,
that's good. Well, hopefully that works out for the semi-finals as well, coming up later.
Jonathan, talk to us about just Pyraminx in general. Obviously, you have got a lot of competition here this weekend alongside you. Obviously, in the last few years, Pyraminx has sort of gone through a little bit of a resurgence. Tell me now the difference between, obviously you competed at Worlds last year. How does the competition sort of differentiate? Because obviously you've got a lot of European competitors who also competed at Worlds last year, but you haven't sort of got the external factor where you've got people from Asia and America. Does it sort of even out the playing field, or do you still think it's at the same level as it was at Worlds?
I think like mostly with Arats, it's a lot more difficult right now than like the last Euros, for example. I don't really know how to compare with Worlds, but like there are also some Polish Pyraminxes that are like a lot better right now. So the chance of me winning again is like a lot smaller right now. So yeah.
Yeah, obviously there's a lot of about Pyraminx that you've obviously competed in general, and obviously you know a lot about Pyraminx. But obviously this is your home country, I believe. This is the place where you competed for several years now. How proud are you to see a European Championship finally in the Netherlands?
Like it's really cool. Like when I started cubing, there was like a World Championships like in 2018 organized in the Netherlands, and I still wasn't good enough to like compete, but it was pretty sad to hear that it was cancelled. So it's pretty cool that we still get like a major championship organized here, and it's also pretty convenient that I don't really have to travel very long, because I just did my final exams like a few days ago. So it's really good that it's in the Netherlands, because otherwise I like I would not be able. So
you wouldn't be able to travel as far.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you had to focus on finals. Yeah, makes sense. Like you said.
Yeah. Daniel Partridge there, but 1.74 to start off with his solves as well. Jonathan, this venue has hosted Just Nationals before. It's also hosted a few local competitions. Does it feel weird that you've now got everybody from around Europe, not just the Netherlands, but around the continent now coming here specifically?
Yeah, it does feel weird. Like it doesn't really feel like the Netherlands anymore, because I've been to like 2 other big championships like Worlds and Euros, and that was like in Spain and Seattle. So now it just feels like I'm again in another country. So it's pretty weird to still think that this is the Netherlands, because it doesn't really feel like it's the Netherlands, because it's so big.
We've got a lot of big players in this group. We've obviously got Daniel Partridge, the 17-year-old Brit, obviously seeded second coming into this one. Alexander Sowanchuk from Poland as well. Obviously, you can see on the timing sheets that you came fourth in that, and obviously you've got the two Poles, Jakub Maczarek and Adam Romanowski ahead of you. Also, Oshin Owil in first, currently with 1.82 PR average. What are you thinking about the competition across this weekend? Obviously, there's a lot of standout people that are yet to still have their times set. But what can you see just having a look at, everybody just competing at the moment? Do you think that everyone's, sort of on your pace, or is this something that you're expecting to improve sort of as we go through the averages?
Sorry, I don't really get your question.
So basically, what you can see at the moment, what do you think that, how are you seeing things at the moment so far on your current screen? Are you impressed with people so far? Are you not impressed with people so far, for example?
It's pretty hard to say because they're like the first few solves still. And I also didn't really see how hard the scrambles were because Pyramix is really scramble dependent. And I've only seen like one result from Daniel Partridge. And it was a 171 or something. So I don't know how the scramble was, but it's like decently solid.
So do you think the rankings are probably going to change quite a lot between the first and second round then, with the first round, all of the fast people being spread out across 6 different groups, and the second round, of course, the semi-final, everyone will have the same scramble set?
Yeah, they're probably, like, I don't really know who this Oysen Olwil is. But like he got a PR average, so probably the round he was in had like pretty easy scrambles. So I don't think he has a chance. I don't really know how he solves, but I don't think he has a chance to like get that high rankings in the second round because, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see how the scrambles play out, of course.
Level 1.75 for Daniel Partridge there. Henrik Gable, we might not have seen on your screens earlier, of a 1.76. So that is so far a decent start for Daniel Partridge. A little bit of consistency already for him so far, Jonathan.
Yeah. Sorry, what was the second solve?
So it was a 1.75.
Oh, yeah, that's pretty consistent. Yeah, I think he has a decent pace, but it's like still the first two solves. And okay, don't really know what to say.
Yeah, there's not too much going on at the moment as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, we'll come back to that in a little bit of a second. Obviously, you've been a Dutch competitor before. You've competed here so many times. What sort of specifics do you love about comps in the Netherlands, and what do you enjoy about them that you think other countries should take from that?
Like it was pretty big, like 1 or 2 years ago. The last few competitions have been a lot smaller because a lot of like new competitors who started in COVID like stopped. So it was. I've always. Okay. Sorry, my English is not that
no,
good.
That's fine. Don't worry at all. OJ, have you got anything for Jonathan yourself?
I just had a little bit of the food from the venue, and it was some very nice Dutch croquettes. What is your favourite Dutch food, and what do you recommend to anyone who is at this competition and wants to get something to eat?
Like this traditional Dutch food, like the most of the traditional Dutch food I don't really like. Like stampot, that's like just mashed potatoes with like vegetables, and it doesn't have any flavor. So it's like croquettes are pretty good. Maybe frikandellen. Those are like similar to croquette, but they're like not soft meat, but like a little bit harder, and like they don't really have a crust.
Interesting, cool.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. Well, we had some lunch in the staff room earlier. There were some lovely Dutch cakes, which I thought were fantastic. I really, really enjoyed those. But we'll get back to the Pyramix in a second. We'll just see how Olaf Kuzminski gets on. I believe his fourth sole, I believe, a 2.59, a 2 flat as well. We'll see how he gets on. A little bit of TPS unlock up there, so 2.7, and a Daniel Partridge 4.64. So it's a little bit of a slow sole for Daniel. We'll see how he gets on. Olaf just slowly clawing that average back, a little bit consistent with the mid 2 so far. Believe we'll see how everyone else gets on in this group as well. We'll have a look and see how Magdalena Pabic is getting on as well. Saw a few 2.3s for her elsewhere. Jonathan, what sort of goes through the mind of you specifically when you're solving a Pyramix for people who might not be aware? Obviously, there are a lot of tricks and tips that you probably might have taken throughout your cubing career. What are you sort of looking for? What do you think the competitors are looking for? But maybe from your mind specifically, when you sit down for a Pyramix solve or an average.
Yeah. So, firstly, I just make sure that my hands aren't weak, because sometimes when I'm shaky, your hands feel really weak, and you just can't get a grip of the Pyramix at all, and that makes you really mess up the tips, for example. So firstly, I just spam 4 flips, but also in my mind, I try to convince myself that I do not care about the result, or convince myself that I am already getting a bad result. That really works. Or also think it just doesn't matter if I get a bad result. In this round, it was pretty easy because it's for me, even if I get a lot of +2s, it's still easily getting into the second round because, yeah.
100%. You said that the scrambles in your, obviously you said the Pyramix is a very scramble-based event.
Yeah.
How were the scrambles for you in your round?
Yeah, they were mid. The 141 was a good scramble for me personally. It was just the solution wasn't very obvious. You had to look at it for a while to find it, but I found it, and the rest of the scrambles weren't that special. At last, for the last solve, I took the risk. After I found my first solution, I just tried to look further to find other solutions because I already knew I had a sub 2 average guaranteed. So.
And then did it not quite play out how you wanted it to?
Yeah. There wasn't really another solution that was findable. That was better than the first one. So I had to go back, and I wasn't really prepared for the finger tricks.
Right.
In my mind. So I didn't really turn well, but I'm still pretty happy with the average.
So is that frequent for you, trying to look for multiple different solutions on Pyramix?
Yeah, most of the time I try to, but if at the start, if I already see a solution that I know I can sub 1.7 or 1.6 or something, then I'm not going to waste time looking for another solution.
I think we've already seen Daniel Partridge there on his 4 solve, a 1.6 there. I believe Magdalena Pabic with a 2.4. We'll see how other competitors get on elsewhere. I believe on our screen at the moment that was Oliver Hutchings. I'm not sure what that time is. We had a little bit of a time malfunction. It looked like a mid 2.
I think it's just a display malfunction, so the results should still stand. We just can't see what it is.
So we'll see how other results go on elsewhere. We'll have a look and see the timing sheets at the moment. At the moment, if we're looking at the predicted time sheets, we are seeing Daniel Partridge at the moment on top with a best possible average at the moment. We're looking likely for a 1.75, which should be Oshin Owell of Ireland with a 1.82, a PR average for the Irishman there. And then it's the 2 Poles of Jakub Masharak with a 1.88 average and Adam Romanowski with a 1.91. Then, of course, yourself, Jonathan, in 5th at the moment with a 1.94. Then following the Swede, Bo Forsell with a 2.12. And running off the top 10, Henry Gabor, I believe Sigurd Vollan and Albert Mandico, and also 10th, Luke Garrett of the United States, running us off with a 2.23 average. Jonathan, for those people at home, what are your sort of tips and tricks for Pyramix in general? What do you think people should be knowing if they want to get to your level, for example, of competitiveness?
You don't really have to know that much to get a sub 2 average at competition. it's like it's pretty hard, but still, you only have to know L4E, and like there are many people who only know L4E that still gets sub 2s. Some like I know MO3 and some other elks from other elk sets, but you don't really need all those elk sets to already be like decent at it. And also you just need to try to learn block building, like just try to find efficient Vs, and of course one looking is very important.
So for you, it seems like a relatively easy event to get good at, in a way, in your opinion, then.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
it's
perfect.
not a very algorithmic-based event.
Yeah, it's pretty intuitive. Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, that should be it for Group 5. We're just going to shortly go on to Group 6 in a little bit. Jonathan, that should be all from us. Thank you so much for joining us. I really, really appreciate it. Obviously, really interesting to learn about your pyramid skills, and obviously, we'll wish you the best of luck for the rest of the weekend. Thank you so much, mate.
Yeah, no problem.
Yep, best of luck for semi-finals.
Thank you.
Perfect. So whilst Jonathan's getting off stream, we will have a look at the rest of the timing sheets at the moment. We'll see how everybody else is getting on in Group 6. Oliver, in Group 5, obviously we saw a few times. We are still waiting for the rest of the times to be entered. Oliver, talk to us about what else you're going to be looking for across the next lot, or the last group entirely.
Well, so obviously we've now got at least 5 people with a sub 2 average. Probably a few more. I think once we've got Daniels in, that would definitely be sub 2. So yeah, it's basically just a case of how many more sub 2 averages will we see. And what will be really interesting is when we get all 14 of our best people in the semi-finals, that will give us a rough indication as to what's going to make it through into the finals. And will that be sub 2? Will we going to get 14 people sub 2? Probably not, but I would expect it to be a low 2 average that's needed.
100%. And we'll look at the people coming into this group next so far, one of which I've already talked to this weekend, and Arats Ruzu, the 15-year-old from Spain, the seeded #1, a PR single of 0.97, a PR average of 1.3, chance to win down at 30%, a chance of podium of 64%, and I believe 1 European record to his name so far. What can you tell me about Arats? Apparently there's a lot of buzz going around, and I believe that Antoine is one of the... Sorry, Anthony, my apologies, from the Netherlands, has been one of his... big, he's been trying to big him up for across this entire weekend and has been singing his praises for a few years for now.
Yeah, well, I'm not too big in the pyramid scene, so I'm not overly familiar, but I do know that Arats is the European record holder, and so he's going to be fighting for the chance to see whether he can take that win. As we say, we have given a 30% chance of winning, but it has to be remembered, Jonathan was just talking about how Pyramix is such a scramble-dependent event. And when we calculate these percentage chances to win, that is taking into account people who have competed in completely different competitions on completely different scramble sets. But when we get to the finals and also the semi-finals, every single one of those fastest competitors all going to be competing on exactly the same scrambles in exactly the same conditions, and it will just be a case of who can hold their nerve, who can make sure they don't mess up, don't get a +2, don't get a huge lockup, and who's going to be able to take home the victory will be very dependent on that. So coming in with the European records, Arats is going to be thinking, how can I make sure I secure this win, make sure that my turning's very fluid, and see whether he can beat everyone else on those same scramble sets.
And speaking of that man, he is coming up on our left-hand side, ready for his first solve. We'll see how he gets on. But it's not just Arats in this group, Oliver. We've also got Piotr Olszewski. We'll see, one of our stream team members for this weekend, the 26-year-old Polishman, as well as Jakub Hibser, a fellow Polish compatriot of his, seed 13. Cyprian Doza, again of Poland, in seed 21st. We've also got Caleb Wolf-Dunn, Daniel Brem as well, and a few others which we might have to take a look at as well. Let's see how these competitors get on as well. We've had a few timings entered as well for us with, in the previous group. Daniel Partridge finishing off with a 2:25 single on solve number 5. He finishes off with a 1:91 average. We'll see how Arats gets on in this solve. It looks like it's going to be quite a fluid turn. A little bit of a mistake there and a little bit of a slip on the pyramid. He's not happy with the 2.12 that he starts off with so far. As I was saying, Daniel Partridge with a 1.91 average slots himself into 4th place, straight into the top 10. We also saw Olaf Kizminski with a 2.52 average, puts him in 25th place for now. We'll have a look elsewhere and see if anybody else has been entered in the next few minutes. was also seen on stream. We also see Magdalena Pabish, who finishes off with a 2.57 average. Caleb Wolf on your right-hand side. OJ, you know Caleb quite a lot from competing with him and obviously delegating some of his competitions. What can you tell me about Caleb?
Well, Caleb, I'm actually kind of surprised to see him at the top in Pyramix here. Not because I think that he's bad or anything. I know him for so many other events. So I know him for clock. I know him for 3x3. He recently got the 3x3 national record average for the UK. And given the fact that he seems to be constantly seeding fairly highly in a lot of these events, I think he's coming to be a really good and a really strong all-rounder for the UK.
100%. We'll see how it gets on in this solve. It looks like it's a decent red side in solve 1. It's not too bad. It's a 1.91 start for Caleb Wolf done.
It was very fluid, no lockups or hesitation in that.
100%, and that's what we're going to be looking for. Very fluid solves, and that's what you sort of need in Pyramix. As we saw with Varats, a little bit of a lockup and a slip on his Pyramix when he was about to drop the cube. So we sort of need to be seeing those sort of fluid solves when we're going into, your first few solves, because anything that sort of, any slips or anything in your first 1 or 2, that's going to, might set the tone for your average, won't it, OJ?
Yeah, well, as long as you don't get a +2, it shouldn't be too detrimental. A lockup might cost you, I don't know, 0.2 seconds, 0.4 seconds. It depends how big the lockup is, obviously. A +2 would be so much worse because, that basically means...
Well, speaking of +2s, we've just seen one on the screen. It's
I
the commentator's curse once again, ladies and gentlemen. But obviously, OJ, sorry, my apologies. Please
No. I hate to curse people like that. But, yeah, that extra 2 seconds for an event that takes only 1 or 2 seconds in total is so much more detrimental than it could be in another event.
Well, that's not the first time that the commentator's curse has struck whilst I've been on stream this weekend, but nevertheless, we'll keep it going for now. We'll see it elsewhere and see how anyone else has been getting on. We've seen Jakub Hibso with a 1.92 single on his first, which has already been entered. As we said, Arats has come in with a 2.12 at the moment so far. Piotr starts off with a 2.64. So obviously some good times coming in our first.
Yeah, and we mentioned there are a lot of high Polish seeds, especially in this group, but also just in Pyramix in general. And I think it's really interesting because Poland used to be known for dominating in these sprints events, so 2x2, Pyramix and Scube. And part of the reason for that was Poland just used to hold competitions that had 3 rounds of those events over and over and over again. And so it really fostered this community. People used to talk about Polish scrambles for 2x2. And what that meant was, oh yeah, Poland's always getting 4 movers. But what it really was that Poland was having so many 2x2 rounds that they were naturally going to have way more 4 movers.
100%. We've seen Joaquim Ruiz Hernandez from Mexico seeded 42nd, the current NR average and single holder for Mexico on your right-hand side. We've got Arats coming in for, I believe, Solve 2. John Morello Kurloff with a 6.29 there. Also got Murid Askarov on your backstage as well. Just behind him, here's Caleb Wolf Dunn, I believe, coming for his next solve on your right-hand side. We'll see how Arats gets on. I believe this is solve 2 for him. What do you think is going through the mind of Arats before this one?
Well, the eyes are closed, there is some deep breathing and clearly some arm movement. So I think it's trying to keep the hands warm, trying to keep the mind clear, trying to just focus on the solve. Very quick inspection, knew exactly what to do. 108, that's an incredible single.
And that is the best single of the group so far. I believe it's the best single of the round 2 as well. A 1.02 for, I believe, our man Arats from Spain. Caleb Wolf Dunn with a 1.81 as well. It looks like Scramble 2 is going to be the one to look at. We'll see how everybody else gets on in this Scramble. Not looking like the best for some. Jacob Hibso have a 1.77, which we didn't pick up on stream. We'll see how everyone else does. We're also looking out for, I believe, Daniel Brem as well. We started off with a 2.52. We'll have a look and see how Piotr does on Solve 2 as well. We'll have a look and see when their times are entered into WCA Live, and we'll keep bringing you those as soon as we can.
Yeah, it was a sort of scramble that you can just look at and immediately know, oh, this is what I need to do. Which is crazy to me because I could not see that on a Pyramix at all. But for someone at the top level, what's even the point of continuing that inspection, using up 12 seconds to 15 seconds, if you know, this is what I need to do, I'm just going to do it, and it gets to a 108, 102?
Well, compared to your average Speedcubers, OJ, like myself and you, and then people on stage who are at such a high level, how impressive is it to see, not even one even 2 seconds of inspection, and then they're pulling out times like that. How impressive is that to see?
Yeah, it's just amazing. I mean, this is the sort of thing that you need to see when you go to the European Championships. You know, you get to any majors and you just get a gathering of all of the fastest cubers, and you know, the people who can pull off these incredible things are going to be so concentrated on this orange stage, and that's what's so amazing to watch it.
We'll have a look here at Jakob Hibser on your left-hand side. It looks like a Rats with a 1.08. He shot himself into projected first at the moment, as we see. Here's Murad Asgarov now, one of the local UK competitors you might be aware of. Myself and OJ have seen this man plenty of times before with a 5.07. We'll see how Jakob gets on here. Seed 13 coming into this one. 5th at Worlds 2025. We'll see how he can get on at this European Championship so far. A little bit of a lock on the last bit, but happy with that as a 1.96. It looks pretty awkward with the tips there, didn't it, OJ?
Yeah, I think there was a bit of a pinky movement to do it, and I think perhaps the nodding of the head afterwards was just like a, yep, I managed to get that correct.
We'll see how Joachim goes on with a 2.46 on his second. That's another mid-2 of a 2.45. Another decent single from Caleb Wolf-Dunn, a 1.66. That's not a bad start for Caleb, considering, as you said, he's known for so many other things. 1.91, 1.81, 1.66.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I'm saying. This is like, you don't even know that this guy is good at Pyraminx, and then he comes onto the main stage at Euros, and suddenly he's getting times like this.
Well, you can see why that man is sponsored by GAN, the 15-year-old looking for another final appearance in a final, and potentially his first at a continental one entirely. Obviously, we'll see how he gets on in later rounds. Obviously, as you said, known for clock, won the biggest clock round in history, a national record holder in both 3x3 and clock as well. We're expecting big things from Caleb this weekend, aren't we?
Yeah, we've already seen one podium from Caleb, so the question is, are we going to see another?
Which I'm really, really excited to see. Obviously, I believe it was 3rd place yesterday in clock, so definitely one to look out for later this weekend. We're still waiting to see anybody else on the orange stage, a little bit of action, and we're waiting to see some of our top players. Talk to us also about anybody else that we could possibly see. Also, we've got Maximilian Kules of Poland. Again, there's so many Polish competitors that are going to be at the top seed, as you mentioned earlier. They seem like they're on a little bit of a dominance run in Europe in speedcubing at the moment, aren't they?
Yeah, well, what I was mentioning about like Poland just holding a bunch of sprint event rounds is kind of a thing of the past now. They have moved to being a bit more balanced. But the thing is, at the same time, they have increased the number of competitions so much. We were speaking to Krzysztof Bober yesterday, another Polish competitor. Oh, a 1.59 plus 2.
Aris Laroso, it's not great for him.
That would have been a counting solve if it didn't just slip up at the end.
It's a bit of annoying. Having that plus 2 midway through the solve, it means you've got to refocus and then get yourself back into the mindset, haven't you, OJ?
Yep, you've got to put that out of your mind. You've got to make sure that you turn very solidly on the last 2. You probably need to turn a little bit more careful, make sure you don't get a second plus 2, because of course that would then be counting.
Beat in there with a 7.18. One of my personal friends there on your left-hand side been begging me to mention him on stream, and there you go, V. You're going to have that to look forward to when you come back. Here's Johnny Morello Curlaf on your left-hand side as well. Obviously one of the Scottish record holders for 3x3. We'll see how he gets on in this Pyraminx solve. Looks like a little bit of a pause in his last few edges. Finishes off with a 5.42.
But yeah, just going back to Poland quickly, so they have so many competitions all across the country. So if you want to be getting good at these sprint events, there's going to be tons of rounds for you to compete in. And that is why we've seen this consistent dominance from Poland. But not just in those sprint events now. We see dominance from Poland in so many different events. And that's because they've really expanded the events that they hold. And that is why, I mean, this group in particular is just full of Poles. But so many of the others as well. Speaking of, here's another Polish competitor with a 384.
And we saw previously Jakob Hibser on your screen with, I believe, a 2.52. Counted 3 threes to start off with, so he's not the only one, apart from Caleb, who started off with 3 threes. Speaking of Caleb, he's just walking past our screen, so we'll see him in action in just a second. We'll see how he fares in his 4th solve. Hopefully he can go better than Jakob just now then. Here he goes now alongside the Mexican of Joaquim Ruens Hernandez. Here goes Caleb now. A little bit of a lock up there. Again, it's another one. It's a counting 1.6 for Caleb Wolf-Dunn. 2.41 for the Mexican Joaquim Hernandez on your right-hand side as well. The action's starting to kick off now a little bit, OJ.
Yeah, I mean, those are some very solid times from Caleb. It's not just the single solve now. There's multiple good solves there. I did see Piotr walk onto the stage. It looks like we might be just missing him. Be interesting to see if we can find out what his times have been so far this group.
Well, we'll see elsewhere. Oliver Hutchins still to be entered, but I believe with a 205, a 629, a 287, a 228, who competed in the previous group. Daniel Bremen, this group, a 252, a 312, and a 189. Joachim, as we said earlier, started off with an 814, but a 246 and a 245 to claw back that average. Maximilian Kulas of 168 best singles so far, alongside a 205 and a 237. I am still waiting on Piotr just to see how he's getting on.
I can see it was a 264 and then a 574. I wonder if that was a +2 or if just a completely wrong solution. And then a 217. So there's a couple of consistent mid to low twos in there. We'll see whether that can continue throughout the rest of this round for our streaming boy Piotr.
Well, most of the competitors finally getting into their last two solves of the average for Pyraminx round 1, group 6. We've got lunch in a little bit now, so we're just rounding off this afternoon session, sorry, this morning session, my apologies. What have you seen from this morning session entirely so far? We had a few events already this morning. What have you been impressed by so far, OJ?
So we started off with 5x5, and 5x5 was so interesting. We had 4 groups, and each group was densely packed with some recognizable faces, and obviously Timon got some fantastic singles, wasn't able to break the world record in this round, as I'm sure many people at home were hoping for. But we'll see what he can pull out in the semi-finals later on.
Awesome.
Ooh,
so +2,
I think that's a +2, yeah.
Might be a DNF.
It's not a DNF. As a delegate, I can see, yeah.
It looks very, very unlucky there from, I believe...
Maximilian.
That is Maximilian, yes, 100%. He looks so gutted with that. You see the bang of the table. He's not exactly pleased with that. And of course, you would be with +2ing out of a 1.34 single. Here we go with Arats on your right-hand side. Caleb Wolfdun at the same time, also going with his last solve. We'll see how he gets on. Can he lock in a full sub-2 average? It's a little bit of a slow recognition. It's just
off. It's a low 2.
2.1. He's still very happy regardless. It is going to be a sub-2 average. It was most likely going to put him top of the timing sheets. As we can see, Arats finishing off a 129.
Which is counting, of course.
Which is counting. I believe he's got one more solve to do, or we'll have to see how WCA live data entry is going on. I believe he does have one more solve, potentially, so we see how he gets on. If it is not his last, we'll see how he gets on his last.
It looks like that +2 did not phase him at all. He is still absolutely smashing it with these low 1 second singles.
And a bit of consistency from Jakob Hibser, back into it now with a 204 as well from him. Lots of, again, better averages now. Again, a few people started off slowly, but now they're starting to, grow back into it and might have been hindered inside the middle of their averages. But again, that's how good these top-level Speedcubers are. They just straight away they switch off once they move on from their solve, and they go straight back into the, the swing of things, don't they, OJ?
Well, not all of them. I must say that there are definitely some competitors, you can see how effective they get by their bad results. Like, if you see a competitor slam their fist into the table, I think there's a much higher chance that they'll mess up the next solve too, and you'll see them slam that fist back into the table. But it's those who can calm it down, they can just think, shame that I got that bad solve, still got the rest of the average to go. Those are the sorts of people who can really lock in and get some good stuff. But especially when we come to the European Championship finals, that's when it really matters, because that's when people are thinking, I've only got 1 shot at it, but actually they've got 5. They've got 5 shots to do well, and they have to do well on at least 4 of them. So just 1 bad, you need to push that right out of your mind.
100%. Here's Piotr just in the front of your screens. Arats coming in for his 5th solve as well. Believe that was Maximilian Kulas finishing off with a mid-2 there. So we'll see how he gets on there as we see his data entry coming in a little bit later. Piotr finishing off with a 2 flat. So we'll see where that leaves him in a little bit.
He is smiling about that. I'm sure we can ask him how he got on the stream later on.
Right, let's see how Arats gets on in this last one. A decent single could see him top the timesheets, depending on how Caleb Wolfdun's average will sit. I believe it's going to be around a mid-1.7 average for Caleb, so we'll see how Arats can better that or potentially even match it going into this last solve.
Well, Caleb got a WPA average of 1.79. I'm not entirely sure what it is that Arats needs to beat that. But obviously, with such a good single of 108 and such a disappointing +2, it's a huge range of times. Let's see what he gets.
So 1.4. Very, very happy. And Arats should be going up to the top of the timesheets. What an achievement for that young kid. And
absolutely unfazed.
That will put him in good stead, especially starting top of the timesheets. We've still got a few rounds of Pyramix to go. That is going to put him in a mindset where he can definitely go on and win it, can't he, OJ?
That's got to be in his mind at the moment. He's got to be thinking, if I can win round 1, I know I can win the semi-finals. I know I can win the finals. But will he? Because, as we say, it's such a variable event, and he just needs to hold that nerve. Clearly, he was unfazed by the +2, so hopefully he can bring that sort of energy into the semi-finals and the finals.
Well, we'll see in a second at the top of the timesheets that all of the top 10, as they are coming on the screen now, well, they are the 5x5 results. We're waiting for the Pyramix results, which will hopefully be coming in a second. You can see that the top 10 competitors are all split by around only maybe a tenth and a half, in fairness.
Yep, and I did say, will we see a top 14 that is in the low 2 range? It's looking like the top 14 is going to be 2.29. And so, obviously, that's not requirement at the moment. They just need to get through to the semi-finals, and a lot of competitors do go through to the semi-finals for Pyramix. But, yeah, this is all about what do we think the average will be needed for the final round.
Well, Arats will finish off with a 1.6 average, our first delve into the 1.6 averages for this round of Pyramix. I want to just talk across the entire group in general. OJ, who are you impressed with in particular? Because I've got my eye on one person, but who are you particularly, a little bit of a shock, but who are you impressed with, especially in the group entirely?
Well, I've got to say I'm impressed with Arats. I mean, even though Caleb Wolfdan has done so well in that group, his best single was a 1.61, and Arats' average was 1.60. So Arats, on average, is better than every single solve that Caleb did, and Caleb is looking like he's going to be second in this round. So that's pretty incredible to have such a lead going into the semi-finals.
100%. And my personal one to look out for, Oisin Olwell, the Irishman with a 1.82 PR average. And as we know, we haven't seen many Irish competitors at the top. Obviously, we saw Jack Core podium yesterday in clock, which I thought was a fantastic achievement. And obviously, Kieran Behan obviously competing in both 6x6. No, sorry, not 6x6. It was 7x7 and 4x4 finals yesterday. So obviously, Ireland is starting to get back on the map a little bit, isn't it? Aren't they, OJ?
Yeah, so I mean, it always used to be just Kieran. And I mean, Kieran was basically like, well, there's no point in competing against the fellow Irishman because no one's on my level. So I have to fight against the Europeans. And so he's always been, fighting for the European records and everything. But in recent years, yeah, we've seen such a growth of the speedcubing community in Ireland. They've had so many more competitions. They've had a growth in the delegate team, and it's just amazing to see that it's fostering the environment for much faster competitors across the board, not just Kieran.
Well, that will wrap us up for this morning session here in Arnhem. We've got plenty of finals to come later and a lot of more action at about in an hour's time. So come and join us in about an hour for the afternoon session here from Arnhem. We'll see you guys in a little bit.
See ya. Hello and welcome back to the Rubiks WCA European Championships 2026. It is day 3 of the competition. We're just finishing up lunch now, about to be starting 2x2 round 2. My name is OJ. I am your commentator for some of the semi-finals this afternoon. On the screen right now we have got our 4-blind results. Of course we've got Ryan Eckersley at the top with the best in the mean are the wrong way around at the moment, but he had a best single of 1 minute 14.92, which is so far ahead of the competition, 25 seconds more or less than Simon Praschel. Also, Ryan being the only person in the round to get a mean of 3 with 1:23.06. I believe he said that missed European record by only 0.06 seconds or something like that. So yeah, pretty amazing results from Ryan in that round, and some top results still from Simon Praschel and Mikołaj Morawski. Theodore Chan just narrowly missing out by, I was going to say only 8 seconds. To be fair, 8 seconds is quite a long time for an event like this, but compared to the 25-second gap between Ryan and Simon, it seems like quite a small amount. So coming up in the first wave of 2x2, we have Igor Gładysz from Poland. He is our 7th seed with a PR average of 1.06. In the first round, hang on a second, that was round 1, my bad. We're going to start that again. In top seed from the first round, we have Alexei Tsvetkov from Russia. He was seeded 10th going into this with a 1.09 PR average, but managed to achieve a 1.14 average in round 1. So he's seeded first into our semi-finals. We have given him a 5% chance to win. We'll see what happens when we get to the finals tomorrow. We've also got Anthony Patarakis from the Netherlands. He is the 2nd seed. He came 4th in round 1 with a 1.29 average. Just to highlight some more names as we go into this second round of 2x2. We have got Christian Krier with a 1.23 NR average coming in 2nd place. And Olaf Kuzminski very closely following behind in 3rd place with a 1.24 average. Then we have Anthony with a 1.29, then Emmanuel Schellin with a 1.36 average. And then finishing off in the top 6 is Timon Kolejinski with 1.39. And then we have Stefan Zajder, Theodore's older brother, with a 1.40. Theodore himself coming 20th with a 1.57. We should still see him on the orange stage, I believe. So yeah, lots of famous faces in this 2x2 semi-finals coming up. Whilst we're still waiting for the 2x2 guys to start, we've also got the results from the 5-blind. We have Ezra Hershey in 1st place with a 3 minutes .60, which is 17 seconds ahead of Simon Praschel, getting 2 2nd places in 4-blind and 5-blind with a 3:17.51. And then in 3rd place we have Daniel Volin with a 3:21.72. Ryan Eckersley, the clear winner of 4-blind round 1 or finals, only managed a 3:28, which put him 7 seconds behind the 3rd place podium. Okay, let's begin 2x2 semi-finals. We're watching Max Tully right now.
Max Tully, 3rd seed for the competition with a PR average of 1.00, placing just 11th in round 1, starting off with a 1.33, which he doesn't like to be too happy with. Moving on now. The thing about 2x2 is that it's always anyone's game. Theodore has the largest chance to win, but that is just 31%. A lot of these top competitors have a chance to win of around 10%, and there are upwards of 10 possible people who could take the win in the finals.
I'm not quite sure what Theodore got on Solve 1. We did just have the runner blocking the display there. Looks like it was a 1.14, which is an incredible start for him. A 1.27 from Anthony Patarakis. 122 here, 120 there. There's lots of low 1-second solves in all of these, of course. Luke Garrett with a bit of a lock-up. Still gets a sub 1. Sorry, sub 2. Alexei Svetkov now with a 144. He got a bit of a nod there. 126 from Olaf Kuzminski. Tommy Keeley with a 1.5 on Solve 1 and a 1.4 on Solve 2.
We are looking at around a 1.5 average, which will end up making finals.
And a 1.93 just there as well. Max Tully coming up for Solve 2 on the right here. It's a 1.32. Some consistent, solid turning there. An unhappy 1.7. It shows, you know, even though it's such a fast time, there's so much room for improvement.
Got a quick glimpse there of Anthony Patarakis. Anthony Patarakis, of course, the first European to break the sub 1 barrier with a 0.97 average in 2024. He's been tipped at a chance to win of 7% and achieved 4th in round 1.
1.52 for Harry Allen. Anthony just doing the second solve now. Oh, and that's a lot of moves. That is a 3.18. Possibly did the wrong solution, had to switch it up halfway through. Theodore Zeider going into Solve 3 very soon. Let's see what he can get.
Theodore Zeider here, seeded first for the competition.
And that's the first sub 1 of the round.
Fantastic 0.91 there.
He's trying to calm down the crowd. He's like, come on guys, other people are solving.
Theodore averages around 1.1. He didn't have a great performance in round 1, achieving a 1.57 average, which would not put him through into the final should he do that again. But he is on fantastic pace so far with a 1.1 and a 0.9. That will set him up, hopefully, if he keeps that up, in a great seed going into the finals. It is still all to play for. 14 spaces available in those finals.
Oh no, and a 1.21 plus 2 just then. Those plus 2s are killer on 2x2. It's such a huge amount of the solve. 1.29.
Unfortunately, these speeds, a plus 2 is essentially the same as a DNF.
We have Olaf Kuzminski. Yeah, 1.67, does not look happy with that. Max Tully with a 1.52. Stefan Zeider with a 1.27. Stefan's doing well. 1.88 for Jacob Schoen-Brown, a 1.46 for the competitor on the left. I mean, these solves are just flying past. It's impossible to keep up with everyone's scores. If you want to follow on WCA Live, we do have some tracking of results. Harry Allen with a 1.84, not happy with that. Alexei Tsvetkov with a 1.44. Anthony preparing himself for the next solve. Checking out the different angles, checking out the different faces. Oh, a bit of a fumble there, 2.22. Theodore looked at that result and thought, I can do better than that. Oh, Theodore with a 1.16. Of course, it's a counting time for Theodore. Not many people can say they've had a 1.16 counting, especially not in the European Championship semi-final. Bit of a lucky solution for Matteo de Witt there, 1.59. I say a lucky solution, it looked very clean. There's just a slight lock-up, and then, you know, for a 2x2 solver, that's basically the solve over.
That was a very clean 1.39, very consistent speed and execution there.
Luke Garrett now. A long pause of the hands on the timer.
An incredibly long solution, 2.7 for Luke.
Maybe didn't quite know what he was going to do. Maybe that's why he hesitated on the timer so long. Tommy Keeley with a 1.5, a 1.4, a 1.3, and now a 1.6. James Alonso with a 1.49. We know that's following up from a 1.62 earlier. More sub-twos. Unfortunately, high sub-twos are not going to be making it through to the final. As impressive as it is the low 1 second solves and the mid 1 second solves that are needed in this round. Looks like we've started off with 2+2s here, so this average has probably gone a 2.07. This competitor is frustrated. Olaf Kuzminski now. Slight hesitation, but 1.56. Got a 1.47 for Sweden. Apologies for not knowing everyone's names, but these guys are going past way too quickly for me to understand who everyone is. We do on the left have Stefan Zeider. It looks like Olaf Kuzminski just switched up his 2x2. Maybe there wasn't something quite right about it. Maybe the lube wasn't quite feeling right. For some people, it might even just be superstition. So he swapped it out. Hopefully in the next two solves, he'll be feeling a bit better about that cube.
So far, Theodor Zeider is taking an early lead after those first three solves. He's counting so far a 1.14.
And likely will be counting the 1.16 as well. But now for his brother, Stefan Zeider, for solve number 3. Oh dear, that solution has not gone right at all. That is a 4.51 for him. Anthony Patarakis on solve 4. Small lockup at the end, 1.69. I believe this is Theodore with a 101.
That 101 is counting.
Now, there's no chance of a sub-1 average in this round for Theodore, but he is definitely going to get a low 1 second average. I'm not yet sure of his WPA, but it's going to be around the 1.09-ish mark, I would say. Which currently is putting him miles above the competition in this semi-finals. A DNF there for Jacob Schoen-Brown.
Anthony Patarakis now counting a 2.22. He's going to need a really incredible performance on the other solves if he wants a shot in the finals.
James Alonso from the UK on the right. Very clean solution, 1.61 for him. A 1.50 for another Polish competitor. So many Polish competitors in this top 2x2 group. And speaking of, here we have Timon Klozinski. Seeded 6th into this competition. Let's see what he can pull out now. He has been focusing on 2x2 a bit more recently. Very clean 1.24. Looked happy with that. And a 1.72 to finish off. Unfortunately, won't be enough with that counting +2, most likely. Alexei Svetkov just starting now with solve number 3. Seems to be a couple of solves behind everyone else. I wonder how that will affect his mental state going into this solve. Ooh, bit of a lock-up of a 1.62. It's very consistent for him. Max Tully now. Not the smoothest of turning. We got 1.42 for him. Luke Garrett with a 169 did not look happy. Potentially looked like he had to pause after the first layer. In the back with the 1.57, looks like they're trying to figure out if they're going to make it through to the next round. And a 1.56 here in the front. Now let's go to Theodore. There's a 106 to finish off for Theodore. A very strong finish that will then be counting along with the 108 and the 114. So when I said he was likely going to be counting that 116 earlier, that was actually incorrect. Turns out the 116 will be his worst solve of this average. Much, much better than he did in the first round, which is good, because if he'd have performed like he did in the first round, he would not be making the finals. And now he's going into the finals in the top seed. He's come from 20th to 1st. So clearly he's managed to pull it back together in time for the semi-finals. Timon Klozinski now with a complete cube fumble, falling right into his irons, back onto the table at 3.98. Anthony Patarakis with a 136. He's not happy with the average. He knows that 2.22 is counting. Oh no, James Alonso with a DNF. Did not get the right EG case.
James Alonso then counting a 3.30, which will put him out of the running for the finals.
Tommy Keeley finishing off very strongly with a 1.32. I believe that will qualify him, probably. Max Tully going in for what I believe is solve number 5 now. Let's see whether he can clutch this up.
Max Tully starting off with a 3.33. He cannot afford to count it, and he doesn't. Finishing off with a 1.21.
That's put him in a very good position going into this final round. A cube fumble leading into a +2 for the competitor on the right. Trying so desperately to fix the mistake after the cube drop and still not managing to correct that move. Let's see how Luke Garrett can perform on Solve 5. Solve 5 has been very good for a lot of people. And it looks like he got the wrong last layer case. Had to finish off with a Y-perm. Didn't even want to finish it. Alexei Svetkov going in for Solve 5, or maybe Solve 4 now. It is Solve 4. He is still one solve behind everyone else. He will be having to do that last solve on his own.
Alexei has a consistent performance so far.
143, just finished that off with quite a solid turn.
Alexei now with a 144, a 144, and a 143.
That is incredibly consistent. Timon Kolodziejski, solve 4. Is a 140. There's 4 consistent solves for him. He knows that's going to make it into finals. He doesn't have to worry about +2ing the last solve. Olaf Kuzminski in for the final solve. Looks like he'll be progressing either way, but a 1.20 is a very solid finish. And we have a 0.81 from this competitor. I'm not entirely sure who they are. He's not appearing on our stat sheet. That is the fastest single of the round.
That will be Aitor Ibanez Maria from Spain, pulling out the fastest single of the round there.
He came 17th in round 1, which would not qualify him for the finals, but I think his performance was much better in this round, especially with that 0.8 to finish off.
It certainly was. It's looking like Aitor Ibanez Laria will be going in 2nd seed so far with the results that have come in.
Emmanuel Schellin, we've not really seen much of them on stream, but got a 0.82, which is not quite the fastest round. Of course, we can still see the 0.81 in the background there. Alexei, again, trailing slightly behind the group, is going to be doing Solve 5 now, along with Timon, who's just coming up to the stage. These will be our last 2x2 solves of this round, I believe. There might be a couple more left. Currently, the pacing has got Harry Allen as the 14th seed with 1.66. And I don't believe there are any non-European competitors in that top 14, so it looks like that will be it. Timon starting a solve number 5 now. Yeah, it's not the correct solution. 242, not what he's looking for. Should still be enough, we believe. Oh, might not be.
No.
It seems like I missed the 398 that he got. Or at least I forgot about it. That might knock Timon out of that top 14 position. Alexei, though, very consistent average so far. Oh, and a corner twist. 271. Alexei gets WPA. We'll see very soon exactly who will be progressing through to the finals of 2x2.
Moving on to Mega Mix, round 2, 1.
Christian Kriya, who plays 2nd seed in round 1. Unfortunately, looks like
nope, he's just been bumped up.
He's just been bumped up. He's right on the cusp right now, holding 14th seed, the final position of 2x2. With a 1.71.
We still need the last results for Timon and Alexei to be put in.
And
Alexei's has been put in. As soon as Timon's go in, we should know. Yep, that's right. Jacob Sherwin-Brown from the UK has just moved up into 14th seed. He will be probably progressing through to the finals. Unless there's anyone that we haven't tracked, but I think it is very unlikely. We were tracking all of the top seeds. So, that was 2x2. That was intense. A lot of very fast solves. A lot of moving around between competitors. 2x2 and all the sprint events for the semi-finals are always so chaotic. It's hard to track everyone who's going through. We're moving on to Megaminx round 2. Now, the first place from round 1 is the reigning European champion, Aidan Granger, former world record single holder, also from the UK. We'll see whether he can keep his top spot as he goes into the 2nd round of Megaminx. In C2, we have Stephanie Rose Martin from Ireland. They got, again, the 2nd best average, only 0.4 seconds behind Aidan with a 27.91 average. Stephanie only competed in 2023 for the first time. I spoke to Sean a little bit about her progression. He said within a year, her average had dropped significantly and she was starting to get like already super great times. And then just within the last few months, it's really been taken off for her. Her PR average is now 25.93, which is the 4th best average in the world. Her single is 23.47, which is 6th in the world. and we've got her placed as even faster than Aiden in terms of her last results.
So let's talk a little about this battle between Stephanie and Aiden, because Megaminx, it is going to be a 2-horse race. With Timothy not here, it is just Aiden and Stephanie contending for the top spot. So let's start off with Aiden, who was our top seed from round 1. He averages low 28. We put him at a chance to win of 37%. However, he's a very, very experienced competitor. He's here at his 3rd European Championship. He is the reigning champion for Megaminx. He won in 2024. He came 5th at the World Championship.
So close to getting the podium. I remember that. That was heartbreaking.
Just missed out on the podium. And he knows how to handle his nerves. He's had a lot of championship final experience. And he's got that kind of grit to him that will hopefully see him through. On the other hand, you've got Stephanie Rose Martin, who is at her 1st ever championship, but she does average that little bit faster than Aiden. So she averages around mid-27 in competition. At home, she apparently averages a lot faster. But that half a second difference, it really comes down to the fact that can she keep that up with all the stress, with all the pressure, or can Aiden edge that extra half a second forward to claim the win in the final?
That's right. We've got her down as a 63% chance to win. We'll hopefully see in this round whether there's any nerves associated with the fact that maybe she was a bit more of an unknown name going into this competition. Coming 2nd in round 1, she's no longer the unknown name. I mean, we know who she is. We know who we're looking out for, and I'm sure a lot of people in the audience will be looking out for her as well, and we've just got to see whether she can overcome the nerves that would be associated with that, and place obviously should pretty much be guaranteed to get into the final, but we'll see how she faces off against Aiden. Will she end up on top in this round? What do you think?
I think Stephanie, now she's had a bit of experience in round 1, I'm hoping she's going to be able to apply that into round 2 to calm her nerves and hopefully pull off a great performance. This is going to be a real battle of styles when it comes to Megaminx. We have got Aiden Granger, who is widely known for his raw speed and flow of turning, against Stephanie, who is a very smart solver. She's a little slower with turning, but she makes up for that with some incredible solutions, great alg knowledge, and a lot of advanced techniques like pseudo S2L. So essentially, this is a question of what wins, brute speed or smart and steady.
Turning. We've now got Prabhav Rajaman Nayak, also from Ireland, seeded 5th into this competition, seeded 4th from round 1, starting off with a 32.42. That is on par with the speed that they typically average. And now Jan Zik from Poland, seeded 10th in the competition, but came 3rd in round 1.
So Janzik PR'd in round 1 with a 30.90 average to secure that bronze seed for round 2. He generally averages around 34 seconds, so to pull off a high 30 average is incredible.
And then we have the classic Daniel Partridge. Look to see if he's on stream.
So we're going to find out this round. Did Jan get lucky in round 1, or has he been practicing and made a big improvement? That 37 he started off with does not seem to spell well for him, though.
We've got 2 more Polish competitors at the moment. I believe we have Magdalena Pabisz on the left and Tomasz Pietruszka. Sean Moran from the UK finishing off with a 31.48 on solve 1. Magdalena is shaking her head during the solve. This looks like it's not going to be great for her. 38.40. With Tomasz finishing off with a 32. And now we have Aiden Granger in the right.
Aiden Granger, he usually averages around 28 seconds, so something better than 28 is what he's going to be hoping for. And if he wants to beat Stephanie's usual average, he's going to be looking for that mid to low 27 average this round.
Aiden did get the world record single of 22.89 in 2025. He also has the national record for 3x3 single in the UK with a sub 4, a 3.69. Aiden finishing with a high 29, slightly off pace for him. And Stephanie just sitting down next to him, ready to start solve number 1.
So Stephanie's going to want to beat that high 29 from Aiden. She's hopefully going to want a 27. Let's see what she can pull off.
Juliette Sebastien from France with a 37.
So Stephanie Rose, quite a force to be reckoned with. I mean, the speed of her improvement is something we rarely see in cubing. She debuted Megaminx in 2024, just 2 years ago, with a 1 minute 10 average, already better than most competitors. Within a year, she was averaging 36 seconds. Here she is,
Very
2 years
good start.
later, getting a 26.6 in a European Championship semi-finals.
That is on pace for her typical solving. We now go back to Prabhash, the other Irish competitor in this round. We have given Prabhav a chance to podium of 46%. Obviously, we're expecting Aiden and Stephanie to be seeds 1 and 2. We'll see who comes out on third.
Prabhav is going to want a 30, 31 average if he wants a chance at podium. Low 31.
Of course, there'll be no podiums in this round. It is all about who comes first, second, and third in the Megaminx finals, which will be later on today. We are scheduled for a 20-7 start European time, barring any delays.
Janczyk up now for Poland, our 9th seed, pulling off a spectacular personal record average in round 1 to take the 3rd seed. He's been placed at a chance at podium of 1%, but he's already proven to us that he can do it.
I tell you what, not many people at this competition have got at least 1%.
But there's Jan getting a 37, which will now be counting paired with his first 37.
Sean Moran from the UK on the right. Is a good finish. Oh, a 31.63. Looks like perhaps not the finish he wanted, though. Magdalena with a 32. Better than the first solve, but still does not look happy with that result. Juliette Sebastien on the left and Aiden Granger on the right. And I'm sure we'll get some focus on him in a second.
Aiden solving now.
I don't know about you, but to me, Aiden looks cool, calm, and collected. This is just one more Megaminx solve for him.
He does. You can really see the speed and flow state he gets into as he turns. Almost pauseless.
You really do not need to think about whether you're going to be going into the finals in first, second, or third position. Either way, he's going to be making it in. He just wants to do as best as he can in this round for his own results' sake. 28.63. Again, slightly off pace for him, but only slightly. He will be hoping for better than that in the next 3 solves. Stephanie now beginning solve 2.
Stephanie, a mid-27 global in competition. You can watch her that she did her start on right during F2L. Very interesting technique.
A bit of hesitation recognizing that OLL.
A little lock up on PLL, but still managed a 27.11. That means that the 26.61 from the first solve will be counting.
Yeah, that's very good PLL recognition from Stephanie there.
So Stephanie pulling away the early lead against Aiden Granger. It's looking like so far, she might be sitting in that first chair on the finals for the top seed.
Oh no, bit of a fumble with the AUF there, but that's still a 31, which is still a good time for Prabhav.
We are now following Luke Garrett. We caught a glimpse there of Pablo Amaraga Velasco of Spain starting his second serve. He was off to a flying start on the first serve, getting the second fastest time on the first serve of 27.95, just 0.2 seconds off his personal record single. He's been placed at a chance to podium of 2%. He usually averages around 34 seconds, but starting off with a high 27 will put him in a really great position. And he finishes his second serve with a 35. He can't afford to count that.
32 for Magdalena, still not happy with how the solves are going so far.
We're seeing a lot of people get those slower times. They're a little bit worse than their usual competition global. I'm wondering if it is the nerves. The crowd is starting to build up on the grandstands. I'm wondering if they're feeling the pressure of the semi-finals.
The heat is starting to get a bit hotter as well. It was nice and cool this morning, but we are starting to feel the warmth. It will probably get worse as the day goes on, so I imagine the final would be even worse than this. We'll just have to see how it all plays out.
Jansish solving now.
At 31, that is a decent solve.
Unfortunately, given his counting 37, he's not looking for a top 3 seed contention this round by the looks of it.
It will still all be to play for in the finals later on today, though. Aiden Granger going in for solve 3 now.
Aiden has lost to Stephanie on the first 2 solves. He needs something good here to take back some of that lead against her.
Interesting, Stephanie said that she took some inspiration from both Aiden and Alamel for how she solves this Megaminx.
26-second PLL and 28-second finish. That might be enough to beat Stephanie. It's not quite Stephanie. Third solve, 27.65. Very consistent performance from Stephanie. 3.27 so far. That is placing her strongly against Aiden Granger.
I wonder what that will do to her nerves as well. Obviously, in round 1, she got a very good average, but still lost to Aiden. Going into the finals, potentially in first seed, that might start playing on her mind. That might start making her think, oh gosh, I can beat Aiden. It's very easily doable. I just need to make sure that I keep everything together in this final. And that is where the mental game really kicks in. We'll see whether the nerves affect her. We'll see whether the nerves affect Aiden as much as well. We know that he does get nervous. He was very shaky during PLR stage in the World's Finals.
But let's talk a little bit about Sean Moran, who right now is third going into Solve 3. So Sean Moran seeded third for the competition, but he's not quite been on his A game lately. His recent performance, he's averaging about 33. It looks like he's bringing it back a bit here. He's got a 31, a 31, and a 29. That is at the very least 2 counting 31s. That should smash that usual average of 33. If he can keep that up, he will be going into the finals in those coveted top 3 seats. We'll have to see how he performs on Solve 4 and 5.
Yeah, Sean Moran was not able to make it into the European Championships 2024. This is his second European Championships. At his debut in 2022, he managed to get 3rd. Since then, he has slipped behind Aiden in the UK rankings. We do still have him as an 11% chance to podium. Here he is solving now.
Sean Moran 3rd in 2022 at the European Championship. 4 years on now, does he still have it? He's going to be chasing another 31 or better. Very, very smooth finish. What's that, 32.88?
It does not look like a +2 to me, but they are going to get that checked out. Jan Zeich on the left here. Juliet Sebastian on the right. A 37 for Jan. Looks like we needed 2 OLL AUGs there to get through it, and 2 PLL AUGs as well. Last layer recognition clearly has suffered there for the Swedish competitor. 33.13 for Tomasz from Poland. Aiden Granger clearly looking out at the UK contingent in the crowd, trying to get them to hype him up a little bit. He looks very calm on this stage. Billy Millie with a 35. Let's see if we can catch Aiden on his solve. The tower is just updating with all of the recent results that have been entered. 25.56.
That's got some claps from the crowd. Our best single of the round so far. It's exactly what Aiden needs after a not so strong start in his first few solves.
And a 30.84 for Magdalena Pabish. That is the first solve that she's been happy with. This is Luke Garrett now on solve number 5 of the Megaminx semi-finals at the Rubiks WCA World Championship 2026. Not World Championship, it says World Championship. It's a European Championship. It's my bad for reading the screen. Looks like Luke's got quite a lot of S2L left at the mid-30s mark. Yeah, it feels like he's given up on this solve in a way. Anthony Stoyek with a 33.99. I think he was happy with that. I think I heard the yes from over here. Daniel Partridge from the UK getting it 8.35. Looks like Sean Moran has just started solving as well. We might be able to see his result in a bit. And Tomasz is starting off now, 6 seconds into the solve. Sean Moran with a 31.32. That's got a smile. Looks like he's calculating the average. I'm sure we'll see exactly what that is a bit later on once we've got all of the results entered.
So Sean Moran has 3 counting mid-31, so I'm going to take a stab that Sean has ended up with a mid-31 average.
Yeah, Sean seems to average about 33 seconds, so 3:31s is pretty good for him. Tomasz finishing off with a 32.23. Juliet Sebastian with a 38.55. A bit of a grimace on her face. Not sure if that will be good enough for the finals. So we will soon be coming to the end of Megaminx round 2.
It's looking like it's going to be about a 32-second average to get through to the finals. It's still in the air with people not having done their 5th solve.
I can't quite remember, but I think we might have missed solve number 4 for Stephanie. She got a 26.12.
Sorry, I meant 36-second average to make it through. We're seeing some people start to finish up now. Sean Moran predicted 4th with that mid-31 average. Magdalena Parbish not far behind, seeded 5th with a low 32 average. Still yet to see how Stephanie, Aiden and Pablo finish.
That looks like a potential +2 for that Swedish competitor. Coming up next, we will have the Scube semi-finals, so expect the chaos that was 2x2 semi-finals to return. I'd expect a lot more +2s, a lot more fast times.
Pablo finishing off his 4th solve there with a 28. I tell you what, that is counting for Pablo, and as someone with a PR average of 32, a counting 28 and a counting 30, he is very, very much on pace for a new personal record average.
I believe it already is, right? We'll see his WPA in a second, but unless my maths is incorrect, I believe that is already a new PR average for Pablo, which will be the national record average for Spain.
And that is only 4 solves in, so with an extra 5th solve, he could completely smash it. He already has a counting 30 and a 28 with a 27 in his back pocket as his best time. If he can just pull off another 28, 29, 30, as he seems to be doing, he could smash that Spanish national record by several seconds.
Stephanie finishing off now with a 29. Looks a little bit unhappy with that. Obviously, that is worse than the rest of her solves. It still will keep her in the lead as far as we're aware, unless Aiden pulls off something amazing. Actually, no, it looks like her WPA was better than Aiden's BPA, so no matter how bad that last solve would have been, that does seed her as first in the European Championship finals.
So that will be a 27.46 average for Stephanie, right on pace with her competition global of mid-27.
Aiden finishing off now. If he is able to get a BPA with another 25 or less, he would be only slightly behind Stephanie. However, it does not really matter either way. Even if he gets WPA on this solve, he'll be seeded second into the final. So really, the solve is completely irrelevant, but let's see what he can get. It is another sub-30. It is a 29. 29 flat will slightly better his average after the 29.87. He will be going into second round in seed 2.
So we saw Aiden take the lead in round 1, securing a 0.6 second lead on Stephanie. Here, In round 2, we've now seen Stephanie clutch it back, taking the lead by a full second on Aiden. I mean, it really, really is going to be anyone's game in the final, and I think it's going to come down to their ability to handle the nerves just as much as it does their Megaminx skills.
So you're telling me that out of the 2 fastest seeds for Megaminx, both of them have won one round at this European Championship. Aiden won round 1, and then Stephanie has won the semi-finals. It is anyone's game out of just those 2 competitors when it comes to the winner of Megaminx. And lining up for 3rd place, we've still got one more solve for Pablo. And Sean Moran has slipped into 4th ahead of Magdalena. So those are the competitors to watch out for when it comes to that 3rd place. Sean seeing whether he can replicate the 3rd place he managed at 2022. And hopefully we will be focusing in on Pablo for the final solve of his average. I don't believe he is on the stage yet. I'm hoping that we haven't missed that last solve.
And here he is, the man himself, Pablo Amaroga Velasco of Spain. He has already beaten the Spanish national record average in just 4 solves. He's here, solve 5. He's got 1 great solve under his belt, just 0.2 seconds off his PR single. If he can count another great solve, he will smash the Spanish national record by at least 2 seconds. And he's off with inspection. So Pablo, another one of our competitors who tries to focus on smart solutions and efficiency over raw speed. Great all-rounder with a specialism in Megaminx. I'm sure he already knows he has the NR locked in.
There must be a small amount of additional pressure here, being the last one solving. Everyone else has done solve 5 a while ago. Just finishing off here, we can't quite see the timer. I'm not sure what it will be.
And that's a 31.65. Smashing the Spanish national record average. Let's see what time.
Yeah, that has prevented the 35 he got on solve 2 from counting, which will knock down that average by a good second and a bit.
It absolutely will.
That will seat him in 3rd, I believe. We'll get that updated once we have that final time in. And now we have gone straight into the Scube semi-finals. In the semi-finals, in seed 2, we have Ariel Benchetrit. I'm just trying to find out who our first seed was. A 1.02, I'm not entirely sure who that was from, but that was an incredible time.
So let's talk a little bit about the top Scube competitors who will be competing in this round. Our first seed from round 1 is Ignacy Samsalski from Poland. He is the world record holder for Scube with an average of 1.37. He is also the reigning world champion and European champion. He is one of the most decorated competitors in their respective events at this championship, and he is back with a vengeance, ready to take another gold.
Yeah, there's not many events where we can say that right here at the European Championships we have the world records, European champion, world champion, and it's the same guy. There aren't too many world records that Europe holds at the moment that we get to see playing out in these semi-finals and finals at the European Championship. It looks like he is just sitting down on the left to start the first solve of this semi-final. This is Ignacy Samselski from Poland. In the back right, we also have Ariel Benchetrit, who is from the UK, was seeded second after round 1. We have him at a 10% chance to win. Unfortunately, I can't tell whether this is Ariel or Ignacy, given they both have the same color shirt. A 1.21 to start off for Ignacy. Looks a bit unbelieving at that. Perhaps there was something a bit faster possible. I mean, we have already seen a very low 1 second time. Ariel Benchetrit just starting the solve now in the left. A 1.15, a very solid start from Ariel. Not the fastest we've seen so far, but faster than that world champion, Ignacy. Matteo de Witt just preparing themselves for solve number 1. Oh, sorry, this is solve number 2 for Matteo. He is the one with the 1.10. And a big fumble on that, 3.66. If you saw that time in WCA Live alone, you might even think that that was a +2. But no, it was just a unfortunate solve for him. Oh, a big fumble there from the Irish competitor.
Scube, once again, one of those events where it could really be anyone's game.
A 144, a very solid solve there. Very happy with that one. If he can keep that up for the rest of the round, he will be making it through into round 2. Looks like a DNF by a U-perm. A 2.52 for Jaime Gonzalez from Spain. I believe this is Tomasz again. We've just seen him competing in Megaminx, and immediately he were into Scube. And Ignacy has sat down on the right. We will be getting his solve once he is warmed up. A 2.35 from Tomasz. And now a fellow Polish competitor, Ignacy Samselski.
So Ignacy, he's 15. As we said, massively decorated, world champion, European champion, world record holder. He has a PR average of 1.37. He won round 1 with an average of 1.83, but with the variability of Scube, he's only been given a chance to win of 20%.
I tell you what, that reaction says it all. He's been here before. He's been on this stage before. He knows what's happening. He knows how to get that buzz from the crowd, how to follow that hype train. Ariel Benchetrit starting solve number 2 now. A bit of a fumble. It is 1.82 for him.
We saw some really great performances on that first scramble. It seemed that it was a really easy solution, which is why we've seen some such great times. Jacob Levy with a 1.02. Matteo de Wit setting a new national record for the Netherlands with a 1.10. And Tomasz Piotruszka with a 0.97 single, the first sub-1 of the round.
So yeah, when we saw that 1.21 from Ignacy, where he kind of smiled and as if to say that could have been better. Yeah, I mean, looking at the results that are coming in from Scramble 1, that scramble must have been pretty amazing. I mean, a sub-1 is so rare on Scube. It's hard to remember, you know, just how long it took before Scube finally got a sub-1 single. 2.68 from Daniel Adal. And a 189 from Jaime Gonzalez. This will be our last semi-final of the day, I believe. We are moving on to 3x3 next. 3x3 is split over 8 different waves, so we will be having a very wide spread of competitors throughout these next few groups. If you want to know who will be competing when, I would recommend heading over to competitiongroups.com, heading over to the stream tab, and you will see all of our fastest competitors and when they will be competing. And we'll be here the whole day. The 153 has gotten a small round of applause. It didn't look like they were happy with it though. Potentially there was a faster result somewhere else that was off screen though. Oh, I am not sure if that is a +2. Seems like they think it is fine. Does not need the delegate discretion despite Hex being right behind them.
Ariel Benchet in the back there. We have missed their first 2 solves. However, they got a 1.15 on the first scramble and a 1.82 on the second scramble, putting them in second seed going into the third solve. Ariel Benchet not being given the highest chance to win at just 10%. However, they are seeded first based on recent performance, averaging approximately 1.9 seconds. They only managed to get 11th at the World Championship last year and 3rd at the most recent European Championship. They are back, they are better than ever, and potentially they might be here to take home the gold.
We saw another 3-second solve from Matteo de Wit. That will be counting. I think Ariel has stood up and finished the solve. We did not catch that one on stream, unlike the first 2, unfortunately. Ignacy just sitting down on the right. It will be solve number 4 for him.
Pep Eden solving on the right here of Sweden.
Oskar Hanushevitz has just got a 1.69 over on the green stage. There's a big celebration of that. Big cheer from the crowd.
That might spell that there is a good scramble coming up, potentially.
Either that or they're so far behind that they're doing scramble 1. Oh no, this did not look like the correct solution for Ignacy, a 3.24. We have got to hope that that last solve does not also end up as a 3, whether it be from messing up or from a +2. 2.16, a very solid finish.
We've not seen much. We've not seen much of Wojciech Groman so far of the Czech Republic. However, he's just broken the Czech Republic national record with an average of 1.47, beating his previous national record by 0.09 seconds. He's presently our top seed. Fantastic average there. Some great scrambles, and Wojciech really performed on them.
I tell you what, I think this last scramble might be a good one based on the reaction. Oh no! An absolute explosion of pieces just on the scramble that we were saying would potentially be a great one as well. We have got to keep all of our eyes on Ignacy and Ariel as we get into that final scramble. Hopefully it is something good, and hopefully we'll be able to see something special from both of them. Ignacy's best possible average is 1.41, which is only just slightly better than Wojciech's average. So Ignacy could still go into the finals in first seed. But it's looking more likely to be second seed. I believe this is Ariel now. Solve number 4.
Ariel so far has about 1.15, 1.82, and a 2.29. What's that?
A 2.15. It looks like that wasn't Ariel though. We swapped cameras a bit there. We weren't entirely sure what was happening. We do have Ariel, who takes a very long time to prepare themselves for these solves. Starting solve number 4 now. A very solid solve. 1.62. I believe that will be putting him through into the final no matter what. Ignacy finishes off with a 1.60. That will also put him into the next round. I do not think that is good enough for the top seed for either of them though. We will have to see what Ariel gets on this last scramble. Solid performances from all of our top seeds here. We haven't seen many mess-ups. If we have, there's only been on one individual solve. Ariel's worst time so far is a 2.29, which puts their worst possible average as still being sub 2. So Ariel will be guaranteed to get through to the finals, we believe. Tomasz with the sub 1 earlier, I believe. Getting a 2 flat on the last. Looked a lot happier with that than expected, but perhaps that's because that solidifies the position in the final round. Yeah, looking at Tomasz's results, his third best time was a 2.35, and it looks like the position in the finals is very on the edge for him. So that's why the 2 flat was such a celebration, because that might have been what either secures or lets loose his position in the finals.
So Ariel stopping now. He is out of the running for top seed. He can still get second seed if he manages to get a 1.15 or better.
Yeah, it is only BPA that can possibly beat Ignacy.
We have seen some pretty decent performances on the 5th scramble so far. We've also seen some not great performances. It seems it's a middle of the pack scramble. I'm not sure, and I don't think that Ariel will be able to pull off a 1.1 on this. They're going to want a high 1 or better to stay in 3rd seed. They could get pushed down as far as 6th seed.
Oh no, and it looked like both a lockup and an incorrect solution. That is worst possible average for Ariel. That still puts him at an average of 1.91, which I believe will be 6th place. 5th place perhaps? I think 5th place.
Round 1, Group 1, coming up.
We are just finishing off Scube semi-finals. If you would like to tune in for the final, you can do so at 6:15.
Your certificates can be picked up at the info desk.
For now, we will be having 3x3 round 1, and after 3x3 round 1, we will be having our finals of the day. Starting at 10 to 6, we have 6x6, followed by Scube, then Megaminx, and then 2x2. So we're going back and forth between these longer events and the shorter events, which I'm so glad about because that gives us a bit of a breather in between those sprint events.
So let's do a quick summary of the semi-finals of today so far. So we just saw Scube, we saw Wojciech Groman of Czech Republic take that top seed, setting a new national record average for the Czech Republic of 1.47. He is our second seed for the competition. He's also the world record single holder. I did not expect to see him take the win, but perhaps I should have, because he's been placed a chance to win of 21%, narrowly beating out Ignacy Samselski, who's been placed a chance to win of 20%. He's really pushed above his round 1 position of 9th to secure that top seed. We'll have to see. I'm expecting Cube champion to be either Wojciech, Ariel, or Ignacio, but it could go either way, and there are some other names who could come forward and clutch it.
Yeah, that's right, like Alex Rosado, Saez de la Lang Garcia with a 1.79 average. That is a fair bit behind seeds 1 and 2. Of course, there was the 9-second solve on the last one, which was a complete pop. And to be fair, actually, to be able to pop a Scube like that and fix it within 9 seconds is pretty impressive. It would normally take me a few minutes just to fix a Scube. And then, of course, we have Frank Lindblom from Sweden with the 1.87 average in 4th seed. So it looks like, you know, first place, probably a few people that could get it, but the podium is well open to several people.
Yeah, Scube is one of those events where really it can go either way. There is no clear-cut winner. This is no 7x7. Scube is a beast of its own, and I'm really excited to see how people are going to be able to perform in the finals. Who's going to crush under the pressure? Who is going to soar under the pressure? We'll have to find out. We saw 2x2 finals today as well. We saw a great performance from Teodor Zajda with an average of 1.07, beating off 2nd and 3rd place by a huge margin, a 20% margin. He could definitely do it, but 2x2 once again, just one of those events where anyone can win, and the tiniest of mistakes can lose you out on the title.
I mean, put simply, if he repeats his semi-final performance, he will win. If he puts through his first round performance, he will lose. He would be worse than the last seed in that round. And the other semi-final we've had already, sorry, yeah, semi-final? Yeah, is Megaminx, where we saw Stephanie just beat Aiden Granger, which she was not able to do in round 1, so it was amazing to see that these two are trading places in round 1 and round 2. We will be beginning round 3, sorry, 3x3, 3x3 round 1. And in which case, I shall be saying goodbye to everyone, and we will say hello to another commentator shortly. Thanks everyone for tuning in for these semi-finals, and I hope you all enjoy 3x3 round 1.
Welcome back to the stream, guys, and we have on now Henry Bennett, the star of this weekend. How are you feeling, Henry?
Well, I wouldn't say star at all, but stars are currently on our screens, and this is where we get down to why everybody is here at this event. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first round of 3x3 1 here at the 2026 live from Arnhem in the Netherlands. We are in for an absolute ride for these next hours or so. We've got a few top players to look at in this first group. I'm here two before I shoot off to then compete myself, and then I'll come back and we'll do the rest of the groups. So let's start off with a few of them, one of which is on our screens at the moment. It's Ianis Shelley. Tell us a little bit about Ianis.
So Ianis Kosvinkeli, he is the best competitor of Wave 1. He's 15 years old, from Romania. He is our 9th seed of the competition. He has a personal record average of 5.33. Ianis is the only person in this group who has been given a chance to podium above 1%. Ianis has a 6% chance to podium. He's currently got the national record average and single for Romania, and he is here at his 3rd European Championship after coming 6th at Euros in 2024.
And we'll look at the rest of the top solvers in a little bit of a second. Who else have we got as well? We've got plenty to look at. We've got a few from Hungary. We've got a few for the Netherlands, the home country. Richard Delacoste from Switzerland. Serban Stellin from Romania. Daniel Sartoni from Ireland. Italy. We've got so many top players as our first few results are coming in. Daniel Partridge of 5.2 to start us off with proceedings from the United Kingdom. Vincent von Schantven 591. A few sixes already. Serban Stellion with a 652, Daniel Sartori with a 661, Antoni Paderakis with a 730, and Leo Kaj with a 932. Already a lightning start already, isn't it?
It really is. There must be something special about that first scramble.
We'll have a look and see how other people are getting on elsewhere. We've got lots of Irish competitors just currently on our screen at the moment. Here's the main man that we are going to look at, Richard Delacoste. Talk to me a little bit about him for me, Elena.
Yeah, so Richard Delacoste from Switzerland. He holds the national record average and single for Switzerland. He has a sub-6 PR average of 5.94. He is here at his 4th European Championship. He's placed 7th in 2022, 7th again in 2024. I wonder how he's expecting to place in 2026. He's going into this in 13th seed. We'll have to see how he performs.
One thing interesting about Richard that I've learned across this weekend, he's a left-dominant solver. So all the algs, which I find really interesting, he's had to translate not to left-handed solving, which I think is really interesting, isn't it, because we don't really see a lot of left-handed dominant solvers in top-level speedcubing, do we?
We don't. We had J-Perm, who wasn't a top solver, but one of the most famous left-hand dominant cubers there is. But besides him and Richard, it really is a minority of cubers.
And we'll have a look and see how everyone else gets on in the rest. A few other times being entered. Serban Stellion with a 628 on his second as well. Ron Gioramo with a 630 there, as you can see on the timesheets at the moment. We're still waiting for a few at the moment. It looks like Daniel Partridge's single, who is currently going for his second on his right-hand side, holds the best single of the round so far of a 5.20. Obviously, we've seen Daniel in a few finals already. What do you think is the limit in 3x3? Do you think that potentially we could see Daniel in a final, or do you think it could be very touch and go?
So Daniel, he has a personal record average of 6.52. Compared to some of these other competitors, that's not necessarily on track for that final position. It seems that 5.20, he must have done something pretty crazy, because that was only a quarter of a second off his PR single.
Well, there's another mid-6 for Daniel, as you can see on your scene. Also, fellow UK compatriot James Kiyoshi Cove, 9.66 on the back table there, as you can see as well. Obviously, to start off with a 5.2 and then a mid-6 is not a bad start for someone who wouldn't really be known to be competing at this top level in 3x3.
It definitely isn't, and that surprises me a lot. It's very early doors, but so far that is putting him on pace to set a new personal record average.
100%, and we'll have a look and see elsewhere if anybody else can match that potentially. It looks like he still holds the fastest single of the round so far. There's Sacho Avishgala with an 8.17. Again, another break in this competition, in this group of 3x3. We'll have a look and see elsewhere. Obviously, we're going to talk about a few things in the next hour or so about 3x3, but the main thing that everyone's using is, obviously, if people were watching this first time, there are two main dominant methods, and you'll see everybody here is using CFOP. I know there's obviously RU and many other methods, for example, obviously ZB, for example. What makes CFOP so good for the majority of people using it here today?
So CFOP, as you said, one of, well, by far the biggest.
Oh, we've had
method.
our first sub-5 of the round. It is a 465 for Iana Scheller, and that is fantastic start for the Romanian. A 6 and a 465. Not a bad start to proceedings. We're already on fire here in Arnhem in the Netherlands, aren't we, Elena?
We are. There are some great scrambles so far. So yeah, a lot of CFOP users here. A lot of its popularity is down to the fact that it's simply the method most people first learn, and then once you put in tens of thousands of hours into it, you're hardly going to swap. No RU solvers in this group. We did see a lot of RU solvers in one-handed, where it is a lot more popular a method. Right now, all of the very top 3x3 solvers are using CFOP, but we have seen world records in the past with RU, and dare I say it, we might see them again. So don't rule RU out.
100%. It looks like the cross on white on solve 2, I believe, looks actually quite easy, but I've seen a lot of the top solvers here look at yellow instead, although it looks that 3 of the cross pieces are solved. I know a few are probably out of position, I'd expect. Here is the main man from the home country. Here's Anthony Patarakis. Tell us a little bit about Anthony.
So Anthony Patarakis, most known for his 2x2, the first European to set a sub 1 2x2 average with a 0.97 average back in 2024. He's not bad at 3x3 though. If you caught that 6.47 there from him, he is our 35th seed for 3x3 here at his 5th European Championship. Reigning world champion for 2x2 July 2017 to July 2019. European champion again for 2x2 2018 to 2024. That's a 6-year streak being one of the European champions. He's a very decorated solver, Anthony.
I believe a 7-second solve for Daniel Partridge there. Lovely little cancel from COLL into I believe a U-perm there, just on his, I believe, 4th solve now. We'll start with an 8.17 and obviously the 5.2, which we saw on stream, the 6.65 as well, and then finally with that 7 as well. Another 5.97 for that man just in front there. We'll have a look and see elsewhere where anyone else is going. We've also had a few times entered at the back. Leo Kaj coming leading up the rear with a 9.23 and 8.05. Daniel Sartori with a 61 and 6.43. Ron Giaramo with a 7.70, as we said earlier, who'd start off with a 6.30. Serbian Stallion still with a 6.52 and 6.28. And Antoine, as we said, with a 7.30 and a 6.28, and obviously another counting 6 for him now. James Kiyuchi currently on our screens with 11.95. That should be a lot better from James. There's Satya Babishgala with a 10.60 there as well. Again, there's a lot of younger cubers at this competition. Obviously, both of them at quite a young age as well. So I know there's obviously older competitors in this, but for example, like Anthony, who's 25, but Ianis is only 15 years of age. There's a massive age gap between some of the top competitors, aren't there?
There is. So there's a stereotype within cubing that younger competitors lean towards the sprint events, but stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason, and we do see, for instance, 10-year-old Theodor massively doing well in 2x2, 3x3, and once again we're seeing a lot of younger competitors here. Ianis Kostinkele, just 15 years old. Gergo Zelan Molnar from Hungary, 15 years old. But
exactly, there's a lot of younger competitors, aren't there? And I think it just shows testament. I know there's quite a demand. Obviously, you've seen them start of, for example, beginner competitions being introduced. So, Eleanor, what do they sort of, as a delegate and you organising those sort of beginner competitions, what do they sort of mean to you? Is it more just to, get people into speedcubing as a whole, just encourage people just to go even to a competition, just to, socialise and get involved with people that, have the same interests as you?
Yeah, so beginner competitions, really interesting concept. Throughout much of WCA's history, and including most of today, beginners just go to normal competitions, and that's where they meet and they get better and improve through that. More recently, we have seen some beginner competitions spawning up. They serve a very niche purpose, I'd say, for these group of competitors who are too shy to go to a normal local competition. And then, especially for younger competitors, more novice competitors, it does give them that more relaxed environment to attend their first competition before going on to graduate and compete at local competitions.
Another mid-6 there for Gogu Molnar as well. A 6.34 for Richard Delacoste. Again, lots of mid-6s flying in these early stages. We're still yet to see anybody complete their average at the moment. It looks like Daniel Partridge is going to be the closest to doing that so far, with an 8, a 5, a 6 and a 7 so far from him. Gogu with a 7.5, a 5.91 and a 6.73. We'll see how Anthony gets on this one. He's currently with a 7.30, 6.28 and a 6.47. Again, one of many colour neutral solvers here at this competition, so we want to see how they will get on regarding colour neutrality and see how they get on against dual neutral solvers. A little bit of a lock-up on the F permit still at 8.19. It's not very good from him so far. We'll look at Ianis Shelley now on the back row and see how he does. Obviously, with the fastest single of the group and the round so far, the 4.65 so far, the only sub-5 single of this round so far. Looks a bit of an awkward scramble on both white and yellow. He is going to choose white though, however. Very fluid F2L, goes straight into the ZB, a little bit of a lock-up. Waiting to see the time, it looks like around a mid-5, and it is a mid-5.82, so that's a counting 5 for Ianis at the moment. You want to see those sort of counting 5s on the top players so far, because you want to take the momentum into, well, you've got 4 rounds to do this in, so you've got to take the momentum as much as you can, don't you, Elena?
You do. So for round 2, we're expecting a mid-10 average to make it through, so our top competitors should make it through to round 2 comfortably, but for finals, you are likely going to need at least a sub-6 average, so Ianis here on track for a 5.91 average that hopefully, if he can pull off a similar performance in the semis, will get him through to the finals, but he's going to need to keep up that momentum, keep solving, keep getting these great times if he wants his shot in the finals.
I would watch out for those semi-finals in the Sunday afternoon session, because that is going to be ideally and hopefully for our side one of the most entertaining rounds of the entire competition. Obviously you've got finals still to come, but for some people who want to make the finals, they might feel a little bit of more pressure going into the semi-finals rather than the final, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of performance that you need to pull off in the semi-finals in order to qualify for the finals. You need about a mid-6 average to get through to the finals, and for a lot of people, they are on the cusp of it. It is attainable, but they need to be on their A game, and there's a lot of pressure associated with that. A lot of the intermediate top competitors are just aiming to get into the final rather than to podium, and that means there's a lot of stress for them going into the semis.
Here's Gogu Molnar just on your right-hand side, just competing next to one of our delegates here, Kevin Timmons. See how he gets on for this one. The 15-year-old coming into this one seeded 17th, the current NR average holder for Hungary, his home country. Knows the majority of ZBLL, so we will see a few ZBLL AUGs across this weekend. Chooses a yellow cross, very fluid F2L. It goes straight from the OLL into the PLL. It's a 6.16 for Gogu. So I believe that is going to be quite a solid average for him. It's going to be a counting 6.73, another 6.6, and another 6 for him as well. A little bit of a lock-up there for Richard on that last one. Doesn't seem very happy with the 7. Back to Ianis. See how he gets on as well. A majority of solvers have picked yellow on this scramble, on solver number 5. Looks like he's going to pick yellow as well.
Ianis so far with 2 5s, a 4 and a 6. Here he comes into solve 5. He does the GBL and gets a 4.51, achieving his BPA.
Well, it's a counting 4 for the Moranian, and what a start that is to this round 1. And he's going to be over the moon with that. 2 4s is the most ideal way to start off this 3x3 first round. And to kick us off, it's not a bad job from Ianis to get us going in this first round of 3x3. Well, what a start that is for Ianis, isn't it? You know, coming into this competition, you're thinking the nerves of, you know, okay, I've just got to settle, I've just got to get some solves on the board. I know they're going to comfortably get through to the next round because they average well below a mid-10. But to start off with that, pretty impressive, isn't it?
It really is. I wonder if Ianis has been practicing ahead of this championship, because he's just secured himself a 5.46 average. Historically, he's been competing around the mid-6 mark, so to drop an entire second off his global, I mean, what a spectacular performance that round from Ianis.
Well, the former European finalist is definitely in contention to be reaching another European final later tomorrow evening, so we'll hopefully be seeing him in the later stages, and should be definitely seeing him in round 2 tomorrow morning. So we'll have a look at him and watch his progress going into next week. We've had a few averages already entered. Daniel Partridge with a 7.37, finish off with 2.7, a high 7 on solve number 5. Ron Giorama currently topping the timesheets for average-wise with a 7.32. Iana Shelley, will still see him, but it's going to be, I believe, it's going to be a BPA for him as well. We'll see anybody else. I believe that's most of the action done for round 1. Sorry, for Group 1, my apologies. What's the main takeaway from there, Eleanor? Obviously, we've had our first sub-6 average of the weekend. Talk to us about what, you know, apart from Ianis-wise, who are you really impressed with there?
So I was especially impressed, I've got to say, with Gergő Molnár of Hungary. So we weren't quite following him too closely because he wasn't quite performing at the level of a couple other cubers, but he pulled out for him actually a really great performance. He has 2 counting 6s so far. He averages high 7, so to get that mid-6 average, it is a little better than what he usually averages. I'm hoping that we'll see more from him in the next couple of rounds and he continues to keep up that pace.
Well, he was the first one in Hungary to break the sub-5 single barrier and the sub-6 average barrier in his home country. So definitely going to be one of the standouts from Hungary to be showcased this weekend. We've got Group 2 coming up in just a second. Talk to us about Group 2, because we've not just got European competitors, we've also got a few from international and overseas, haven't we?
We do. So we have Caleb Chen here. So Caleb just missing out on the podium at the North American Championship, placing 4th just last week. He has a PR average of 5.26 and a PR single of 3.71. Great cuber, ranked 28th in the world. But will be great to see more from him. Moving back to our European competitors, we have, of course, Valerio Locatelli of Italy, 20 years old. He has a PR average of 5.68, but I tell you what, he is due to beat that average because he is averaging 6 seconds lately. He could get a PR average any moment, Henry. He's been put at a chance to podium of 10%. He's currently got the national record single and average for Italy. He was 10th last Euros. He's on track for 5th at least this Euros, I'm hoping. If he can hold his nerve, he could podium. We'll have to see.
Well, I just want to have a look at ZBLs that he knows. Obviously, he knows, I believe, a few subsets. So he knows T, U, L, and Pi. Obviously, not having the full advantage of full ZB. Talk to us about that, because because ZB's not a lot of, well, a lot of people don't know. Well, they know what ZB is, but a lot of people don't know full ZB. So knowing those sort of subsets, do you think that's an advantage in a way, or do you think it's a disadvantage that they don't really know full ZB? How can people with obviously knowing smaller subsets, how can that play to their strengths?
So there's a certain popularity of not knowing all of ZB and missing out on the Soon and anti-Soon subsets, because Soon and anti-Soon, they are very quick OLLs, and it means that sometimes it's almost equivalent to just do that very quick algorithm and go into the PLL than it is to recognize the ZBLL. For those competitors who do know all of ZBLL outside of the Soon and anti-Soon subsets, they are pretty much at the same level of someone who knows ZBLL. They are at a very small disadvantage. It's a great alternative for those who are a little bit lazy and not quite interested in knowing all of those hundreds of algorithms.
Well, I'm barely sub 10, so for me, ZBLL is a little bit of a, let's say, a stretch too far for me personally. So we'll leave the ZBLLs to the professionals. We've also got a few other people. Tell us about the other European competitors that we've got coming up for us.
So we've got Olivier Schubert from Poland. He is only 12 years old. He's seated 23rd with a PR average of 5.87 here at his 2nd European Championship. He also knows a huge chunk of ZBLL, knowing around 300 ZBLLs. He's a big X-Cross advocate. He says he does an X-Cross on every single solve as far as he can try to. So once again, another competitor representing ZBLL. ZBLL, such a dominant method now at the top for these really quick competitors, something we've seen an explosion of in the past few years.
I believe that's Mika Smulders on our screen. I just want to give him a little shout out. Happy birthday, Mika. It was his birthday yesterday on the 17th, so he's turned 23 years old. It's his 4th European Championship. And surprisingly, although he is in 3x3, Cube Mile, he states, is his main event. And funny enough, his next is one of his interesting facts, that he won the mystery event at the Isle of Wight Summer 2023. Do you remember that at all, Eleanor?
So I wasn't at the Isle of Wight Summer 2023, but I've heard many things about it. A very tiny competition on a little island off the coast of the UK. It's very surprising to me that Mika decided to come to it, but good on him for winning that mystery event.
Well, there's a good start for Olivier Schubert there with a 5.89, telling the crowd to calm down a little bit, but seems like he can control his own nerves just a second. Talk to me about Olivier. Obviously, we already spoke about him already. Seeded 23rd, comes in with an AO12 seed of 27th, but an AO12 of 697 coming into this one. A lot of people averaging around the sub-7 AO12s from the moment. Also, I believe that Caleb isn't the only American to be in this group. We've also got Caden Lee in this one as well. Seeded 41th coming into this one. We've also got Noah Calderon Kamata as well of the United Kingdom, who's not noted down on our top player cards, but for me, from the United Kingdom, does compete very well recently, don't we know, Eleanor?
He absolutely does.
So we'll see how he gets on, especially in this group as well. We've also got a few volunteers on the stage at the moment. We've got one of our core team members as well. We'll have a look and see if we can find Valerio Locatelli. We'll see how Olivier gets on with his second solve a little bit later. As we saw, Olivier with a 5.89 to start off, Mika with an 8.03. So we'll see anyone else. But obviously, as the competitors filter through, and obviously we've got another one of our Irish competitors on the left-hand side, as they filter through, I just wanted to talk a little bit and touch on a little bit of the CFOP versus RU debate. I know we touched on this a little bit earlier for One-Handed on Thursday morning, but again, talk us through, for those of them who don't know what the RU debate is and what advantages does RU, for some, which I don't believe a lot of people in this group are going to be using, what sort of advantages does that have for people?
So RU is famous and has grown this little cult following because it has the lower move count, and you do some slightly weird moves at the start, but then you reduce the cube into only M and U moves, which means that the end of the finish very quick. It's almost like doing lots of H-firms and similar algorithms like that. It's not seen too much popularity within 3x3, as Henry mentioned. It's bigger in 3x3 one-handed, but there are still some top solvers who use RU. Not the ones at the very top at the minute, and none of the ones on screen right now. But RU does have that advantage in terms of efficiency and in terms of that lower move count. However, ultimately, I don't think RU will ever become the dominant method in cubing, simply because the beginner method is a simplified version of CFOP. So for as long as people are learning with a CFOP method, they're going to progress through that CFOP pipeline, and it's a very, very big change to swap from CFOP to RU, especially if you've poured in thousands of hours into practice already.
I think you can see why people just stay with CFOP, because it's a very easy event to, you know, get algorithms based on with, whereas, you know, in RU you have to be a lot more creative, don't you?
Yeah, you do, and with CFOP as well, we've seen this progression towards CFOP ZB. So instead of solving that last layer in 2 steps, OLL, PLL, you force all of the edges to be on top, and then you learn hundreds and hundreds of algorithms which will solve all of the top in one go. That's the method that is dominating those 3x3 charts at the minute. Users like Timon, Yiheng Wang, Xuan Yi, I mean, pretty much every top player you can think of at the minute seems to be on that ZBLL pathway.
Oh, we saw Noah Calderon Kamata on your left-hand side going up for Solve 2. We obviously know quite a little bit about Noah. Several podiums at local competitions, one at Stevenage March 2026, one Stevenage January 2026 as well. Actually competed in the Mexican Championships in 2025 as well, and he won that overall, even though he's not Mexican, he's from the United Kingdom. There was 7.29 on Solve number 2. Quite a good local competitor, but what do you think he can do on a European stage?
It's always in the air when you're here competing on this big stage for the first time. I'm not sure if Noah has actually attended a championship like this before. So often people can struggle with the crowd. You can see the crowd is building up right now in preparation for the finals this evening. It's a lot of people watching you, and the stress can often get to you if you've never been in that situation before.
100%, and there's a lot of people that we're going to be looking out for later rounds as well. So we'll have a look and see where we can find them. For example, I believe we've had a few times being entered as well. Serban Stellion with a 646 average, currently putting him second behind our current top spot, Iana Scheller. Gergu Molnar with a 652 average. Deon Sartori with a 673. A lot of sub-7s. Vincent von Schantz also with a sub-7 average. Richard Delacoste with a 697. Antoine Paderakis, the home favourite, with a 714, just sneaking into 7th place. Stefan Zaggio with a 721. Ron Gioramo with a 732. Rounding off the top 10 at the moment, Daniel Partridge with a 737 average. We'll see how the rest of our competitors get on. I want to just have a look and see where everyone else leads. And we have one of our Swedish competitors just on this left-hand side as well. We'll see how he gets on. It's a very, very fluid OLL there. His transition into PLO isn't bad. An 872 for him, I believe. And we'll just have a look at the right-hand side. Well, we were going to look on the right-hand side because I believe we had one of our Rusolvers there just to have a look at. I was going to talk to you about just how many algorithms there are just in 3x3 alone. You know, how many advanced techniques there are. Talk to us about ZBLL. And not just EBLL, just talk to us about just general slotting, because it's not just when people build pairs, they don't have to build them pair by pair. They can use techniques such as the keyhole method, they can use pseudo slotting. They can use so much, can't they, Eleanor?
Yeah, so they can. So keyhole, as you mentioned, that's one that's been around for a while. That's one where if you have, say, an edge already in and the corner needs solving, traditionally you would take out the edge, pair it up with the corner and put it in. Instead, with keyhole, you move the corner aside and then solve the corner by itself, keeping the edge in place. Pseudo-slotting is something I'd say popularized a lot by Timon Koloshinsky. That is where you offset your cross, then you solve these so-called pseudo pairs, which is a mismatched pair, but when you put it into your offset cross, when you un-offset the cross, it ends up solving that pair back again. Really, really clever method, and it leads very nicely into multi-slotting, which is a lot like the previous two. It's where you have part of one pair solved, part of another pair solved. Instead of solving each part separately, you actually solve half of each at the same time. Very interesting method.
Well, there's Noah Cardinal and Kamasa. Just moving on to Pierre now. Another 6 for Noah. Very, very good. Plenty of claps from the United Kingdom faithful at the back of the grandstand there. Can see a few of the top players as well. Caleb Wolfdown, Luke Burns and Sean Moran all have competed in a few high-level rounds so far. Definitely giving their support. Again, it's really good to see the amount of support that you get from fellow competitors, because normally you can see that, you know, everyone's here to compete against each other, but now it seems that if you're from a certain country and people are there watching you sort of feel together in a way, don't you, Eleanor?
You absolutely do. There's such a sense of community here at both the European Championship and other major championships across the world. Everyone here, European or not, is here through that shared love of cubing. It's such a great atmosphere, very welcoming, very supportive, and especially the crowd who are kind of warming up into 3x3 round 1, showing a lot of support for our competitors. It's a really, really great atmosphere.
100%, and that's what Euros is always about, isn't it? It's all about just the atmosphere and just soaking it all in a way. There is one of our Irish competitors. It is, I believe, Killian Hainback with a 7.79 there. We'll have a look and see how our other top players are getting on elsewhere. I believe we've had a few entry time. Yeah, Valerio Locatelli with a 6.50 and a 6.14. Killian Hainback started with a 7 and a 6.19 before that as well. We've already seen Noah with a 6 and a 7 and another 6 afterwards. I believe that's Lorenzo Escobar Kraskuska from Spain, currently with a 7.20 and an 8.53. Obviously, there's still plenty of times to be entered still, so we'll have a look and see how everybody gets on later in the round. Obviously, on your screen, we've got the projected rankings as well at the moment. It looks like Ianis will still remain top, with Valerio just coming up into the podium places. Same with Killian. Looks like he's projected into the top 5. Noah Caldon Kamata slowly creeping into the top 10. So we'll see in a few minutes how they get on. It'll be good to see Noah into the top 10, because we don't really see him, you know, obviously he's a 3x3 finalist and has been in several competitions in the United Kingdom, but we don't really see him at the very, very top of 3x3, do we, Eleanor?
We don't, but he is putting on a pretty amazing performance this round. Like you mentioned, he didn't even manage to make it into the top competitors statistics batch, but he is really contending here. opening with a 6:36 followed by a 7:29. Noah has a personal record average of 6:44. He could still get that. Still early days, still 3 solves to go. If he does well on this, it could put him on track for a PR average.
Olivia Schubert there with a 6.7 and does the celebration to match as well, which I keep seeing a lot of this weekend. You might have seen that from Monty Fox in Nations Cup as well, which comically didn't end in the way that United Kingdom wanted it. Noah there with a 7.17. It's good to see a lot of, different solving techniques. Obviously, you've got the combination between fluidity and TPS as well. I know I've touched on this so many times, but it's just good to talk about, really, because to understand and get a grasp of the solving sort of patterns that you're going to get. The mid-5 there, one of our competitors on the left-hand side here. Just talk to me about, just for your opinion, and I want your opinion on this especially, flow versus TPS. Are you more flow or are you more TPS?
So, personally, as a solver, I'd say I lean more towards that TPS side, simply because I think my look ahead's a little weak, so I try and just turn as quickly as I can, hope for the best. But I think it really, really, really does come down to the competitor. Some competitors make such good use of the TPS, and it really makes up for that lack of flow. Other competitors, like Timon, they love their slow, steady solutions, really clever, lovely flow, and that is at the sacrifice of TPS. So really, it comes down either way, Henry. How would you say that you lean?
Well, before that, I'll go on to Killian Hayback. We looked visibly annoyed there with a 9.68. For me personally, I'm a bit of a raw TPS fan in all fairness. Obviously, I'm not the greatest, which is why I'm on the stream commentary at the moment. I've got a 9.4 average in competition, which is my PR at the moment. But I think I prefer more raw TPS because I feel that it's a little bit more, more authentic for my side. And for my little sort of solving personality, I'm a little bit more aggressive when it comes to that. So I like to just, get... For me personally, when you perform an algorithm, when you get a T-perm down right and you can get it down, let's say in about 0.7 seconds, and you can achieve high TPS solves, for me there's no other feeling like it, especially when you get towards the back end of a solve. Right, let's have a look and see the rest of this group as well. Right, shall we have a look at Group 3 then, as we're starting to slowly move off? There's Olivier Schubert on the right-hand side, just going in for his, I believe, one of his last 2 solves.
First, let's talk about Olivia Schubert's performance so far. So Olivia opened with this incredible 5.89 solve. Sub-6 going into it. He is a great solver, and yet he caught that 16 on solve 2. I caught him solving it one-handed towards the end of it. He's then finished off with an 8.55 and a 7.92. I mean, that is accounting high 7 and a mid 8. That is very, very much slower than what he usually averages. So I'm wondering if he's struggling under the pressure. He is only 12 years old. It's a very weak performance from Schubert. We usually expect something quite a bit better than that.
Is it nerves? Is it the European stage? There's a lot to consider in terms of that, for example. But let's move on to Group 3 as the last few competitors just slowly start to filter out, with Killian Hayback just over on our left-hand side, just finally doing one of his last solves. Who could we potentially expect in Group 3, and what do you think is going to be a key factor in this part of round 1?
So the biggest player of Group 3 will be Philipp Weyer, who is 2019 world champion 7 years ago. He also has, of course, 3 different continental podiums under his belt from 2014 to 2018. Definitely an old-time Cuba. He's been on this scene, dominating finals for 12 years now. He's at his 6th European Championship. He's broken a couple of continental records, but that was 8 years ago. He still has it to some extent. He's still seeded 16th. He's right on that cusp of getting into finals, and I know Philip, and I know that he is going to really, really want that next participation in a final. He loves it, and I'm really hoping that he's able to get it.
Well, Philip obviously being part of one of the most shocking world's podiums that you'll ever see, obviously sharing it with his brother, who coincidentally also is in this group, isn't he, Eleanor?
He is. So Sebastian Weyer also in this group. He does have that 0.2 second slower PR average, which I'm sure Philip lords over him. He's got PR average of 5.87. He averages about 6.9 as opposed to Philip 6.7, so he has that 0.2 second disadvantage over Philip. He also has some world's podiums, like you said, 3rd in 2019, 3rd in 2013. 3 continental podiums. He's also here at his 6th European Championship. They are a cracking pair, Sebastian and Philip Weyer. Between them, they have 4 continental records in 3x3. They're very, very closely matched, only 0.2 seconds in it. The odds would tip slightly towards Philip for being the better of the two, but really it could go either way here.
100%, and we'll have a look and see what is going on next in these next few minutes. Obviously, finishing off on the orange stage, we've just got the last few solvers filtering out. I believe we are going to have a guest, well, I believe 2 guests joining us in the next few minutes as we finish off these last 2 solves. We will get them onto the stream very shortly, but as you can hear, we are moving on to Group 3 now. We'll have a look and see what is going on in terms of the timesheets. I believe Valerio Locatelli is going to be slotting into the top 5. We'll see how he gets on. Noikawa Komato on number 4 with a 7.17, which I believe we saw on stream. Could potentially be a sub-7 average for him. So we'll see how he gets on. These are the current standings, which I believe are a little bit outdated at the moment. I believe it sees Ronji Arama currently top, but it's not him at the moment. It's Janis Scheller with a 5.46. So it definitely won't be him. Valerio Locatelli coming up in second now with a 6.19 average. Mika Schmulders, who was in this group, with a 6.35. Serban Stellium with a 6.46. As we said already, we're still waiting on Noah Karo Kamata's 5th solve to be inputted onto WCA Live. So we'll just wait for those and see how they get on in 1 second.
Great, so we will shortly be having on 2 of our next interviewees. They will be 2 more board members. We interviewed Oliver Hexter and Ruben Lopez de Juan of the board earlier. I'd recommend catching that if you want all of the hot board insights regarding the removal of clock, head-to-head finals, dual rounds. They discussed it all and they answered your hard-hitting questions, stuff like, are they going to reverse the decision? Everything you might want to know about the clock final, find it out there. In the meanwhile, we are now joined by Abdullah Gulab and Glib Vedmid from the WCA board. Hello guys, welcome to the live stream.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Good to see you guys, thanks for inviting us.
Fantastic. So just for the viewers' context sake, some people might not know who you are. Just tell us a little bit about yourselves and what you exactly do with the WCA board.
Of course. So I'm the chair of the WCA board. I've been in the WCA for about 12 years at this point. Started off as a competitor. Now I've been a volunteer for almost 7 years, and now I'm on the board. Please, Glib, you can introduce yourself.
Yeah, hi everyone, I'm Glib. I've been cubing for just a few years less than Abdullah, and my career within the volunteer squad is quite a bit shorter as well. I've been on the integrity committee for about 3 years, and I just got elected to the board this May, so I'm still quite new, finding my footing, but yeah, so far so good.
So most people, I'd say, don't really have any insight into what the board does. I certainly don't really know what you guys get up to. I know you put in a lot of work, and I'm wondering where that work goes. So what is it that the board actually does? What are your tasks?
I mean, the easy answer is a lot of emails, because the board is spread across a lot of continents and from a lot of areas. So email is our main mode of communication, but from things as small as competitors and their parents reaching out to us about any specific question affecting them, all the way up to policy decisions, the contracts we sign with sponsors, the regional organizations we work with and their concerns, travel funding specifically for our senior delegates in their regions, which support the development of WCA in those areas, the support that we provide to our teams and committees, promotions of members and delegates, team members, committee members, all of these go through the board. And then on top of that, we have recently, we went through a huge process of hiring our first paid employee. And that helped us a ton, taking off a lot of operational tasks so we can kind of concentrate on the direction of the WCA and its vision.
So I've heard from a lot of former board members, they've described being on the board as like a second full-time job. Of course, it is a volunteer position, and most of you guys are doing it alongside your paid day job. I've got to be honest, why do you do it? Where do you get that motivation from? How do you pour in so much time into this?
I mean, obviously it's the hunger for power and desire to to rule above.
Of course.
No, but seriously, I think we're ultimately just some of the more passionate members of the community, and I think all of us, although we are on the board together. We've been elected with different campaigns, with different platforms, so we all have our ideas, our visions that we think are applicable to the WCA, and there's some change that we ultimately want to drive, and I think that is, at the end of the day, what motivates us to keep going.
So Hex and Ruben earlier, they were hinting that you guys have some big plans for the future of the WCA. Do you have any specific vision or projects you guys are working on that you could share with us?
Yeah, well, what Worlds 2025 kind of, gave us a reflection was that that's what we need Speedcubing to be. That was a great example of the support, the growth of the community, the publicizing of our competition. We had thousands of people in attendance and tens of thousands watching us across the world. We need Speedcubing to grow, be better, right? Support the foundations of Speedcubing. We want to see this, I guess, in my terms, I want to see the sport of Speedcubing be publicized, see it grow. So that's something that we're very keen on doing, making sure that when you're flipping through those TV channels and, you see all other sports, there's a cubing competition that comes in the midst of it. So that's something I'm really keen on seeing. So, and I love the sport. That's where I get the motivation from. I was once a competitor. I'm still a competitor. I still compete, but I was once there, and I saw people who were in this position where I'm sitting right now, doing what they do for the community, and that's why I wanted to, give something back, so to say.
Now, I wanted to touch specifically on the sporting aspect of it. For me personally, and for you as board member specifically, what for you makes Speedcubing such a good argument to be considered as a sport for you two specifically? What makes it, what sort of things do you make it stand out as a sport, and what sort of, could make people consider, oh, okay, this could be something that I could watch as a sport?
Well, I think, first of all, when we enter these kind of discussions, the comparisons we draw to are things like chess or other types of mind sports, maybe card games, maybe board games. And some of these are, in some shape or form, are recognized as some kind of a sport. And so I think, at the end of the day, that is the model that we seek to emulate. And that is ultimately the strategic vision of the WCA and something that we want to work towards. It is a very long path ahead, I think. Abdullah would agree with me. So far, this competition, we had meetings with quite a few regional organizations who would be playing an important role in this process, and just gathering their feedback and trying to understand sort of the challenges that we will deal with on an individual level in separate countries. It sounds quite daunting, I think, at this stage, but we are keen to have the ball rolling on this.
Good. I'll just quickly go through a few of the times whilst we're obviously going through the interview. For early singles for Alan Tan, there's a 5:46. Philip Via starting off with a 6:29. Julian Morello-Kurloff with a 7:20. And Sebastian Breyer, obviously Philip's brother, with a 7:74. And a 5:85 for Sebastian there, as you can see on your screens on the right-hand side. We'll go back to our two board members at the moment. Obviously, being at a big event like this as a board member, you must feel an immense sense of pride, obviously seeing how big that the cubing scene has grown in the last few years. And what has Euros taught you specifically so far? I know we're only a few days into the competition, we haven't fully completed it, but what is it taught you as a board member? What can you take back to the board?
I mean, for a competition of this scale, one thing that we can take back is that there is a lot of passion. I would say, I've talked to a lot of people here. I found out that there were some people here who are volunteering as delegates or referees, so to say, at badminton. And they're on the lower scale, they actually operate the same way the WCA does. What I've noticed in our competitions, regardless of what year it is and what championship it is, it's that the people come out, our volunteers come out, they're sitting there right now in those chairs. People from the US, from Canada, from North America, from Africa, from South America. You see people from multiple countries coming here and still showing the same enthusiasm. And that's something that we can market. We can show that it's been 21 years since the WCA was founded, and we still have people, some as old as the WCA. Actually, one of the founders of the WCA is here, right? And he's on the core team. So we're seeing that, and that's something that's very easy for us to take back as a board and kind of market that this organization has a strong base and foundation, and it is ready and primed to be taken much, much higher.
Now, I wanted to talk about some new introductions that we're going to be seeing into the WCA in a few years' time. Obviously, we have the introduction of FTO, or the face turning up Trahejan, coming on in the next
few years. Talk to us about that and what made it such a what made the event such an appealing thing to definitely get on with the events list that you have in the WCA at the moment.
Want me to talk about?
Well,
we can share.
We can share because I don't think I'm exactly entitled to speak on FTO because I can't even solve one. So I'll get there. I'll get there eventually. I apologize to anyone who is offended. But I mean, I think it's pretty clear from what we see around the world that FTO, as it stands, is by far the most popular event that has not been recognized by the WCA to this point. So I think it was really a natural choice. I think Abdullah maybe can speak a bit more because from what I understand, especially in North America, it's been extremely popular, whereas in Europe maybe we don't see it quite to the same extent, but yeah.
Yeah, I can solve an FTO. It takes me about 2.5 minutes, but I can. I like the puzzle personally, but it's been something that has been under our radar for quite some time. I know we had that small, you can say, vacuum of COVID, which kind of derailed a lot of activities, but this puzzle has been talked about for quite a bit. Many people were doing it unofficially. There was a lot of growth and a lot of support, and it only seemed natural to have another puzzle. It's been a long time since Cube was the last event that was added in the WCA. It's been over 10 years or close to 10 years. Yeah, over 10 years. So, and if you want the sport to, have increasing attendance and increasing charm and enthusiasm, then you need something new to change things up, and FTO fit that bill perfectly for us.
So as you mentioned, 10 years since the last new event got added. We've now got FTO added. I think what a lot of people are wondering is, are there any other events waiting in the wings to be added? I mean, here at the European Championship, we do have quite a lot of unofficial events in the other hall. Have any of those caught your interest as potential candidates?
Well, I am actually, if I just flip my badge, I am the team lead for unofficial events as well. And I mean, clearly we see amazing level of demand for 3x3 with oven mitts. So
I'm a supporter.
Right. The Cube Diction, the vendor at this competition, has sold out of all their oven mitts, which were priced at 10 euros a piece. That's not some cheap oven mitts. That's quality stuff right there. So clearly we're seeing trends for okay, let's take it a bit more seriously. I think we're always keeping an eye on what the community is into, and ultimately we do want to make the competitions as fun as possible. Maybe oven mitts is not exactly something to become an official event, but I think it's quite valuable that we have the capacity to host unofficial events as well. We've had at this competition already over 500 unique competitors doing unofficial events, which is almost half of the total number here. So just for anyone watching the stream, if we get another like 120, we will be the largest ever unofficial competition. So please come up, hole 4, we're waiting.
I'm sure the other mitt resellers outside the competition are going to have an absolute field day with that. Now, I wanted to just quickly touch on, obviously, because it's quite a big thing in the moment at WCA, from events being added to events being removed. Now, we are unfortunately going to be seeing Clock being removed from the WCA events list. Can you talk to us about that decision and sort of what was the thought process behind it?
I mean, this was probably discussed in detail in the earlier interview with Hex and Ruben. But we were trying to just understand how the event fit into the description of where we want to see the WCA go. And in its current state, we feel like it's better for the WCA to not have an event that, I guess, does not fit the description of the description of the twisty puzzle that we call it. So for the moment, we have decided that we would remove Clock, yeah.
Obviously, it's very upsetting, and obviously there was a lot of, you might have seen, I'm not sure you might have seen, but you might have seen a few things obviously going on during the Clock fight.
Yes. The funeral.
Yes, the funeral.
It was fantastic TV. I love it.
The funeral,
it was amazing. I got a picture later as well. I think this is the kind of level, this is the level of passion we want to see from the community for sure. And people will always find something to criticize. I think they're entirely within their right to criticize us when they see it as fit. So all support to them. If anything, I say we need a higher level funeral. I think we could have done better. I
think the passion is good.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't have passion, like, that shows at least the community is interested. If we had removed the event and no one was really interested, that meant that people were not really caring about the WCA. But we know that that's not true. People love the WCA. So we know there are people who are passionate, who want to see it grow. So we're trying our best to make sure that we help them in that process.
When you see that sort of response, does it make response to something so substantial, for example, does it make you feel, let's say, a little bit proud of the community for sort of standing up for what they believe in a way?
Yeah, actually.
Certainly, absolutely. I mean, we've been elected into our positions, but ultimately we are in our positions to represent the community and do the best for the community. And, the revenue that the WCA generates, on which it operates, is to most extent from dues that are collected from competitor registrations. So they are our number one stakeholder, and we need to be very attentive to their voices, and we certainly will be taking into account all the feedback that we are hearing over the recent weeks.
That's great to hear. So the removal of clog, obviously one of the more recent controversies of the WCA, but I have to admit it's only one of quite a lot of controversies that WCA has been facing, perhaps not even the largest. How do you plan on keeping the board position and other volunteer positions within the WCA attractive for new competitors, or new candidates with all of these controversies? Because I, for one, have watched this go down and I've thought to myself, you could not pay me enough money to join the board.
Yeah, I mean, when you are at a decision-making position in any organization, it doesn't have to be the board, it could even be a team leader here or a senior delegate or a regional. They're bound to be the decisions that you make that 100% want to please everybody. You'll have people who'll be against it, who'll be for it. That's a mindset you have to come into, I guess, the position with. And then while you're in that position, you can't lose sight of why you joined. Like for me, my personal reason was that I wanted to see the WCA grow. The community I was in for 12 years, it grew from when I started, and I want to see it be even bigger. I want to see it, be marketed to people in a way that, even right now, I sometimes tell people about Rubik's Cube competitions, they're surprised that there are competitions, right? And it's more often than not that I see that. So I want that to change. So I still haven't lost sight of that, so that still helps me, regardless of what's happening with the controversies, I'm still working towards that end goal, so that keeps me motivated.
Just a few results to take you through before we go back to our board members. Obviously, Sebastian Vine creeping up on the top three with a counting 5, the old Wiley Fox trying to sneak his way into the top 10. Alan Tanwell, 5.46, a 7, a 6, and a 7. Who else have we got? John Morello Kurloff with a 7, an 8, a 5, and a 6. Anthony Stoyek, you might have seen on your screen, and Johnny Morello Kurloff will go to him in a second with a 7, a 6, and a 7. Glib, I'm not too sure why you've just done that, Amo. I'm actually quite upset that you've done that, in all fairness, but we'll move on from that.
Did people see it too?
No, luckily not. But few people have seen that on the stream from other competitors earlier. But obviously, we'll come back to that in a second. Obviously, for you two as board members, obviously you do a lot of work for the community, and you do a lot of work in terms of competitions. Has there anything, like any events, or any sort of moments that have stood out to you in the last year, apart from Worlds, and you thought that maybe, we're going somewhere with the WCA, we're going somewhere with competitions in general, for example?
I can take it.
Go for it, Abdullah.
For me, I would say for me it was Worlds 2025. Keeping apart from the fact that was my first month being on the board, but I was able to kind of see our competitions from a different perspective. It's been so long that I've been a volunteer now that I was always on the backstage, so to say, and watching the process and the operation of a competition that never really appreciated how it looked like to a competitor. But being on the board and then talking to the teams and in that weekend, and then actually watching the finals and all the finals, and then the 3x3 final, and the amount of people, the way our stream production happened, that really, like my first month, I was really proud. I was so happy that I joined the board, because I was like, this is something that we need more of, and I'm privileged to have that opportunity to bring it further than that. Yeah.
Abdullah, you seem really passionate about expanding cubing as a sport. I'd be really interested to know what steps the WCA is taking to expand people's knowledge of cubing, to get its recognition as a sport, because like you say, you speak to people about cubing competitions, they have no idea they even exist, and yet, say, chess competitions, I'd say the average person does know they exist. So what are you guys doing to try and bolster cubing?
We have a long way to go, but there's obviously steps we can take. One of the big ones is our regional organizations. We're spending a lot of time developing them. Obviously, not all of them are at the same level. Certain countries regional organizations are at a much mature stage than others. One of our projects is a lead organizer project, which means that the ROs act as the single entity responsible for competitions in their area. And what that means is they take on also the liability of an individual for insurance and taxes and things like that. So it puts a fail-safe on us relying on, I guess, individual people, where if issues happen, then it's divided amongst one person versus a single registered legal entity, which has a lot more fail-safes and a lot more backfalls to lean on. So that's one step, for example, where you can kind of strengthen the foundations of your organization. And I would say like those, we are also, I guess, adding travel funding to areas for cubing development. If we develop cubing in other areas of the world, then, so for example, the most recent one, we had WMCT and a board member fly out to South America, and we're planning for one to the continent of Africa as well. So these are the things that will help lead to the development of cubing, and as obviously with development comes more competitions, more people getting involved, and these are all steps to get to that stage.
Yeah, I fully agree that expanding a sport really has to start at that grassroots level. I know that the WCA has a sports organization team which is dedicated to the recognition of the WCA cubing as a sport. Do you have any insight into the progress they've made and the steps that there are towards getting that sport recognition?
Well, we did actually have a meeting with Sean, who is the leader of the WSOT. We spoke with him yesterday morning. The list of things that need to be done is admittedly quite extensive. And I feel like, in a way, we've been preparing to do the work that we need to be doing a bit too much, and it would be... Oh, we have an announcement. I can't hear myself.
I don't think any of us can hear ourselves think or be on talk on stream during this weekend with the announcements, I'll be honest with you, but we have to get on with it, unfortunately. But in all fairness, I'll leave you with one more question before we go, so you can shed a little bit of positive light on the WCA for yourselves. Can you tell us the biggest accomplishment and your favourite part about being a WCA board member and sort of what you've helped to create?
Abdullah, you should go first. I've been on the board for 2 months, so...
Yeah. I think for me personally, I'll say one thing, that my experience has been quite unique. I was a brand new board member with 4 older board members, and now I'm one older board member with 4 new board members. So I have a nice experience with 8 board members in total. And I would say for me, the biggest thing that we did, and something that the previous board started, was us hiring our full-time employee and kind of moving towards separating responsibilities of the board and the operational responsibilities that the board did, which took up a lot of time. There were days that the board members had to just answer emails, smaller emails that I would say were daily routine tasks, but they took up so much time that we couldn't have all of these meetings that we are having right now. We had in Worlds in 2025 last year, maybe in Korea in 2023. So that's a big change, I would say, that we have hired that executive director position, and I would say I'm happy that I was part of it quite significantly.
Yeah, I'm still a newer board member, so I hope that my main accomplishments are yet to come. I'll be working towards that, and yeah, admittedly, I'm actually still busy finishing my master's degree, which I should be done within a month, and after that, you guys can come back to me, ask this question again, we will relaunch the stream, and I will give you a much better answer, I hope.
Abdullah, Glib, thank you so much for talking to us. I'm sure the streamers who are watching us live are very, very happy with those sort of answers. Well, not happy, but they're really...
Some might be happy.
Some might be happy, some might not be, but it's really interesting to hear that sort of information from a board perspective. So thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate your time, and hopefully we'll see you later on this weekend for me.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. Right, whilst those two are getting off in a second, we are going to have a quick switch over the comms, but we are going to quickly just take you through a few results that we might have seen. Alan Tan of the United Kingdom with a 6:37 average, pushing himself into 4th. We've also had a few averages for Philip Vire at the 6:63, Sebastian Vire with 6:66, and a few others still to be included, including Ashley Strike with 7:23. We're going to have a change of the guard here with Piotr taking us through for the next few minutes for the next group of 3x3 round 1, and we'll hopefully see you guys in a few minutes.
Hello everyone, yes, I'll be here to take care of you during 3x3. We're about to start group number 4. A lot of great competitors in that group. we're still wrapping up group number 3. I think 4th in Europe, with a 524 PR average. Very good to see him representing. Second seed in the group, Kim Roger Hallarsen from Norway. Also a very talented solver, a 564 PR average, definitely nothing to scoff at. Also got Monty Fox of the United Kingdom, known a bit for his clock prowess, but also really good at 3x3, and has a sub-6 average. But on the screen right now we have Alvin, probably finishing the last of his average, and gets a 673. Should be reasonably happy with that, nothing to scoff at for a solver his caliber, definitely making the next round. Oh, we already got Radosław competing, but the camera is off him. You got Ihor Schowatenko getting a low 7, about what he averages. Enter his left is Rasmus Tubdeftlesen. Lovely guest, we had him here on the stream. You're ready for his solve. A bit of a lucky execution, but still quite good look ahead. Finishes up with a T-perm, gets a sub 8 second solve. Probably not very happy with it, but he knows this is just, in a lot of ways, this is just a warm-up round for these top competitors who have a reasonable shot at making maybe the finals, the semi-finals. Monty Fox with 6.08. Quite a clean solve from him. In the bag, I believe that to be Ludwig Ivarsson, if I'm not mistaken. But on the screen right now we have Remo Pichel, Estonia, and are in multiple events, one of them not being 3x3. He's still a very proficient solver. Should be expecting something around 8 or 9 seconds from him. Gets quickly to the OLL, gets a U-perm. It's a low 7. Very good, very well done for him. Alvin with a 6.4. Probably reasonably happy with it. And we've got Kim Roger waiting to start the solve. Doing his usual warm-up routine. He's in inspection, deciding which color to do. Switch is very last second. We'll see if it affects the performance. A bit of a lucky solution so far. It's 8.4. Definitely not happy with that, considering he did ZBLL. Very much not what he's looking for. We've got Radosław starting probably a second solve. I think we've seen him once already, at least going to the station, maybe not the full solve. We'll see how he does. Inspecting. Got a 5.5 on the first solve, so definitely very respectable. Could lead to a PR for him. It's a 5.9. Not very happy with it, not the cleanest of solutions, but he'll take it. Again, this is only the first round. We've got most of those competitors who we'll be focusing on have probably 3 more to go. This is very much still the warm-up for them, getting ready, how the venue feels, what's the temperature like, what's the stations like, so it doesn't matter as much how well you do. You still want to do your best and prove to yourself that you are capable of, for example, making the finals, making the podium. So still a lot in it for them. Alvin getting ready to solve. Quite fluent F2L, decent OLL. A bit lucky on the PL, but it gets a 8.6. Not the best, but he can spare that with 2 6s. Doesn't have to be counting yet. They've got Kimmeroger Hallison seated in the back. We'll see how he does. And he's off to inspecting. I think decided on the cross color pretty fast. Looking at quite a lot, thinking about which angle to start from. But I think we're going to be seeing a white cross from him. Yes, saved one pair. Doing quite well. Gets into, unfortunately, one of the harder ZB cases to recognize. The H cases, being possibly symmetrical, can be hard to recognize, but he's handled it against a 6.6. We've got Radosław and Ihor showing a bit of a fist, so showing a bit of solidarity, fist bumping. And Radosław getting ready to start his third solve. Right now his best so far is a 553 and his worst is a 595, so quite stable, but we're only 2 solves deep, so can go in a lot of ways. Rasmus with a 7.51, can't be really mad at that. And Radosław starting solve. Gets to OLL very quickly, cancels into the Japer, messes up a bit. 6.58. Unfortunately, the edges weren't oriented, so he had to do the default OLL into PLL route. Got Remo Pihel inspecting at what I believe to be his 4th solve. Yeah, a lot of hesitation before the first pair. Very much not fluid. That's not the OL buddy. And gets something above 1162. Alvin with a 10.2 will definitely not be happy with that. He's not a man of negative emotions, but clearly not satisfied with what he got. Kimmeroger sitting down for his next solve. Currently has a 7, an 8, and a 6, so the average could very much go anywhere. Not doing probably as good as he wished he was, but still. I think I'm about to get a friend to commentate because it's been not the easiest. But I've got a clean ZB from Kimmeroger, one of the easier 2 GLLs to recognize, but still clean execution and a low 6 for him. I think we're about to see Ihor Słowatenko on his final solve of the average. 794. Probably not fully pleased with that. Oh yeah. Oh, let's go. Hello everyone. Let's join Vince again. Let's invite Wilhelm to the stream. He's here to commentate with me. How are you doing?
I'm busy.
I'm
done.
Very much the same. Very much the same.
Like the past 3 to 4 hours have been very, very busy. I've been doing the live data entry for the semifinals, and that's a lot of data, a lot of results coming in. And
it's a lot of work, exactly. Yes.
Yeah. I think like today we've reached the point where the planned schedule we just ditch that and just have to improvise a bit. But
it's more of a suggestion at this point than anything.
I think it will clear up once 3x3 is done. Then the big block will be
3x3, a massive block on each major. Usually takes about half a day.
Yep.
Just 8 groups of it this time, so by far the most.
8 heats. Speaking about heat, I'm really feeling the heat again in the venue. They kept the doors shut for today. Earlier we had an incident where like half of the curtains fell over, blocking the waiting area and the scrambling table, and we had to quickly set those up again. And I think because of that they kept the door closed, but
yeah, it's not been the best. And outside has been actually quite nice. So
outside is very nice today.
It's just
inside.
Kim Roger with 4:31.
Is that a record?
That is not a record, but it is very close, and the solve was very clean. I think with a Sun or anti-Sun ZB, one of the harder cases you can get.
Let me just check one thing real quick. Oh, gotta switch here. So there will be some interviews coming during 3x3, 16:35. So about in half an hour, we will have Aidan Granger on, and then
directly after that, Daniel Wallin.
Yes.
From Sweden,
as promised earlier.
A very talented competitor, very frequent organizer. Just
yeah.
As I think we mentioned before, a bit of a machine in a lot of ways.
Absolute machine.
Yeah.
Whew. Let's see. So for this group, probably already introduced people. Monty Fox from the UK.
Yeah. To be honest, we're mostly done. But yeah.
Yeah.
Radosław doing quite well so far. I think hasn't finished his average yet. One solve away, but should be getting done any second now. Did you do 3x3 yet?
Yes.
How'd you do?
Oh, terrible. We can, should be somewhere in the there. 215, 11, 29 average. Is there another Wilhelm?
Yes, there's Wilhelm Uchman from Sweden.
Huh.
We'll see if you have a chance. You seem like you might.
Beat him, yeah.
Oh,
1170 average. Could be a close battle between them.
Could be a close battle between the Wilhelms.
Yeah. So yeah, it was quite terrible. I just finished doing the really intense data entry for the Scube second round.
Oh yeah.
So we were sitting there with 2 people entering about the results of about 30 competitors just as they were coming in. And it came off, and I had a slice of pizza from yesterday, and I thought I had a break. But then I saw, oh shoot, I gotta compete now. And the results went as expected. First solve, I did the cross wrong.
Yeah.
And I ended up with the U-perm on bottom. And from there, like there was a slim chance I would make it to the next round. I'm ranked as the last person on the stock sheet to proceed, and it won't happen. It won't happen. Would have needed probably, I'm calling a 10.2 average to be the cutoff. That's my bet.
Yeah.
No money involved, but I'm guessing 10.2.
Yeah, something that in that area, a lot of people, to be honest, practicing. A lot of those people who do compete quite rarely might get their PRs here on this stage, mostly because they progress and they compete rarely. So,
yeah,
this if anywhere, this is the place to do it, at the European Championship stage.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh yeah.
So we're closing this heat.
Yeah, I think we might be missing one fall from Radosław, but yeah. Nothing spectacular from him. Best possible a low 6, so.
And with the.
Raju, ile na laście? Raju, ile na laście? He got best possible average, but unfortunately.
Oh yeah.
Didn't matter that much.
I mean, he will make it to the next round, and
definitely he'll probably still be one of the top seeds with a low 6. Currently would take second place between the Romanians of Yanis Kostincela and Serbian Strelian. Do we have any?
Check again.
Alan Tan of the United Kingdom with a 6.37 PR. It seems quite good.
Yeah, yeah. Step wire 666. Number of the beast average.
Yeah, very, very stable average. Not
very consistent, and his brother beating him by 0.03 seconds.
0.03.
Yes, yes, yes.
The twins usually very close in the rankings.
Yeah, in the past we did have another set of twins competing as well on a very high level, and they were born on the exact same day.
Ooh.
As the wires, just different years, but they had the same birthday. Can't remember the date, somewhere in the December.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, earlier I was missing those results, but they sailed.
Oh, Valerio Locatelli with a 6.1 average, the hero for Italy.
Oh yeah,
in Nations Cup, now getting also a very respectable average for himself. And also after 2 good solves followed by a 9, getting those 2 5s helped him clutch. I'm not sure when
the graphics will
be
updated.
Will be updated.
Yes, yes.
We've been facing some issues with them, unfortunately.
But judging from it now, so I think it's also 14 people for the final, and we're about halfway done, so we could try to get like a rough estimate of what will be needed to make the final.
Exactly.
So let me see without doing something terrible on Eleanor's laptop.
Oh, she has a lot of access. She can do some stuff.
Yeah.
Cubers, minxes, and non-geometrical puzzle people. It's good to see you in the
Events.
Yes.
We're coming up to
top 14. Top 14.
Top 14. Each final is 14.
3x3.
So as of now, 688 average needed.
Probably, if we assume that it's half, currently the cutoff for finals is a 652 from Gerge Zalan Molnar of Hungary. This seems quite right, maybe mid-6 to a low 6, depending on the scramble set we have.
Yeah.
Should probably make it.
I think
I would not expect a sub 6 being required to make it. That would be
insane. Oh, the graphics.
Up next.
Yeah, we got updates.
Yeah, but not all of them. We have Mika, but we have Monty Fox.
Oh yeah.
Mika Smulders with also a very respectable 6.3 average.
The forever number 2 in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
He got his event, Cube Mile. Undefeated champ of this European champion. Looking at the next heat. This is
This
the
is
American
the American group, exactly. Our top 2 seeds being Dylan Miller and Patrick Pons, both of the USA.
Yes, Patrick Ponce, he did technically win Euros 22.
Yeah. He won the Euros without becoming the European champion.
I think at some point we will adopt him to Europe.
I think he's basically there.
Yeah. Yes, he's here, and I mean, I'm not sure about.
He's part of so many communities. He's friends with a lot of the Polish people, a lot of the Spanish, obviously, a lot of the Dutch kids since he lived here.
Yeah.
He's just basically one of our own at this point. After the Americans, we've got Juliet Sebastien and Daniel Rush.
Ooh, Daniel Rush.
Very solid competitors. Daniel, very close to breaking that sub-6 barrier. Could very much happen at this comp with the PR average of 6.02. Anything can happen. They've got him solving. No, I think I'm still on for this one.
Okay. I'm down to do it by myself, so if you two want to head off, I can do it now.
No, I'm still fine. I'm still fine.
You two fine?
Yeah.
I'll come back for
when do you compete?
Hey, I'll come back for 6.
Yeah.
6, yeah? Okay.
Next one I'm free for some reason, but I can stay because I have like a day.
Alright, so some communication about the casting. As we said earlier, schedule is more of a good recommendation at this point.
Exactly. On the left we have Łukasz Burliga.
Yeah.
Used to be former NR holder for 3x3 single in Poland.
Oh, was he?
Quite wild times. Yeah, in 2018 I think he got like a mid-5 twice, which was still very much improving, getting better. He got his PR average I think 2 weeks ago, something like that, so still.
Let's look it up. Get closer to the keyboard.
Yeah. I was gonna go type the Polish ow, but realized probably.
WCA.
Yeah, WCA search is a feature of the website. It sometimes works.
2013 ID, yes.
Yes, quite a boomer. Obviously, mostly known for his Scube prowess. Back in the day, still quite good, but yeah. 632, he got it. Yeah, warm up. That was the week ago. The last weekend he got it in his hometown of Niepołomice. He was one of the organizers, so yeah, did really well.
So we can expect great stuff from him.
Can expect greatness. We've got Patrick coming on for his first solve of the 3x3.
There's so much to say about Patrick. I don't think many people realize, but he used to be not color neutral.
Yeah, it's one of the people who switched.
After I think he was like sub-8 already, or even better at that point, and he just focused. So anybody here in the audience saying, "Oh, it's too late now, you can't teach an old horse a new trick," yes, you can.
Yeah.
If you're 544, Juliet.
From Juliet, very good from her, and now I've got Dylan solving on the left. We'll see how he does.
A bit lucky,
turning quite fast, but everything ends with a lockup and a 6.96.
Yep.
Got Oskar Hanuszkiewicz on the right.
On the left, Jonas Pilöfer. In the black Team Germany shirt. I'm still proud to see them in action after designing the front and the back.
Nice.
Yeah. You know, it was such a pain to get it right and to decide, and like there's just you would think something like that just takes, I don't know, half an hour to upload, and
it can be very hard.
The spreadshirt job just took so long.
And t-shirts are not obvious, you know, there's multiple sizes, multiple shapes, you know.
Multiple colors. And then whenever they add a new color in the shop, it's available by instantly. So you have to actively limit the colors you don't want. You can just say, "Oh, I only want black." So if there's pink coming on, you could, somebody could order a pink shirt.
Yeah, it's a lot of logistics to it.
something so small, and I'm just in awe, like seeing so many people here with custom designed shirts for Euros to represent the country. I think it's a great thing to see here.
Yep.
So first results that have been entered. Still not much to see results-wise. I think, yeah, we can look at the cards for these groups. Obviously, Dylan Miller, Patrick Pons out of contention for any European title. Juliette, chance to podium 2%. Slim chance, very slim chance, but
it will be a very lovely way to finish the French. The French are in a bit of a medal drought. Haven't had a medal last Euros, so this would be a great way to top it off, but we will see how she does. We also have Yuri Chnitka in this group. I'm not sure if we have had the time to see him, but
yes, the current.
Yeah, both.
And are single and average.
Both of the records of the Ukraine in 3x3.
It's first.
Currently.
First Euros.
Currently residing in Warsaw, as many Ukrainians do. So I see him quite often at competitions. Very talented solver. We've got Patrick with his second solve, going clean so far. Very clean ZB. 489. Happy with that, but doesn't show it.
Yeah. And on the right, I think it's Christian Lackley from Sweden representing Togo.
Yes, one of the.
I think it's the only one still. Like one of the few.
Yeah, Togo, not a large speedcubing nation. To be honest, it's quite close to Nigeria and Ghana, which both have communities. So I'm a bit surprised by that no one from Togo ever competed, but it could be.
Well, there has been a recent announcement of a new competition in a new African country. I believe it was yesterday, Namibia Nationals, coming up in November. Another country added by the great Ron van Bruggen.
Yeah, Ron doing. I've heard some rumors of a great African tour by Ron.
Yes.
And Juliet with a 6.88. Probably not very happy with that. And you've got Dylan going quick so fast, but then a massive pause after the first two pairs. Then a 681. Not being happy with his performance.
There is an African tour coming on, and I think it's the last leg of that, as I heard. So we have Botswana Nationals coming up in November, yep. Mozambique, first comp there, and Lesotho also.
Yep.
And I heard him talk about it. I think like this is the final one. After they did the
Oceania, yeah, exactly. Bringing cubing to places never been before. A lot of potential for growth in this country. It's very much not an expensive hobby to do.
Not at all, not at all. You just need a cube, and that's pretty much it. You can go pretty far.
Ideally, some electronic device, but that's not necessary.
But I guess like smartphones are very common nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. So that's not an issue. Let me see if the Togo claim about him being the only competitor is true. Yes. Unless someone didn't start in 3x3.
He is the only person.
He is the only person that they have.
Could you look up Tanzania?
PR from last Euros, so hopefully looking to break it here.
We do have a few more, but on the bottom you can see Agnes Rinja-Wallin. Judging by the name, you can see.
That seems familiar.
Yes, I believe it's the mother of Daniel Wallin.
Yep.
She was the first competitor for Tanzania. So
Patrick with a 5.73.
And 5.89 by Daniel Rush.
Yeah. Quite a lot of NRs on her profile.
Yes.
It is very good to see more countries getting representation, and ideally
ideally comps there. You need
Yeah,
somebody willing to pick up the organizing part.
Yeah, ideally just a community gets created around the cube in the place. We've got Oscar with a 7.2.
I believe
Decent execution.
Cut off Juliet. She was going for another solve.
Yep.
Ah, yes. Perfect timing. Let's see what she can find. Bit of a longer recognition time, 6:67.
Yep.
And on the right, Alexandrov, France.
Yes. Not doing the best right now.
Former NR holder.
Yeah, very, very long in the scene. He's been here for quite a while.
And Łukasz
Burdiga next to him. Exactly.
With the skew button.
Yep. Going for one of the few remaining color neutral 3x3 solvers.
At the top level, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really interesting development in my eyes. Coming from everybody just doing like one color, max 2, then people started doing color neutral.
Into switching probably now the meta being back to the dual neutral.
Dual neutral because you can just inspect so deep into the solve.
Yes, and every block you find can be used if you are dual neutral. So
yeah. I believe we're seeing Daniel Rush now choosing yellow.
Obviously, there's a lot of trade-offs in
the
decision. 6.3.
Finishing with an L perm. L perms is one of those alks there. Of those cases, there are just so many alks to choose from.
Exactly.
I know like 4, I think, and my fingers sometimes just do any of those.
I've decided to stick to the one I've known forever, but yeah, I've had some attempts of changing it. We've got Patrick with another solve, very clean F2L.
Oh.
Will count the 4. I'm wondering if
he is on a really good pace now.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
maybe we can try to refresh the page. You can really see that the hall we're sitting in has filled up, and it's draining the available internet.
Yeah, exactly.
I've tried to upload, but it's only possible with batch mode.
Oh yeah, it can be.
And if you're in the heat of entering the results and they just keep flying in, at some point I had like 20 to 25 results entered but not submitted.
Yeah, it can be like that sometimes, and unfortunately, not much you can do about it.
Alexandra, 7:15.
You need like a 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi to maybe have a chance to get through all the noise coming through. Yeah. 1,000+ people's phones. Patrick with a high 5, but then probably has 2 4s after that. Very much on pace to PR. He mentioned multiple times that it took him a very long time to break the average he got at Euros finals in 2022. Yes. Exactly, and he broke it, I believe, at the warm-up competition. And sometimes the mental barriers, you break them a bit and then you shatter the record after that.
Completely agree.
Considering he currently is counting at 4.9, this might be one of those moments, but it's too early to say. We'll see.
554. Yeah, the 557 is still on our sheet.
Yeah, our sheet. Right. Not everything is exactly up to date, unfortunately. People breaking their PRs a week before the competition breaks our prep sometimes. Yeah. Łukasz Burdiga have a 7.15.
Oh, he did break his PR by 0.02.
He broke it a week after. Okay.
A week after Euros, but I mean, still, he has been on the same level.
So it's a 4-year-old PR. That's not what you want to see if you Especially for Patrick, he's used to. He knows he's not in his prime anymore, but he used to,
Yeah.
When you're used to being top 10 in the world for most of your cubing career, and now you're 48th and can't break it, that must.
Yeah, Patrick is
it
one
must
of those.
stink.
One of those people I've been following for quite a long time, and like I think we used to be on like Skype calls in 2013 and 14 and something, and he was like really into 4x4 and crazy about his 27 single. Like his status was like 27 is love, 27 is life. Like really excited, early rising cuber.
Yeah.
Got friends with Kevin Gerhardt, and somehow there was a connection there. And
I've only met him. I've met him the dumbest way because just one was asking me if he could stay at my place for Polish champs, and that's how we met. But we've been friends ever since. Very unlucky corner twist. Probably would have still been the worst attempt, but still leaves him a bit less room to breathe. The solve being somewhat clean, the ZBLL going nice. So we will see. Oh, probably off the main stage, we've got Thiago Moraes of Portugal getting a new NR average of 7.19, if I saw correctly. Let's check, 7.14. So Thiago doing really well this comp so far. I think he got an NR average in 4x4 finals, lots of PRs in the big cubes. Just overall done very well in the end by ends.
Very happy to see the Portuguese community growing this much
Exactly.
in the past years. Used to be only a comp every now and then. Now they have delegates. They're active.
They used to be a bit swallowed by the bigger neighbor, but now they're a formidable opponent.
Similar with Greece.
Dylan getting ready for his last solve.
Greek community has also grown. We did see the representatives here, and they have delegates now, competitions.
Exactly.
I know one of the Swiss delegates, who is Yannis, who's competing for Greece. He used to fly there and try to get the delegates ready.
Oh, yeah.
Promoted to junior, and once you're a junior delegate, you can start to do comps on your own. But
exactly.
You do need some experience for that. Finishing up with
5.4.
A perm, I believe. 5.4. He's happy.
Locks almost DPA. That'll be his best is 540, so that will be a 618 average.
Juliet finishing with 641. Solid showing of her. Oh, can we see Patrick? Oh, 556. Oh no.
Oh, there was a 5. There was a 5 between the fours. We missed it. So.
Oh no.
Very unfortunate for Patrick. Still was on pace to beat his PR, but.
Yeah.
I think.
The final solved. I think the corner twist didn't matter.
I think he's just waiting for the final.
Yeah.
I think he wants to set it at a time where it matters most. He is.
Yeah.
He is accustomed to the pressure. He is known for handling it well, and that's how I think. We're probably seeing him in the final. It will require a very big underperformance for him to not make finals.
Definitely. And I mean, the pressure should be lower for him because he is here for the fun and for his results, but not for any titles.
Exactly.
So, coming up, Poland. Olaf Kuzminski.
In the sixth group, we've got Olaf Kuzminski, Alexei Tsvetkov, the Ru user who we've interviewed, James Alonso, the young UK 3x3 talent, Andrei Che, the Russian currently residing here in the Netherlands. Doing quite well for himself in 3x3. Also broke a barrier at the warm-up comp. Got his first sub-6 average there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Did you go to that?
What?
Did you go to the
Nah, I went to a comp in Poland on the same weekend.
Of course.
Yeah. You know, it's an hour 30 on train versus.
Those solves are so fast. We've got a bit of a breather in the schedule. We'll be starting Group 6 soon. Not quite yet. Take a moment to look around you.
So we have an announcement, and I think we're ready to do a swap.
Yes, I'm gonna be leaving for one group exactly, and then coming back for the final two. So happy to.
Yes.
happy to see Timon compete. To finish up the group, we've got Ludvig Ivarsson of Sweden, an up-and-coming talent, quite young.
Current NR single for Sweden, 4.33, 0.01 slower than the German NR.
Yes, has a low 6 average, quite decent at other speed events such as 2x2 as well. Hope to see him improve and hope to see him get some Swedish average NRs, hopefully soon.
All right, so we have a couple minutes before the group starts, and I think we're ready for the change.
Yeah, I think we have some time. Unfortunately, oh, we might be ready for a change.
Yeah.
Okay. You do? Okay. So we'll be handing it over to Henry and our guest, Aiden Granger.
Round 1. Group 6, starting now.
So many A's.
As long as it's down here.
Alright, want to do it alone?
Yeah, I've got him, so it's fine.
Okay, welcome back from Arnhem. We're back here for 3x3 round 1 group 6 here at the WCA European Championships, hit live from the Netherlands, and I am glad to say that alongside us, taking us through all the way through group 6, is current European champion for Megaminx, Mr. Aiden Granger. Aiden Granger, how are you, my friend?
I'm doing great. It's lovely to be here, Henry.
It is fantastic to be here, as always. Aiden, you've done a few events so far this weekend. Talk us through them, how you've fared so far.
Yeah, so, I mean, I've mostly just practiced Megaminx coming to this competition. Obviously, it's my main event, reigning European champion. 3x3, it went all right, just competed in that. I got like a mid-7 average, which isn't too bad for me. And my only PR this weekend is 6x6, so 128 single. Pretty happy with that. But no, Megaminx has gone well so far. Round 1, I won. Mid-27 average, pretty decent. And then second round, I got like 28 point something average, second seed. So quite excited going into finals.
Well, you're coming into a second final in a row at the European Championships. You want, obviously, you want it in 2024. You're coming into it in 2026. Does it feel a little bit different now that obviously Timofey Tarasenko is not going to be at the championship anymore? He's not going to be competing. Does it feel a little bit different now having to defend the title against someone who already beat you in round 2?
No, to be honest, last year as well, I was going into the exact same situation. I was actually a third seed going into the finals last time, but it's kind of, I actually feel like the exact same situation as last time, because it's me versus one other competitor for the win. Both of us pretty, not guaranteed podium, but you'd really expect us to podium. You'd be very shocked if we didn't. And so it's almost the exact same situation as 2024, so yeah.
100%. We've got lots of top players in this group. Oliver Kuzminski, as you've already seen on your screens already. We've got Andre Shea currently on your screen at the moment with the GoPro. We've also got Alexei Svetkov, James Alonso, Ludwig Iverson, Robin Turn. Obviously, you've competed with a few of these, especially you've competed with James Alonso. It's a 692 for Andre, and it's a 546 to start us off for Olaf Kuzminski. You competed alongside James specifically. Just talk to us about James and how good of a competitor he is, especially in 3x3.
Oh wow, James is an incredible competitor, especially 2x2 and 3x3, like his two main events. It's great to be like competing with him. Like every UK competition you go to, you just expect him to getting mid-6, low-6 pretty much every time. And even though he might not practice as much anymore as he used to, and he doesn't actually have NR anymore, he's still definitely like top 2 UK competitor. You'd expect him to maybe make the finals here as well. It's very exciting to watch him.
100%. Let's come away from the people on the screen at the moment. Let's come to you specifically. Tell us a little bit about yourself. What brought you into cubing and Megaminx specifically?
Well, cubing is the typical story, you know what I mean? My parents gave me a cube when I was like 4 or something. I completely scrambled it. My mum actually had to solve it for me the first time because I was so upset. I was like, I can't do this. But then when I was like 10, I picked it up off my shelf. I was like, I might actually be able to do this. So I was a bit older, I was a little more confident, and I managed to do it. And then, you know, you go on YouTube, you find the algorithms, you keep going, you practice, get faster. And yeah, Megamix specifically, it was after COVID. I never cubed really during COVID. I took a bit of a break. But coming back from COVID, I go into, I think it was Chester Spring 2022. And I compete in Megamix, and I get overall PB by like 20 seconds or something in competition. It was like a 108. And just from there, I was like, I'm going to practice this event. I was so happy with it. I just kept practicing and practicing. And yeah, it kind of just got me to where I am now.
That on the stream, obviously, as Aidan was talking. As we said already, you won Euros in 2024. You're a Worlds finalist in 2025. What was going through your head in both finals, and what can you sort of take from those experiences into this year's final?
Well, Euros 2024 is obviously an interesting one because the finals had to be redone due to like an issue with the first one. Going into the first finals, I was quite nervous. It was my first major finals. It was also Timofey's first major finals, and I just didn't perform as well as him. But then, yeah, the second time as well, I was just sort of a bit upset for Timofey because I knew he'd just won and he had to redo it, and then I obviously just managed to do a bit better than him, hold my composure. He was a lot younger than me as well. So yeah, the first one, it was just a bit of an odd one. But then Worlds, I think Worlds was a tough one. I was really wanted to win, like, and podium. But I think I got a bit too much in my head. I was overthinking a little bit. I went out on stage. I didn't like try and hype up the crowd or anything. I just walked out there like deadpan and sat down, and it really didn't help me. I was really nervous. I just solved horrendously the entire average, and then on the 5th solve, I messed up PLL out of getting podium, which, yeah, still a little bit of cope, but yeah, it was quite annoying. And I think something I can learn from that is not to deep it as much. It's not, you know, it's not the end of the world if you don't win or you don't podium. Like, it's just, it's a plastic toy at the end of the day. It's lovely to compete and be against competitors, but I think it's not something that your entire life weighs upon. You don't change as a person if you come 4th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, or even if you don't make any second rounds, you know what I mean?
Yeah. We've got Andre Shea along with Iverson going blow for blow at the top of your screens here at the minute. Andre with 6.92 to start off, and look for Iverson with an 8.24. We're yet to see James Alonso with his second solve. Kieran Behan also yet to solve as well. Aidan, as you've been in a few finals before, and obviously you've been in round 1, so you know the sort of situation that some of these competitors are going for. Got a little bit of collapse there. I'm not too sure what for. We'll see in a second. What sort of goes through your head in the round 1s of sort of stages? Is it more about getting souls on the board, or is it a little bit about safety and just making sure that you're through to the next round?
Well, I'd say it depends on the event, to be honest. Something like 3x3, especially if you're trying to make the second round. If you're clearly someone that should be making it, it is definitely about safety. You don't want to DNF your first soul, then +2, 1 or 2, and then suddenly you're actually on edge if you're making the next round, especially something like a sprint event like 2x2 or Pyraminx. But I think something with Megaminx, it is just getting souls on the board. I think, especially round 1, I just see it as another round of Megaminx for me. Like, the only way I don't make it is if I DNF 2 solves, and that's never happened to me in a Megaminx round before. And even for me, round 2, I think me and Steph are like the only 2 that really have this, but we're not really too worried about making finals. We know we can get 10 seconds worse than what we average and still comfortably make the finals. And so, again, for me, it's just like a sort of another round, so it's getting solves on the board, yeah.
Andre Shea with a 7.51 in the background. We're going to see Alexei Svetkov in a second for his second as well. A few singles to report on. James Alonso with a 6.63 on solve 1. Andre Shea was already reported with a 6.92. Kieran Behan also in this group with a 7.12. George Dinescu, I believe, with a 7.17, the Romanian, with his first solve of the competition so far. We'll see how they fare a little bit later, but again, Aidan, back to you. You seem to be becoming a little bit more an all-rounder. What amount of practice goes into Megaminx? Is there still an improvement value for you now, even though you're one of the top sort of competitors in Europe and in the world at Megaminx?
Yeah, well, I would say Megaminx, like, I think it's sort of something I've done what I want to. I've gotten a world record. I've won European Championships. I've not got a world's podium or win yet, but those are things that, you know, they happen every 2 years. It's very difficult to do. I think I'm very happy with where I am with Megaminx, so I don't practice it to improve as much anymore. But I still do lots of solves, like, and when I want to solve, I will solve. If I don't want to solve, I won't solve. Like, when I used to not want to solve, I'd force myself to do a bit of practice, like try and get the improvement going. And I think it caused a bit of burnout there. But now, if I don't want to solve, I don't solve. And then I think that sort of actually helps me improve a little bit more. So I think in the past year, even just through doing solves when I want to, I've maybe improved about half a second to a second still, which is like, it's really lovely because it's sort of just keeping the look ahead sharp, keeping the turning sharp and stuff like that. And yeah, all rounding it's just because it's enjoyable to do other events, you know, like those I do put more dedicated practice into because it's hard to get good at an event at first if you never put dedicated practice into it. But yeah, all rounding, it's a lot more fun, I would say, than just doing a single event all the
James
time.
Alonso with a 4.74, another sub-5 single for the young Briton, next to his Scottish compatriot near enough. Obviously, you've competed with James a lot. Seeing those sort of times makes you think, it's quite good, isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's I think it's like 0.15 off his PR single or something, so that's very good for James, especially European Championships.
Yeah, and obviously you're the current NR single holder with a 3.69. I think I know what I'm going to ask you. We'll see what Olaf gets in a second as well. Andre Shea with a DNF in his second solve. Ludwig Iverson with a 15.54. The two highlights that we're looking at so far aren't going as well as we thought. Aidan, obviously we'll get to you in a second, but what do you think is going through the mind of Olaf at the moment when he's just looking at this solve? It looks like he's going to go for white cross, so what do you think is going through the mind of his?
Well, Olaf, you can never tell what's going in the mind of Olaf. He's always just a bit nonchalant, trying to aura farm his way through the competition, you know what I mean?
It's going into the ZBL now. It looks like it's a 5.32 for Olaf. Now, obviously, you had a sub-4 single yourself. Aidan, talk to us what went through your mind when you got that 369, because I believe that you weren't the only person to get sub-4 in that round.
Yeah, well, so it was the same round as Jake Brown got their 391 single as well. It was right after, it was like 3 or 4 minutes after they'd done it. It's quite funny. I went up to one of the delegates, he was judging me, Rich Casey. He made a joke, he was like, oh, Aidan, I expect you to get an R now after seeing what Jake's just done. And then, you know, I went through, so I was like, it's a decent scramble, and I expected that because it was like Jake had just got a sub-4 on it. And then I planned first 2 pairs. I'd done the first 2 pairs.
Alexei Svetkov with a 492 as well. Sub-5s flying across the board. Sorry, Aidan, please continue.
Yeah, no. But I'd done the first 2 pairs. I'd seen my next pair. I just started solving, and then suddenly the cube is done. Like, nothing's going through your mind at that point. You're just like, I just got to stop the timer now. And then you look at the time, you're like, you just can't believe it's just happened.
Judging from the description of your record videos, you draw a lot of strengths from the support of your friends. You might have seen, obviously I watched it a lot of times as well, as Andre Shea gets a 5.96 there. I remember so vividly, obviously I wasn't at that competition when you got the record, but I remember Ben Stokes vividly hugging you straight away with alongside your mother. We'll just see how James Alonso gets on in this solve here. It's a blue cross for him, straight from the Olo into PLO. Smooth transition of 5.85, seems pretty happy with that. Just talk to me about how much do your friends mean to you in the speaking community? And hopefully, because I'm one of your friends as well, you're going to give me some compliments as well, aren't you, Aidan?
Yeah, well, to that, Speedcubing is all actually about the friendship. Like, you've obviously got all the competition, Kieran getting a 6.6 there, but I mean, it is just all about the friendship. It's why the community's so good, because everyone, even if you're competing against them, they're still your friend. Like Timofey, me and him against each other in Euros finals last year, and me and Steph this year. But all 3 of us are all really good friends, and we know each other, we practice with each other, we go on call with each other. And yeah, I mean, you as well, brilliant friend, and you're here commentating. Like, everyone, it's a nice close circle. It's just lovely to be here.
Well, I'm not just a commentator, guys. Come on, I'm actually a good friend as well. I hope the live stream should know that. And they do know that by now. Obviously, you've been to a lot of UK competitions. Okay, I've seen you compete, and I've competed alongside you quite a lot. Who's been one of your favourite competitors to compete alongside with? Obviously, you've competed with Timofey, you've competed with Stephanie Rose Martin, lots of other people. Who would you say are some of the best that you competed alongside?
I mean, I have to say Sean Moran was my first one. He was the guy that, like, I tried to overtake. He was the first person who was really my first competitor in cubing. I would say Daniel Partridge as well, because, you know, no matter what event it is, you're expecting him to just be there in the UK, trying to beat you, podium in every event. Same with Danny Morgan and Caleb Wolf done as well. But all 3 of them my friends. I'll see Olaf getting a good solve here.
It's lovely. Ziebelau is a 4.84 for Olaf Kuzminski. It's a 5, a 5, a 5, and a 4 for Olaf so far. Very consistent. Matching the pace of Alexei Svetkov so far. Also another 4, but a 5 as well. We're still yet to see a few of his times being entered as well. Aidan, again, just talk to us a little bit. You're a speedcubing coach. So you're one of a few people who are actually coaching, who are one of the top players this weekend. What do you like about coaching, and what makes it so valuable for yourself to pass on the skills that you've learned to other people?
I would just say it feels like it's not sort of the end of a career, but it's something, it keeps your cubing going. Like, even if you're not as good as anymore, you know you can help the next people become world champions, world record holders, stuff like that. And it feels like you're actually doing something for community rather than just competing for yourself.
Alexei Svetkov with a 583 and Andrei Shaver 621. Again, the times are starting to flow in again. Aiden, just talk to me about, 3x3 in general. How much does, the cube mean to you, and what is, seeing these sort of these faster competitors, obviously, no disrespect to you, but some of these competitors are a lot faster than you. Just talk to us about seeing the standard of cubing, just how good is it to see?
It is beautiful to see. I mean, I remember I was at the Euros 2022 and watching Timon get his 397. And now if someone gets 397 here, you might get a crowd like clapping, but it's not a big deal anymore. Like in the past 4 or 5 years, cubing's come so far, and it's like been brilliant to see all the progress made by everyone. Like myself included, like I've made a load of good progress, but it's incredible to see just how many people can make such good progress in such little time.
I didn't see that. I believe James Alonso has counted a 4. It's a 4:30 single, which is his PR. We are going to see him now on the screen at the moment. I believe he's on his last solve now. We'll see how he does fare in this one. It's going to be a white cross for him. Very fluid F2L. Just pauses on his EBL recognition. Oh, he misjudges the ZBLL. It's a little bit of a lock-up on the UPAM. It's a 953, but claps go up from the UK contingent in the grandstands. It's a counting 4 for James Alonso, which isn't, funny enough, I believe is the only counting 4 that we've had of this I believe of this round so far. My apologies. No, sorry. I was actually commentating on earlier. Ianis Shelley. My apologies. No disrespect to Ianis, but it's the second counting 4 that we've seen so far. Aiden, the standard is ridiculous already so far. It's setting the bar really, really high for everyone, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that might be the first counting 4 the UK's ever had, actually. I mean, 430 for James as well. I think that's NR3 single, so yeah, brilliant start for James.
Well, obviously you hold the NR at the moment, which is yet to be broken at the moment. Let's talk a little bit just about your experiences. Obviously, you've made plenty of finals, and going into Megaminx, you're obviously going to be facing another final. Are you excited? How are you feeling ahead of it? And sort of, let's just ask you now, what are your goals?
Well, I think my goals going into the competition, like expecting Timofey to be here, was mostly just a podium, maybe second place, maybe one of Timofey or Steph. Obviously, I really wanted to win. Like, if I won that, that'd be so special to me. But I think now that Timofey's not been here, not been able to compete, I think it's my more focus is on winning. I think it's quite doable. You know, Stephanie's only beaten me in one round ever, which was the previous round. So I've got a lot of confidence coming into the finals. And to be honest, I think I'm more just excited for it than anything. Like, even if I come second, third, fourth, I think I'm just really excited to enjoy the experience, go out there, see all the UK fans, have everyone, my friends, family cheer me on.
Oh, it's a DNF there for Olaf Kuzminski. Had a little bit of a corner twist there, which sort of kind of strayed him away from that. Is it going to be apparent? It's a 574 PR average for James Alonso. We'll see Kieran Bean here go on to one of his final solves. I think a lot of you know that he is a green cross solver only, so he's a little bit limited on what he can do. It's a very smooth OLL. Great transition into PLL. It's a 656 though. However, we'll have a look and see what everyone else has done. Aiden, who's stood out to you so far in this round as, you know, one to look out for later in round 2?
Oh, well, I mean, I've just got to say Olaf Kuzminski. I mean, he's a good friend of mine. He's always just pulling out low fives. Like, there's nothing you can do to stop him getting them.
I must say, his consistency is really, really impressive, isn't it? And just the way he carries himself as well, especially obviously part of the Polish team, which was part of the Nations Cup, obviously, which finished third, could have finished first, but obviously lost out to Netherlands in the semi-final. So obviously there's a lot of experience with Olaf. Obviously, as you know Olaf personally, what can you tell us a little bit about Olaf and, you know, how good can he be on his day?
Well, I mean, on his day, he can, if he locks in, he can be the best in the world if he really wants. Like, you know, he comes into competition, he just sort of like, he likes the crowd, he likes the energy, and, you know, he might not be the most dedicated practicer at home, but he always comes to a competition, like, and you expect him to do well. So, yeah, you just really expect him to do well. I don't think there's any more to say about Olaf. He's always there, he's like always in the background.
Got the last few stragglers just easing off on the last few solves of Group 6. But at the moment, it's still Ianis Scheller who tops the timing sheet with a 5:46 average. Olaf Kuzminski off by 0.01 second into second place. Patrick Ponce with a 5:56. Obviously, he won't be counted as a European competitor. James Alonso with a double PR of a 5:74 average and a 4:30 single. Alexei Svetkov with his last solve now, obviously one of the best Ru solvers in the world. Talk to us about Ru and just how good Alexi is with it.
Yeah, well, Alexi, he's just brilliant at Ru. I don't know much about Ru myself, but I know Sean Moran, third seed coming into Megaminx, also uses Ru, so it's clearly got its upsides, and especially for OH, you see in the finals, like over half the competitors pretty much are using Ru, and it's really cool to see like another method still really high up there competing with CFOP.
As we covered earlier, a lot of you will be familiar with CFOP. Well, obviously Ru is a little bit different. You could be a lot more creative with your block building, and this is what Alexi is doing now. Finishing off with the M slices, and it's an 805. It's not the greatest finish to his average. We'll see how that fares in his total combined. We'll see how that fares elsewhere. Looks like the top 10 is going to change a little bit. Obviously, Olaf into second. Alexi will most likely go inside the top 10. Monty Fox earlier with a 630 average. The Englishman already having a final under his belt. But what could you take away from the last few minutes, Aiden? Obviously, seeing a lot of decently high-level competitors, haven't we?
Yeah, no, I mean, you expect it. 3x3, on the stream stage, everyone's just so good now. It's crazy to see.
Perfect. Well, we have Group 7 coming up next. We are going to be doing a little change of the guard. Aiden, thank you so much for joining us. I've got to go prepare for 3x3, but we've got Willem going to come and join us in a few minutes' time. So stick around for 3x3 Round 1, Group 7.
With the guest, Daniel Wallin. So, hello there, Wilhelm again, joined by Piotr and another lovely guest in a second. They're just doing the setup and I'm figuring out where to put all the cables. So, yes. Yeah. I was just doing a check, hoping everything is alright, but I think we are ready to go. So, give me one more second to get the notes up and running. All right. Yeah, joining us, Daniel Wallin from Sweden. He has been, he has been one of the most active persons in the WCA. 350 comps and still counting. Over 22,000 solves. Delegate organizer. He has the second most delegated competitions. He's a cube specialist at the Cubos, the Swedish cube store, and still manages to be one of the best blind solvers in terms of big blind. He has 4 world's podiums, 10 ERs, or no, it's 11, and 10 European podiums. So, and also he has achieved every multi result between 0 and 41 points.
That's correct. That's correct.
It's a long list. Tell us something about yourself that hasn't been said already.
Yeah, nowadays I'm obviously trying to keep up with the kids. It's not very easy nowadays. So I'm more and more transitioning into the organizing and delegating part of my career, so to say. I'm sure we'll get into Worlds 27 in a bit. But otherwise, in terms of accolades, I'm very happy with my career. And I'm happy that I can still compete today and even get a bronze today in 5 blind. So I'm happy.
Very great to hear. So, you used to be like one of the top people for like back in the day for Scube, Square One, Clock, and now you've been on top of the big blinds for the past years. Like, what led you to the change? Like you told in the notes like, oh, you wanted to have like a big surprise after COVID. Is that like the only reason?
That's part of it. I mean, obviously the kids were becoming very fast, so I was struggling to keep up in the Scube and Clock and Square One events and so on. In blind, there was a gap, and especially during COVID. I remember Stanley having like a 102 WR single, then the ER single was like 150, and I was like, surely this is beatable. So I grinded throughout the pandemic and managed to get it when I got back from the pandemic in 2021.
Seemed to have been very much a grind. You told us you learned 3 style in 6 days.
For corners at least, yes, that's correct. Back in 2019, that was like March 2019 when I really decided that it's time to lock in big blind, in like blind in general.
Yep.
So yeah.
Would you recommend doing that?
Nah. That was like I had a week, literally nothing to do. So I just sat and grinded freestyle for an entire week. Most people don't have a week to just grind an entire event.
I mean, if you have like a vacation or you're still like in school, holidays or university, you can do that. But how many hours a day?
Oh, surely like 8. surely.
So like full-time job pretty much for a week, and then one can be proficient.
Exactly. I mean, a lot of people are struggling with the transition from a more intermediate blind method to freestyle. They start learning and they never really fully transition. So for me, that was perfect. But I recognize that it's not for everyone.
Great. And nowadays you're probably mostly doing maintenance work for your results, a bit of practice.
Kinda. I realized last Wednesday that shit, Euros is coming up in a week. I need to practice. So I had 6 days of good practice leading up to this competition. I'm in decent shape.
Decent shape, yeah. We've discussed the results earlier with the 4-blind. Unfortunately, missing out on the podium.
Correctly, I even triple DNF'd. I tried to like go semi-safe, at least to get a success in, which I apparently couldn't. I blanked out on a word on every single solve, and on the last one there were even 2 centers unsolved. So, yeah.
So the times, what range were they
going? Oh, bad. I mean, I sat for like 30 seconds and thought on a word I couldn't forget.
Okay.
Remember, yeah.
Okay. And 5-blind, congratulations.
Thank you. That felt incredibly good. I mean, there's a bit of a backstory to this even. Back at Worlds in Seattle, 25, I triple DNF'd both 4 and 5-blind. Then first thing this morning, I triple DNF'd 4-blind again, so I was like, really? So this felt really, really good to get back.
And then you got 3 successes in 4-blind and a 321 on the final solve.
Yeah, it's even 1 second from NR mean, so I'm very happy.
Jeez, and then sneaking on the podium, and
it was tight. I mean, Ryan could obviously, a lot of those people in 1, 2, and 4, they could get lost faster, but it's blind. Anything can happen in blind.
Anything can happen, yeah. On the screen, sorry to interrupt, we have Timon Koloshinsky. I think if he's on, we have to watch in awe for a second, see what he can pull off. Casual low 407.
But yeah, I noticed right before starting, he did some kind of hand thing, like a gesture.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
And here comes my fellow
Swede.
Yeah, exactly, Victor Senk, co-organizer for Worlds.
Worlds 27, yes. The final bastion for clock.
Yep, it will be. It will be. Looking forward to it. That final will be great.
Yeah.
Imagine doing the last clock solve ever in WCA history.
Oh, I would
yeah.
time before each solve.
I mean, one of the questions I had prepared for the interview earlier with Anthony was like, do you plan on having a big redemption arc and be like the final eternal world champ, but he will be the eternal European champ? Incredible result yesterday.
Yeah.
So yeah, moving on. You're sort of known for your memo style. You're very active during memo. Is there a backstory to that?
Not really, and other than like I feel like I remember better if I do it that way. Like there are some certain, for example, actions. If I am like kicking a football, for example, me doing like a small kicking motion with my foot makes me remember that a bit easier. So it's usually things like that.
So something to try for aspiring blind solvers. You could try and do that. And I feel like I think there's a point to that. Like if you ever have you seen like the Japanese train conductors? They're doing like the hand gestures to really make sure they didn't forget anything. And I tried doing that with like score sheet entering, like data entry. I put like a gesture to see if I finished, like just looking, double checking, and that works. So I can imagine it helps with the memo.
Indeed. I feel so. Yeah.
Another incredible result. You had a 24-hour comp in Flin, your hometown, 2023, and you did shuffle the events. So you had multi-blind at what, 4 a.m.?
Something like that.
And you were one of the organizers, you were the delegate, competing for almost 24 hours, and you decide to do 35 cubes in multi.
But that's like nothing. I usually do like 42 around that.
Yeah, 35 cubes is just nothing. And you managed to solve 31 of them.
Yeah, that was back when 24-hour comps was allowed.
Yes.
Those of you who know the recent regulations updates know that 24 comps are not a thing anymore. But it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah. So you just thought like, oh, might as well do 35 cubes.
I mean, that worked surprisingly well. I'm not advocating for you to try this at home, but I felt like my results were quite good, even like after, even at the end of that 24-hour comp.
Incredible. So there must be something keeping you active. I mean, you're doing like 60 plus comps a year for years on end. How do you manage? Like, what's your life like?
I mean, combined with the fact that I work at Cubos, speedcubing is still my life. It will be at least until Worlds 27. But motivation, I do still try to keep up with the kids, both in 3x3 and in blind. Otherwise, I still like organizing competitions and delegating competitions. It's great to give my local community a lot of chances to compete, and even sometimes have a chance to travel abroad. And we have another team on Seoul.
Another team on Seoul. Let's quickly watch that. Yeah. Oh, 488. Solid showing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
High standards.
Very high standards. So, all right. So you're really active there, and like, what's the driving point? What's the driving force for you? Like, what got you started? What got you hooked with the cubing?
With cubing, I learned in summer of 2012. My cousin just randomly had a cube in our summer house, and I just decided it was a rainy day. I decided to solve it, and I like to push myself to become faster and better stuff. So I did that for like half a year. Then I noticed, oh, you can compete in speed cubing. What? And then I did that in 2013. Only 4 comps in Sweden in 2013. Those were the numbers back in the days.
Yeah.
And then I was instantly hooked after my first competition.
And ever since, just straight through.
Yep, definitely. No pauses really even, except for the pandemic. But still, right when the comps kicked back in, I was back to competing and organizing.
Have you ever had like a burnout?
Not really. I mean, in terms of like my own speed cubing, back in the days I would just like switch event. If I got burned out in square one, I would just switch us to a different event. And otherwise, I never force myself to practice. If I want to practice, I do. If I don't want to, I don't. So that also helps.
We had like Kasper on yesterday, and you have like a similar comp count, and he had like a very similar story. It was like, yeah, I never had a burnout. Just didn't push myself. Just do it if it's fun. Don't do it if it's not fun. So yeah, that's very nice. Speaking about Sweden, you do have a unique format with the speedcubing leagues in different cities. Like, tell me about it. How did this come by? Explain to the viewers who don't know what it is.
So back in 2023, we started trying out. Well, we see Timon inspecting, by the way. We started trying out a different format with evening comps. Let's see what it does here first.
My cross, decent recognition, but
a bit lucky.
And a 5:55 former world record single set by Mats Valk in 2013. Was my first competition after having a 1.5 year hiatus. He was at the comp, and I saw the world record and was like, oh, damn, he's fast now.
I see.
Yeah.
But yeah, in 2023, we started trying out at least we got inspiration from Denmark. They started doing this in 2022. Then we started doing roughly in Stockholm like 1 a month, and then also in another city called Uppsala in Sweden, where Worlds will be held. We also do about 1 a month. Just to give more chances for the local competitors to hang out, socialize, get a few solves in. Just like a very, very casual environment.
So it's
low effort competitions.
So it's a weekday competition always, and you have like some events and just set up?
Yeah, it's usually 4 hours long, between like 5 to 9 p.m. We rotate the event so that 3x3 is at every single one. Oh! Good average incoming.
Yeah, huge result for Ireland. Guessing this will be an NR of some sorts?
I'm not keeping track, unfortunately. What does Kieran have, for example? In terms of NR average?
We will know in a bit here, I think. I mean, if it's not showing here right now, we'll hang in there for a minute and see it once it is entered. So yeah, weekday competition, just local venue. I've heard some stories, but I think like for you guys, it's quite easy to get venues.
Yeah, and it's also one important factor with these type of comps is that we use the same venue every single time. So even for me as an organizer, there isn't that much of a workload. Same schedule, even though we rotate the events. Same venues, cloned website, and everything like that. So it's
Mass production.
Yeah, just casual evenings with some solving. It is an NR average.
NR 5.98, which I suppose would be the first sub-6 average for Ireland. So huge congratulations to them and CJ Fury improving on 6.12 average, so first sub-6 indeed.
And it did have the NR before. So
yes.
That ties the Swedish NR average, I think, actually. So that's Sweden and Ireland are now completely tied.
So with the competitions, you do have like
Timon
Timon,
well.
569. Still low 5 average, so like casual for him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tuan doesn't look too happy. I've only seen 606 and 622, so I don't know what he got what he got else. Okay.
So yeah, with your league competitions, you do have specific names for them. There's like a name concept, so tell me about it.
We usually just have a theme per year or per season. So this year we're doing Swedish candy. So for example, if you win one of the competitions, you win a random Swedish like candy, for example. The name of the comp matches with the main event of the comp. So if you win the main event, you get that Swedish candy as the winner. The
So
winning prize.
Stockholmsligan, salmiakki.
Yeah, for example, and other seasons have had other themes. We had, I think, in Jönköping they did a season with pizza names and so on. So
Oh, that's good fun.
Yeah, just something extra.
Yeah, so so you said you're working for QBoss. How is it like? What are you doing? What can people expect? And yeah, what has it been like for you?
Yeah, I started working there in 2022. First 3 days a week, then stepping up to 4, and now 5 days a week since 2.5 years ago. And being a relatively small company, obviously, we're like 3 people working there, so it's a bit of everything. I do support, I do lubrication of cubes, we ship orders, we work with the website, I place orders, for new cubes when we need to restock. Just a very, very varied work as such a small company.
And great fun, as it seems.
Oh yes. I mean, I literally do have the dream job. I can imagine a lot of listeners would like to work at a cube store, so yeah.
I mean, you never know with the current development of speedcubing. It could be a career path in the future, I think right now.
Yeah, maybe. Like right now in Sweden, I'm the only one employed with my working title, but yeah. I have my 2 CEOs, so the brothers that started the cube store, and then I'm the only employee, so maybe.
Maybe. All right. Worlds, the big one. So is there anything you're able to share that's not publicly known yet?
That's not publicly known. Well, I think that most, with the recent announcement of FGO being added, we will have FGO at Worlds next year. And as you said, the last clock slots will be there as well, so we'll have 18 events. What has not been publicly shared? I mean, obviously we're working with a lot of stuff all the time. We have weekly meetings with the World's organizing team. So we're working with schedule, we're working with the venue, with budgets, we're working with a little bit of everything. And that will only intensify now after Euros, where, for example, the WCA Major Championship team will start to be able to focus less on the
current ones and switch the focus on yours. And yeah, what has it been like for you, like the workload as of now? How long did it take to like come up with the application and stuff like that? Like what can someone expect from that?
Yeah, I remember back in 2024 in March, I wrote a message to Victor, Swedish delegate and Speedcubing board leader, and he said, "Do you want to organize Worlds in Sweden in 2027?" And he was like, "Yes, let's do it." So it started in March 2024. Then obviously working with a bid for about a year, talking with different venues in Sweden, narrowing down to the one that we eventually chose in Uppsala. And then working a lot with the bid document, and also just with the bid in general, just to be able to assure that the board would be okay with choosing us as the host for WCA Worlds in 2027. Then after we did get picked in July 25, it just intensified a bit more. Just working with a lot of different stuff, yeah, in parallel.
So as of now, you have been working on this for 2+ years already, and it's still 1 more year to go. The most intense part probably yet to come.
Indeed, indeed. I plan to take 3 weeks of vacation before Worlds. Vacation meaning time to work on, on Worlds.
So if your order at Qboss will get delayed, you know the person in charge.
Yeah, hopefully we manage. We might need to get someone else to fill my position at Qboss. We'll see.
All right, you've heard it. There's a position to be had.
Swedish cubers, send in your applications.
Yeah. All right, perfect. So you're pretty much very excited already, I'm guessing. You did use the venue already for the Scandinavian Championship, right?
Yeah, we actually have 2 competitions already. So we had Swedish Champs in 2025, and then we did Swedish and Nordic Champs, so like a combined national and Nordic Championship in 2026. That was in May this year.
Nordics, excuse me, not Scandinavian. There is a difference.
Yes. Yeah, the Finns will not be happy with you. And not the Icelandic people either, although we had no Icelandic competitors. So. But still, so yes, there were 2 great competitions. We had 260 competitors at Swedish Champs 25, 335 at Nordics. So those were obviously the 2 biggest Swedish competitions to date. Then at World Championship, we're trying to scale up to 2,000. So
times 8.
It will be a different challenge, but it has been great. Just being able to have these 2 competitions, trying out a lot of different stuff, trying out how you want to carry out finals. Layout, working with the venue in terms of like food and I don't know, like just it has many benefits to just try a competition out in the venue before the big test Worlds.
I guess very much so. So you're confident that everything will work out somehow. There will be parts out of your control, but
yep. But I'm confident. We'll have a great World Championship. After having attended my first one in 2015, this will be quite something.
Yes, I remember that one. You won Scube, I believe.
I did. The first, pretty much no one knows this nowadays, but I was the first Scube World Champion in 2015, and also the first European Scube Champion in 2014.
Yes, right, yeah.
Back in my speed event days.
A spot I was very much hoping for myself, but
yeah. Nowadays have no chance.
No. And FTO will be a whole different ballgame compared to Scube. Like, Scube started quite slow.
Surprisingly slow thinking back at it. I mean, like, there were like 1 comp the day that the event dropped, and some Indian guy got like a 13 average or single or whatever.
Yeah.
And then, as you said, it was very slow in the beginning. But on the other hand, FTO was given like 6 months of heads up before the first competition with the event, so people will have a lot of time to log in.
But I think Scube was also like a few months at least. Like I picked up one in I think like October, and did like 2 solves, got a pop, and threw it in the corner. I thought like this is a stupid event.
Yeah, I think that's also a big part of it. The hardware was very much not there yet in 2013.
Yeah, and for Euros, I just like the week before, like I think 2 days before I got the Shangshao Scube, and I was like excited. I thought like, oh, this will be an advantage for sure, but it didn't help.
Yeah, it kind of wasn't. It wasn't that great, if I remember correctly.
It was better than Land, but
yeah. I mean, my Land was I made my own torpedoes out of like bamboo sticks for my Land.
Oh, you did the bamboo. I did the Lego.
So mine was quite good, and the Shengshao with, as you said, like 2 days of preparation. I felt that it wasn't that great, but
yeah.
We struggled with hardware back then. Kids nowadays really don't know how we struggled back in the days.
Oh, very much.
I would love to hand out like like an East Sheen 5x5 or 4x4 to the kids now, and just see. I think there's like a funny story with I think like Twan Dillamont took like an East Sheen 5x5 and struggled to get like a sub 2 single on 5x5 with that.
Yeah. Oh, I've tried a VCube 7 recently, and I couldn't solve it because every time I got parity, I would mess up. It's just the finger memory just stops working when you can't turn.
Yeah, the stickers would peel off, considering the pillowed shape of the puzzle as well. So.
Yeah. All right. We have an announcement.
We're on schedule today. Let's go.
Yeah.
Finals start in halls 1, 2, 3 at 17:50. 10 minutes to 6. Start of the finals. 6 by 6.
The schedule is one of my main, the schedule is one of my main responsibilities for Worlds in 27. So just in terms of the schedule, but also in general, this last Euros, last Worlds, and even Euros in 2024, I've been taking a lot of notes during all these majors. On what
I was about to make a joke about that, like Daniel's taking notes right now, and he is.
Yeah, what's good, what can we improve on, ideas, stuff like that.
The bar has been set very high with the announcements, so you can try to convince them to come to your comp or find someone else a suitable replacement.
Yeah, exactly.
And the jingle.
Yeah, we did that at Nordics actually, the airplane sound. Those who were in Pamplona in 2024 will notice the airport sounds for new groups and the last call for groups. So we tried that out during Nordics, combining that with a large screen in the venue, which will show the next group. So that worked well.
Great stuff. So, anything else before we will keep you on here for hours on end? I think we could talk for hours. Anything else you want to share with the community?
Nah, just put your practice in and make sure you can qualify for Worlds, and see you in Uppsala in July 2027, I think.
Perfect. So, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Let's hope you. Oh
Yeah, Theodore. First solve, 6-13. Yeah.
Not exactly what he hoped for not having the best competition outside of 2x2 for him, but he did.
First seed, second seed for the AO12. So pressure is very much on. And right next to him, Caleb Wolfdon.
641, solid performance.
Giving the cheers. And in the back, Eleanor.
It's the stream's very own Eleanor.
Yes. In the previous group we had Chris Mills, also solving. And in the front left we can see Philip Åström of Sweden, also one of the guys with the
very
most
frequent competitor.
Yeah. And we can see Kevin Gerhardt preparing and running
Looking for
around.
his station, exactly.
So this group is pretty much packed again. We have Theodor Seide, Caleb Wolfdon, Shimon Musiał.
Yeah.
Musiał. Aha, I see, Musha. He wrote it as Musho. Like cow. Oh, Mushao. Yeah, I can see. And Emmanuel Schellin and Kevin Gerhardt.
And he's on screen right now. Going quite quickly.
Yeah, I had a small mistake, I believe.
He knows the ZB, gets a 6.97, very respectable time.
He is still waiting for his first sub-6 average. He has been on it for years, he has been capable, and it has just been a barrier he can't break.
It is one of the harder barriers to break. It's
a tough mental barrier.
I think it was one of the barriers that took the community the longest to beat, as in the time between. It was both Felix, the 6 point.
I think, I mean, Felix broke all the barriers up until, bless you.
Up until the sub 5.
Yeah, up until the sub 5. Everything from sub 10.
When I started, I remember the average was already sub 7. That was in 2013. And then it took up until 2015, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was like part of the World's tour in Brazil.
Yes, it was the South America tour.
Yeah, it was something like that.
Yeah.
He broke it there, so.
I think wasn't it 585 or something like that.
Like that.
Oh, we can see Theodore.
Yeah.
Let's see. Thing yellow,
Yeah,
very quick.
It goes to the ZB out.
No.
Into U perm still
5
flat.
That was TPS.
I think he decided that cancelling into the Sion is
easier.
It's a bit easier than
On the left, Henry Gerber. Unfortunately, he missed the Megaminx final by 1 spot. I'm very sorry for him, and he's the second German missing a final by 1 spot.
Yeah,
so my heart is
very
beating a
much.
bit.
Old school legend of
many
events.
Yes, there have been stickers going around of the Henry Gerber Ultras, like a fan club.
Yeah, I've seen it. I think I saw Eric Ackersdijk wearing one.
Yes. Speaking of him, my first competition had like a really big on a wall, like a really big print of "Can you beat 708?" sponsored by Rubiks. That was the German
Ooh.
Nationals 2010, held in the Movie Park Germany in an amusement park.
Ooh, that's
So we got free entrance there, and
quite a venue.
That very much was, and the 708 was still a thing.
Yeah.
Eleanor with a 12, giving us a heart for the camera. Yeah, you're there.
Shimon Musho next to him, unfortunately. The camera panned off him, but he was up.
Yeah.
641, happy with his result. We've had a comp at a zoo recently.
Oh, at a zoo?
Yeah. It's in a zoo in Łódź, organized by...
Łódź, yeah.
Organized by CFL.
Yeah. And
quite decent, however, the venue was a bit packed. There was a lot of people who wanted to come. I think they even increased the competitor limit, and that might have been a mistake.
I know this feeling.
We were packed like sardines in there.
Oh yeah.
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 Really fun. You just get during the break, you go eat some food, watch some monkeys, stuff like that.
Give the monkey a cube.
Yeah, it can do a lot.
Right, let's see.
Very
Kevin
fun times.
choosing yellow, I believe.
Oh,
quick start, not looking
quite smooth on the first two pairs, but then
pretty
a
much
big
fell
pause.
apart.
Then
Yes.
a big pause before the next two, and last layer also not in his favor. We've got Theodore with 6.1 and a 5 flat. We'll see if he can keep up the pace. Maybe try to beat Tim on. Oh, very
Doesn't look
unfortunate.
too good, no.
Yeah. The ZB saves it a bit, but still counting a low 6.
So in the back we saw Caleb Wolf done 6-7-2 also. And this just keeps happening. I keep saying 6-7. I'm so sorry. But everybody who is participating in the bingo just got to cross their bingo card with Theodore's time, because it is very much on there.
We saw a bit of Kevin in the corner.
A bit of Kevin. Yeah, Kevin has an interesting turning style. He has like very much a claw grip on the cube.
Oh yeah. I feel like that's just
It develops for people. I think like most of us have that quirks when solving.
Oh, I think I have a kind of similar turning style to Kevin, and I've been trying to switch off it because it makes competing very hard. Because I put, for some reason, when I try to turn faster, I just put way more force into the cube.
Yes.
And that was decent when the cubes were bad.
But now you're just flexing.
Yeah, now I'm flexing the cube way too much. And for example, if I do R prime F as part of an algorithm, and I need to corner cut, I will corner cut very hard, and I will do an S move.
Oh,
or something like that, or fat F without even.
Yeah.
It can be. We got Nitin Kumar solving, get a low 10. A bit of a traveler. Not sure if you've met him before. He's been at very much a random comp in Poland 1 week after. After Worlds, yeah.
And
Emmanuel Schellen not doing the best.
No.
And next to him, Shimon Musiał starting his solve. See how he does. We want to see how he does.
Try to get the live results up again.
Caleb Wolf done on your left, inspecting.
Let's see what he cannot come up with. Excuse me. Of course, he knows the ZB 625. He got a Mitch.
Exactly.
Which I believe he still hasn't beaten.
Yeah,
Which lane has tied.
He has tied it, exactly.
Like 13 years after he first got it, something ridiculous. And now we have a 725 by Kevin. He
looks incredibly annoyed at what he's getting.
Yeah, lost his glasses for a second there.
I'm always surprised about Kevin's achievements. Like, I think if you're not German, you just don't know about all of them. But he's an insanely achieved cuber, obviously.
Very much so.
I think the biggest one would be the 2x2 world record average he got back in the day. I think one or two he got.
I think like only one, like Munich Open 2018. I
vividly remember checking the reconstructions for that average, seeing he got 10 TPS. And what was that from Theodor? Did you see that?
Yeah, I'm not.
He built like the whole F2L with one edge piece missing, then inserted it and got like the rarest OLL. He got like the all edges. Flipped. Yeah, the 4 flipped edges.
And somebody is
and
trying
got like
to
a V perm.
Trying to do a dab.
Yeah.
Been quite some time. Yeah, this just a bad last layer for him. Still manages to get a sub 6, but yeah, I did see that for like with the new faster cubes that they're doing like a partial cross.
Yeah, especially Theodor has done that a lot, obviously, with the world record single.
Yes.
Putting the cross edge only after doing 3 pairs. I think it's always there for the younger competitors, but now they can. Before then, they would be told not to do it because it's obviously not the best if you have an F2L piece stuck in the unsolved cross edge. But now with competitors predicting so far, I think it's gonna make a comeback. I think the future is way more free floppy.
Yeah, I feel like as long as you can plan like 1 or 2 pairs and know when to insert the piece or roughly know where it will be, I think then it's fine. Doesn't really hinder my flow of the solve.
And also, if you realize that the piece that will be in your cross spot is the opposite of the cross color. So, for example, if you do a white cross, if you have a yellow piece there, then you can just do your F2L without worrying about that and then do it at the end.
Kevin is annoyed.
Kevin is mad. Very much understood from him.
Yeah.
Caleb Wolf done. Inspecting the last solve of his average. Very stable. Not much this solve can change. Just between 634 and 650. But, hoping he does well. Gets his UNZB, does it.
631. Consistency.
Almost best possible average, very close. All solves within 0.5.
Yeah.
Even a bit less, but still. The other clean ZB, U2 before it, but
591 shakes it off, but yeah.
Gets a smile, Not the best showing for him, but still definitely nothing to scoff at, probably.
No, enough to
secure second place in the round, unless we have something major happening.
17 by Henry. Henry and Kevin are like the two all-rounder monsters from Germany.
Yeah.
And had like a back and forth on Megamings, Cube, and bunch of results.
Yeah.
Kevin is a bit faster for like most speed events, but Henry does the blinds, or did the blinds back in the day.
Yeah.
Long way to scroll.
Yeah, it's
during 3x3.
Oh, I've got Yanis Kostinu with 5.4. I'm not sure which group he was in.
He was on one of the earlier ones, so like I think like first or second group even.
Yeah.
Like up until Timon got the 5.1 average, he was leading.
And Olaf also getting a 5.4. That is the worst possible average.
With
right
the DNF, ending with the DNF.
Yeah, so a very high level from all the 3x3 solvers. I think Theodor might not end up being second, actually. I might have been wrong about that. I've got Kevin going for his 5th solve.
The back-to-back national champion, if I remember correctly. Ooh. See?
6.1, definitely more happy with that.
I was just looking at the profile for Giannis. Do you think he could be a dark horse for the podium? I very much think so. 5.33
now with Timofey gone, he is dead. I think we have all very much most of the top of Europe. He is 6th in Europe, so with Timofey gone, he is 5th. That definitely puts him On the... Oh, Emmanuel actually with 4.9.
Nine, ooh.
Really nice solving from him. Possibly the best time in the group. Yeah, Theodor not getting faster than that, so I would say...
Yeah, 5 flat.
The fastest solve in the group, obviously not of the whole round, because we have Timon solving like a machine in the previous group.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I did just look it up. So Kevin Gerhardt, back-to-back German national champion. German Nets coming up in August. We still have some spots left if anyone's interested. He did get a clutch solve with a 4.6 on the final solve, securing the win. But there has been the unfortunate situation that the German podium for Nats is pretty much decided. It's just a matter of how you switch the people around, but it's via Gerhardt.
Yeah.
And it has been like that for I don't know how long. And one of those three was the national champion for the past 15 years.
I mean, Emmanuel Müller probably hoping
Yes, yes.
to put a dent in that.
And there are some people showing good progression.
Yeah. But again, speaking about Giannis and his possibility
Yes.
of being a dark horse, you know, if we assume that Timon and Theodor are gonna be solid, are gonna perform to the highest level, the third spot is very much up for grabs. Obviously, I would say the two favorites being Olaf and Radosław Marcinek, of course, the two
Poles.
The two poles, I think ER3 and ER4, if I'm not mistaken, but Radosław might be a bit worse than Giannis, but still Giannis definitely in the same league as them could get something very good. Has shown yesterday that he can perform very well under pressure in the one-handed finals. So yeah, hope to see more from him. Very obviously, I think obviously my heart as a Pole makes me want the Polish to win, but
have a Polish sweep.
Yeah, but I realize how good it can be for the smaller communities to get a success story, how much it can drive. You know, if you're going to locals with Giannis and he is the guy you're locally competing with, and then he gets a national podium, a European podium, a European record, then you're immediately more likely to get the motivation to practice and become better. And I think that's what we've seen with places like Ireland with Kier, and we've seen with places like,
I believe to a certain degree, possibly Greece with Anthony.
Yeah, Greece
even
with
though
Anthony.
He's residing in
he's
the
not
Netherlands.
been Greek for a while, but
yeah,
it's still one person can do so much for a community by getting an important title, such as a FIBA podium. Also, usually that can not only like on the personal level of, oh, this is my friend, he did well, I'm hoping to do well. Also stuff like that, especially in smaller countries, can get a lot of media attention.
Yeah.
Someone from like a country of a couple million gets a very good European result. That certainly helps.
I mean, outside of cubing, we've been seeing that at the World Cup with Norway, obviously.
Oh, exactly. Norway, Cape Verde, of course, a lot of...
Cape Verde, yes.
Countries that
have a spotlight.
Look, you don't really think about them, and then they do really well.
Yeah. There's a lovely announcement.
Almost done with the group, I think.
Coming up. Finals will start at 17:50. That's in about 17 minutes. At 17:50, we've got 6x6 finals. After that, we've got Cube finals and Megaminx and 2x2. 4 finals this evening.
Are you doing any of the finals?
See you shortly.
No.
As in casting, not competing.
Yes, we're gonna do the 6x6.
Oh, the first two. Okay.
Yeah, the first two.
I think for Skill we're gonna have a
guest.
A guest, yes. We will have
Ilya
Malomgre. Ooh, someone. I think you might have heard that someone dropped a bunch of cubes in front of us.
The
Very
cube
unfortunate.
bag, pieces flying around.
Oh, a 5x5 head descenders popped out. Very unfortunate. We've got Emilia Zakrzewska looking at me funny. Hoping I would not mention it, but I did. I sounded just like Donald Trump in that sentence. Okay, but I did.
But I did.
Maybe let's not get.
No, let's not get into that.
Let's leave politics off the stream. Exactly.
Don't get me started. Yeah.
I think we're gonna have to go on a little break before the finals. I'm gonna
have a breather,
have a bit of a breather, exactly, and then we'll be ready for the 6x6 finals. I already see
possibly records being broken.
Yeah, Yanis Kostincele with a flag getting ready to support his local.
Yeah.
Janos Berecki is hoping to redeem himself for the bit of a failure he had in 7x7, but also very much still.
Yeah.
It was a roller coaster of emotions for him. Started as the second person, but then unfortunately crumbled under pressure. Hopefully learned a bit from that.
But we can quickly give a spotlight to FMC. It has been entered. It has been entered.
Exactly.
So Krzysztof Pietrusiak.
Krzysztof Pietrusiak is the winner.
With a
from
P.
my hometown of Warsaw. Very, very proud.
Hometown. I mean,
yeah.
it's a city, but
yeah. That home city sounds really weird.
Yeah, you just say hometown. Yeah. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So 20.67 PR mean.
Yeah,
and a PR single.
Yeah, and tied for second is Moritz Lotz and Wojciech Rogoziński.
Moritz Lotz from Germany.
Yeah, I needed to check.
yeah.
But again, very, very good solving from all of them. Unfortunately,
Louis Marie Rato, 21 flat mean, missing out by 2 moves.
Yeah, missing by the single, unfortunately. If he had got it, a lot of people have gotten the 19 on the last one. The Krzysztof Moritz, Wojciech, Radomir Baran, Yuri Ryabov, a lot of the HDR solvers getting their flowers in. Oliver was first after the first 2 solves, unfortunately.
With 221s, well, he was tied with LMR. And he ended up a move worse, but I mean, he got a PR single with 21 and then tied it again. And now he has a 21-33, Mina 3. Also another really
incredibly rapid improvement from him. Dropped the average by 3.33 moves. Very quick, very well all-rounded.
All-rounder. I wouldn't say it's an improvement. It's just like a very lucky circumstance for him. I don't think he has practice, but
I mean, it's an improvement of his PR.
Yes.
I know he cares about his PRs in all his events. He is very much.
Yeah.
One of the better all-rounders we have over here in Europe. Also crazy solve to competition ratio. He is, I think,
world record.
By far the most. I think he's the only person who's maintaining an average above 100 100 solves a comp.
Yes.
Very much choosing his comps, going mostly
nowadays the big ones. Yeah.
I think the last comp we were together was Slovenian Nationals. I think he basically made every round at that competition. Yeah. Lots of competing for him at every comp. This Euros is actually a bit chill for him, just because the level is higher. He doesn't make every final.
No.
I don't think I've seen him in a final
yet. Well, blind.
Yeah, blind. He should.
4 blind, 5 blind. He had a chance.
Didn't go as well as he would hope, but still.
Yep.
In the blind, in free blind, he probably should be in the final, but we'll see.
Yep. So yeah, that wraps up the podium, and the usual struggle for FMC. You should always prepare multiples of every trophy handing out.
Oh
yeah. We still have like a medal of some German nationals in our basement because there was no 3rd place. We had a tied 2nd place.
Oh, it happens very often. Sometimes.
Yep.
You know you have to prepare, but it's
an incredibly close competition for this Euros. 1 move deciding it on the average and even deciding single.
Do we have anyone who had a chance but DNF'd?
I don't believe
not really. Hani Ferden with a DNF 21 DNF, but I'm not sure what her level in this event is. Yeah, a lot of people getting their PR single on the 3rd one.
Yeah. And some PR means. But I think that's a wrap for now.
Yeah.
Gonna take a small break.
Yeah, we'll be back in around 10 minutes with the 6x6 finals. Don't go anywhere.
Yep.
We'll be back with more cubing action.
So,
we are back.
We are so back.
We are so back, and we're ready for some 6x6 action.
Amazing events, amazing competitors.
We've got a total of 18 competitors. We've got 4 non-Europeans making the final. But I think we're ready for the introductions.
Yeah.
Krzysztof, a young up-and-coming talent from Czechia, very much on the rise.
Patrick,
a mainstay of the finals recently, very much. And all the end by ends.
Yep. Sweden has gotten some big cubers in the past 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, up and coming new talents. Daniel in another big cube final already was in, I think, 4x4 and 7x7, so I think he's hoping to at least make the finals in all the events, all the end by ends.
Yes, 4x4 final and 7x7.
Maciej Skowroński, a bit of a mystery, doesn't compete much anymore. I think his last comp was the Polish Championship, and the comp before that was the World Championship, so mostly goes to the majors only. Has a very loud fan club.
Kevin! He made
Also
a final, yeah.
A legend of the German community, as we have previously discussed. Chamu, a bit of a rebranding from a clock main now to a very capable big cube solver.
Big cubes all round.
Yeah, exactly.
There are the French people.
Richard, a mainstay of the European finals in any big cube.
Any big cube, and possibly a 3x3 as well.
Yep. Luke Garrett making most of the finals so far. I think missed clock and maybe missed something today, but yeah. We've got the Hoya representative on the stage.
Yes, a cowbell would be fitting for Switzerland. Norway, Kumroya previously got NR average.
I was hoping the crowd would start roaring, but unfortunately, not yet.
They're still tired. Yeah.
Mark Zimmerman, the story of yesterday in 7x7, today here to make a mark. Pun not intended, but very much happened on a 6x6.
Big crowd.
Yeah, big crowd. Both the Hungarians and the Romanians loving him. Very rare for them to work together on something.
They even brought a big drum.
Yeah.
Daniel Rush.
Daniel Rush recently on a tear in the big cubes, especially.
Oh my god, yeah.
He's been doing really well in 6x6. think close to sub 1 single, if I'm not mistaken. And Kieran opening.
Everyone going crazy.
I don't even want to talk. I just want to let Kieran opening the usual top 2 for a European final with him and Timon fighting it out for the win. Usually, you know, anything can happen. Yeah, he got a 105.
105, 10th in the world.
Yeah.
Sitting at 128 CRs already.
Yeah, probably one of the highest rankings an African has ever been at.
Yep.
Top 10 in the world.
At this time, not an easy task.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely the highest ranked an African is right now.
Yep.
Yeah. And we're off. I think most of them have got their cubes already and will be starting as soon as they get ready. Especially the later seeds. The earlier seeds have had their time to prepare, but the later seeds have to sit down.
Immediately start to solve. However,
Timon is drinking his water. Karen is. Oh, they have not had their cubes yet. It's not like yesterday. They don't get their cubes immediately. For 6x6, it's not that obvious. It can take a while to scramble. The competitors are very much used to waiting a bit between the solves. It's a very under-thought about aspect of competing,
it is
but
something, yeah, to take into consideration.
You very much get used to what you have at your locals, and if it goes too slow, you bake in your thoughts for too long. If you get too fast, you don't get to process it, and you just...
Or just at home.
Can
You're practicing only solve after solve after solve. Take a break.
Yeah, exactly.
Something everyone who's playing darts is very much familiar with. Throwing them on your own. A whole different game than having a match.
Yeah, exactly.
Need to
you feel
get used to the flow.
Yeah, you scramble your own cube, you get to feel how it feels. It doesn't get touched by someone else's hands. It feels exactly how you want it in an official.
True.
You are never given that guarantee. And Timon onto his centers now, down with the Yao edges, going quite fast, but not as fast as maybe he'd like to.
So people
finishing the last 2 centers at about 38. That seems to be acceptable for him.
Yeah. Going through the edges with some pausing.
Missed one wing on one of the edges, but fixed it back up. Not sure that was intentional. Sometimes that just happens.
But this is looking...
last 4 edges on 53.
Looking quite rough for
his
standards.
Looking the best. Still possibly should be able to get below the 70-second mark. Definitely with ZB PL parity finished it off. Still 109. Very much not happy. We'll see how Kieran responds.
Good prediction of yours.
I've seen enough Timon solves to know a thing or two. Kieran done with his centers at 44. Also not the best. Yeah, it's been a long day today. A lot of 3x3, so these solvers, you can expect them to be quite tired. Timon didn't have much time before the final, competed in the 7th group. That left him the group and the break to warm up. Karen on 3x3 stayed at around the 105 mark, so doesn't get the OL parity, doesn't get a PL parity either. 114.
Not happy.
Not happy, but definitely it's not a beat Timon time, but it can very much be a beat everyone else time. We'll see.
I believe
off the camera,
Mark.
Yeah, I don't see any edges on the left, so it must be Mark.
Rough centers for him. But he is known for the edge pairing. As you can see, the green-red partially finished.
Yeah. On to L4E at the 56-second mark. The word mark has now gotten into my vocabulary because of the fun. 104 Redux, very much still on pace to possibly beat Kieran in that solve, but the mark not that known for its 2x3 state, as we can see by the kind of pointless Y2.
Choosing inner slice and...
Yeah, 118.
18.
Not happy with that.
He can come back.
Yeah, definitely he can come back. Janos doing okay for now. 47, 48 second centers. We'll see how he manages on the edges.
So Mark coming in with a 119 average. 118 pretty much upper standard. PR average is 116.
Yeah.
And we do have a card.
Yeah. Only 3 bronze medals ever. That's always so impressive when they have a lot of competitions in a certain event, but you know they don't go to their local comps worrying about who's there.
Yeah, but this is looking real rough for him.
Yeah, the 3x3 stage, unfortunately, very stressed. Did the ZB 122. This puts him behind Kim Roger Haraldsen and Chamjay Chambers, so we will see if he can manage a comeback from this.
Yeah,
Obviously he's shown yesterday that he can achieve greatness, but he's also shown that his mental might not be his strongest suite, but we'll see.
There have been surprise podiums before. Euros 22, I remember Celine Tran of Norway.
Oh yeah. Timon and Karen waiting for the cubes. Timon stoically looking, I'm assuming at nothing. I don't think.
Yeah.
As someone with a bit of experience in the major finals, I'm sure you have as well. Not the greatest idea to make eye contact.
Yeah, I think it depends on the type of person.
Yeah.
You can see Kim Royer.
I think sometimes the eye contact can make you aware of kind of the absurdity of it all, but I don't think it helps you focus. So I think that's not what you really want. You are going strong, finishing the Yao wedges at around 28 seconds. That's respectable. We'll see how the centers go. Unfortunately, a bit of pausing. I think working on the orange center right now. I finished with that onto the green.
I believe like a valid strategy would be to prepare like some mental problem to solve in between the solves.
Oh yeah.
Like just think about something that just occupies your brain.
Yeah. I know a lot of people like to think about the preparation that they did before the competition. It helps to ground them a bit, you know, it feels a bit less surreal, it feels a bit more like a result of your actions, and then it gives you confidence that, oh, since I've practiced this, this and this, I've done this, then I can do this, and this helps you, definitely. Kieran already on his second solve, Timon next to him just got his cube. Karen done with his Yao edges onto the centers. I think, yeah, already built the third one. Now onto the last two.
Looking, yeah, a bit rough. Not much time left for the edges.
Done with the centers around the 40-second mark, which is very much respectable. I think faster than his first solve. So I think he down to the last 4 edges at around 55. We'll see. The cases don't look that great. Not many blocks.
No, that's the thing.
He's doing a lot of moves. He is done now. I think the end saved him. It's a 105 redux, no parity.
Oh, yeah.
Now gets PL parity and 113. Very much extends his lead above everyone but Timon. Timon done with the centers at 38 seconds. Onto the edges, which is also very proficient at. But some mistakes. See an unfinished edge in
the blue,
he's went
blue
and fixed
red.
it. Yeah, exactly. Off to the last 4 edges at about the same time as Kieran, but had a lot better cases, so finishes at around the 1 minute flat. Gets all parity, and then gets the ZB, no parity. 108. Yeah, one more. I think he's very unhappy with how he's doing, but I think he doesn't realize yet that how far ahead he is.
Yeah, I think unless something major will happen, of course.
Yeah, after the two solves, he is
leading by
4 seconds ahead of Kieran. in the mean, so that means 8 seconds ahead. If they were to,
Even
if you were to compare the final solve, so Kieran would have to beat
4 seconds. Yeah.
Kieran would have to beat him by 8 seconds in order to beat his time. But we are on to Mark Zimmerman. Finished with last centers already. We're not sure quite. Yeah, first center at 24. Fourth, last centers at 26. That seems like very good pace. Sub 30 centers. Let's see if he can deliver on the edges. Those are really good centers. Obviously, it's way harder to compare reduction to Yao. So
yeah, maybe I'm a bit biased because I have gotten like 40-second centers myself and nowhere near his times.
Okay.
But
yeah. On to last 4 edges at 52, so about the same time as Timon, but obviously Timon making up quite a lot of speed in the 3x3 phase with the
Redux.
Yeah, with first of all the cross being done, second of all being done. But this is good. This probably puts him around a tie. Yeah, this is probably puts him only a bit behind Kieran, so we'll see. 2
seconds above German NR.
Yeah.
111.
Yeah,
solid,
currently a second and a half behind Kieran in the mean, which means he would have to beat Kieran by around 3 seconds on the last. Janos, unfortunately, with 132, he is basically out of this race.
Yep.
Unfortunately, the currently needs a 29 for 32 to win, so probably not happening. But you never know.
Just see, we have the international competitors modeling the WCA live a bit. So closest behind would be Richard Delacoste currently with a
Richard Delacoste
120 mean.
Yeah, 5 seconds behind
Mark.
Behind Mark, yeah. So it would need maybe not a miracle, but still an insanely good solve and probably not the best form from Kieran and Mark. If one of them, if Richard were to make it to the podium, unfortunately he might be extending his 4th place streak as he's been 4th at both the last 2 Euros. It's very unfortunate.
Trying to get. Although Kieran is about to finish, yeah.
Yeah, our competitors are about to get their last solve, but Kieran is ahead.
PLR
and
parity.
will finish with a 1.16. Definitely somewhat happy with that.
Yeah.
Not the worst showing, but now we can have concrete numbers which solvers will need to achieve in order to beat him if they wish to do so.
114 mean.
And I think the 2 people that it is achievable for would be Mark Zimmerman and Richard Delacoste.
Yep.
Mark Zimmerman requiring a 113 to beat Kieran, and Richard requiring a 103, which
113, very possible, very possible.
It
So wait, a 1 would be a new
we
NR.
we just saw Alvin doing a parity PLL on 6x6. Not sure exactly which one, but I just saw the cube in a very weird state, and a couple moves later the cube was solved. So
yep,
it must have been one of the parity PLLs.
Oh, we did see Richard. NR average in the final, not a huge upset.
Yep.
But a 119 average. So if Mark underperforms, it is very much possible for Richard to sneak onto the podium.
See, Mark would need something around the 125 to lose to Richard, 120 something, which of course Mark being very good at the edges, but still
it can happen.
Can happen to anyone, especially with Redux. The edges can be just hiding in all the worst places, so very much a method with way more variance than Yao. It can be very much all or nothing. But we've got Timon solving on screen, done with his Yao edges, continuing on to the centers. Just about finished the first one. Now he's reduced it to last centers and a very respectable 40-second flip. Then off to the edges, going very fast so far.
53
Slight
gets on
hesitation.
53 last 4 edges, so about the same pace as Kieran has been having. Does the parity, fixes the edge parity, doesn't get all parity into the ZB parity into ZB, gets a 110. Not happy with what he got, but he's basically won.
Yep.
It would take a miracle from
Mark. 57.
7 from Mark. I think he has one of those at home, maybe.
Yeah, I believe he's got some ridiculous results.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Mark, it's not home. Yeah, but we'll see.
Janosch is going on his third solve. Currently sitting behind.
Currently going neck and neck with Luke Garrett, which might not be what he has foreseen for the finals, but unfortunately it is what it is.
I'm also very much interested in the results from Daniel Rush. He's on pace for AFR to 113s, and the AFR mean is 113.
Yeah, so just something slightly better should be able to lock that down. With, I think, the first continental record of this competition for Daniel. Yeah.
Mark doing the edges.
Oh, he's already done a few at 30 seconds, but I don't think we're gonna be seeing a 57.
No, probably not.
Yeah, it's mostly about him. Who places second, him or Kieran? He's down to last 4 or last 5. I saw an unsolved edge on top and I was getting confused, but very good last 4 edges for Mark.
Around the minute again.
Yeah, will he beat Kieran again? It's probably down to the F12. Does the OL parity. Locks up a bit. Does this into the V-perm, not the best out for big cubes. And I think he's done it. It seems like he's done it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's new NR.
Yeah, new German NR out of Mark Zimmermann. So our European Championship podium is 3rd place for Kieran Bihan. 2nd place again in an exciting upset, Mark Zimmermann with a new German NR of 114, and the winner of 6x6, as previously, is Timon Kolasiński, the Polish Terminator. Came to destroy everyone in big cubes again.
So the Germans just settled in the shadow of Timon in the 2nd place. 4x4, 6x6, 7x7 already. So another slight change from yesterday. Skip finalists are already heading back, and we will be having a small interview with the winner.
Yes, and we will be joined for Skip finals with Elias Malomgre.
Yep, he should be here in a few minutes.
Probably butchered his name. I think it makes more sense if you sit between us as the guest. What? Yeah, we've heard it from Anthony as well. We'll see.
So, we just had the replay, the interview, a winner, and we're on to the next decision to be made. Let me just that. Yep. So, we're joined by Elias.
Yeah, hello. So I will be helping, giving some commentary and give some more detailed explanations about the cells.
Yeah, just feel free to slot in. You're very experienced Scube solver, very much known for your Scube Bible, your AUX set that you've developed and helped to publish to the people. I just had like a quick search in our top competitors document, and somebody did list as you as an inspiration. Let me just quickly find that again. Who it is? It's Ariel.
Yeah, I know him.
Yeah,
it's one of my friends. Like, yeah, I've been maining Scube since 2017 now, so almost 10 years, and I've been creating videos about it since 2018, I think. So quite a long time.
Okay, so before we get the announcements, do you have any thoughts about the level that was required to make the finals and the finals itself? Any surprises, any shocks, or more like expected?
Before the competition.
All right, we're ready for the Scube finals. And I'll be calling
there will be the
Scube
announcement.
finalists.
Yeah, unfortunate timing.
Starting
feel free to
with
give some comments on the people who are coming on. We have some time between the people.
Okay.
The Netherlands, Taj Bressert.
Yeah, so her last PR was 2 years ago.
Oh.
So she clutched up in the final. She had to get PR to get into the final. So I'm very proud of her.
Hometown advantage.
I see the home crowd very much supporting her on her side. I see Tuan going crazy.
Poland make some noise. Representing Poland, Michał Denkiewicz.
The first pole.
Yeah.
One of quite a few to come.
Yeah.
A very surprising entry. He is the one that, I mean, not surprising to be here, but surprising career. He was the first person to break the legendary Łukasz Burliga 2.03 Scube ER.
Yes, that European record was quite unexpected, to be honest.
Yeah. We have Tomasz, also a European record holder, previous former with a 1.69. Did 7 solves in the average. I'm not sure if you saw, but he had a couple extras.
Yeah, this is the first European final for Jaime. Yeah, the last two he messed up the semi-final, so he's very happy to now be in the final.
Number 11.
Yeah.
For Poland, Simon Bragiel.
Number 2.
Yeah. Szymon Brągiel is mostly known for his lucky singles, but obviously still a very, very good competitor.
For Sweden, Samuel Eklund Hanna.
Samuel has been in the scene for quite a while.
He's fast.
Done
Number 9,
mained
also
multiple
for
events.
Sweden. Sweden make more noise. Pep Eden.
And now it's getting loud in here.
Pep on the rise
Our
recently.
seed,
Got his
number
first
8
sub 2
for
average.
Italy.
And has been
Lorenzo
crushing it since then.
Mauro.
Lorenzo.
He has also been in the scene for quite a long time.
Oh yeah.
And last Euros he DNF'd out of the final.
I think I judged him after the 2 DNFs. He was not looking very happy about that.
And the number 7 seed of this European Championship, representing the United States, number 7, Jacob Levy.
This year there are not so many people from the
Returning to
USA at the
Europe,
competition.
the number 6 seed, representing the United Kingdom, Ariel Benchetre.
Yeah, I think last Euros we had both
Carter and Zane.
Both Zane and I think Simon Cullum, or I may be mistaken with 2022. He definitely
Number
was in
5.
2022.
I wasn't at 24, but at 22 Zane was also there.
Frank Lindblom.
The third Swede. making Poland a run for their money.
We've got a bit more in the
For
bag.
Poland, number 4, Poland, Oskar Januszkiewicz.
He will be happy to get some redemption for last year. He got a sub-2 average and didn't podium, so it was very surprising.
Oh, very
Number
much so.
3,
Very explosive solver.
for
Very.
Spain, Alex Rosado says the Langarica.
And he's in the same boat. Last year he was first in the semis, and then he got another sub-2 average and got fourth, I think, or fifth.
Yeah, I think he celebrated very
like
hard
your
and
hat.
then realized he was fourth. And
Number 2,
It
for
was very
Poland,
tough on him.
Heartbreaking,
Ignacy
heartbreaking. Yeah.
Sanelski.
The current world record holder.
Yeah, he will now be feeding a lot on the crowd.
Yep.
He's the opposite of most people. The higher the pressure,
And the
better
number
he
1
performs.
seed,
he currently
who
has everything: world record average,
captured a national
world
record
champion,
at
and
these
European champion.
Championships, representing the Czech Republic, Wojciech Groman.
So Wojciech is right now at home, I think, the best or one of the best. So he has the most potential to do good. But
I've heard he's been
competitors are
nearing
here,
the top for a very long
timers
time,
are
and
almost all reset.
it's very good to finally see him succeed.
yeah,
time to do the
he was
thing.
stuck on his PR for also quite a while, and recently it's starting to beat it again. So
Yeah,
I'm
I
very
mean-
excited where he can go, because the scrambles in last round were not the best, but they were very easy to one look and execute.
Yeah.
So if he would have gotten shorter solutions, he would have gotten a way better.
Yeah, one of the
But
best
still-
turners. The 147 being world ranking number 2.
Yep.
I see Wojtek on his first solve. 1.32.
Yeah, he's doing good. I wasn't able to capture the solution, unfortunately.
Okay,
It was
okay.
turning too fast.
Jacob with a 1.8. Oh, that's not Jacob, that's Frank with 1.89. Doing
Yeah.
quite well. Shimon talking to someone, has a headphone in his ear, so not sure if he's talking to the judge and listening to music, but
Yeah,
could be the
And we
case.
saw the warm-up of Ignacy again.
Yeah.
Hands around the cover.
Yeah, the classic.
Let's see what we can get.
Oh.
Okay.
That's very surprising.
220 with a potential sub-2,
But
potential
it's
+2.
Yeah, it's. I would give it.
Oliver Hexter looking over it, seeing if it's a +2.
It's very surprising to me
Was
to
a
see
+2.
Ignacy mess up like that.
Yeah. But Oliver calling for more delegates to look at this cube. This cube being one of the harder puzzles to judge a +2 in.
For many people, yeah, it looked close. Like I think it was.
I think it was a +2, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, like a bit over.
Ariel with a 2.42. I'm not sure if
Yeah.
he will be happy with that. Oh, and a +2. He
Yeah.
definitely won't be happy with that.
Off stream, Alex got a 1.54, which is
Yeah.
also really good. So now
Yeah.
Wojciech and Alex are by far in the lead.
Yeah, 2.2 was given, was granted, no penalty.
Yeah, still it would be surprised if counting that would be good. So
148.
Pep Aiden with a 148.
Next to him, Lorenzo.
Lorenzo currently one looking. One of the last people to do their first scramble.
I think Lorenzo didn't find the same solution, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Shrugs it off.
Yeah, I'm also not sure if Ignacy found a good solution as well.
Yeah.
The solutions seemed longer. But yes, many people messed up their first solve.
Yeah. Wojtek up for the second solve. We will see if he manages to survive the pressure of a 1.3 on the first one. It's very hard knowing you can count whatever you want, basically. It gets it done. 1.76.
That's a very good time.
Did it seem like a good solution?
No, a bit average, so he executed quite well.
Yeah, so good executions under pressure.
Okay, Jaime locked in a good time as well.
Yeah.
1.8. Oh, Oscar 2.5.
Yep.
On the first one as
Yeah.
well.
And
Those
Alex, come here. Oh, 165 from Frank.
So it's very polarizing. Like many people got a good, some got a good time, but many got a very bad time on the first one. Alex
maybe.
got a plus 2.
Plus 2, yep.
So,
Yeah.
a 4 right now for Alex, which is not good.
Put the headphones back on, trying to get
Yeah.
back in the zone, put some music on, hopefully.
Yeah, so right now we have Wojciech with a 1.3 and 1.7, and Frank with a 1.8 and 1.6. So these two are currently in the lead.
The lead. Yeah, let's get the projected averages on to see better.
Michał is also doing decent with a 1.8 and 2.1.
Yeah.
So it will be excited what Pep gets on the second one.
There has been a small crowd reaction.
Pep with 1.6.
1.6.
And we have Oscar with 203. Not happy with that.
Oh. Ariel preparing. The solve will be deciding where the average is going.
Yeah, with 4.4, he has no more room for error. He has to
No.
deliver on the next 4 solves. Make basically no mistakes. But he's chosen a 1-look angle very quickly.
Yeah.
I think going for EG2, but I might be tripped. No, never mind.
Oh, yep.
Okay, it was a
That's-
couple. It was 3 to 4 moves to pure pie, which is one of the best cases.
Yep.
But that puts him out, counting 4.
Ignacy 1.8.
8.
So he's back into it.
And Wojtek, third solve.
Ignacy is still quite far behind Pep and Wojciech.
If Wojtek gets something good, it might be. It might
Lorenzo
be
doing
over
the
for everyone. Wojtek with a very unfortunate low free.
Yeah, so now if Pep gets a good solve, he will put himself ahead of Wojciech. And then Frank also is on good pace, so he can also.
I mean, Pep already has a better counting time than
Mm.
Wojtek without even counting the
Yeah.
third one. Jaime not doing the best. This is probably the end for his final, considering he's counting at 3.44.
Let's see. Oh, hesitation and a 3.
So that's Alex. Alex is out as well with
Hard
the
break for
counting
Alex.
3.2 now. So we
Yeah.
have quite some people already out of the competition with some bad times.
Yeah.
So this will be.
This is the make or break moment for
Yep.
for Pep. This is the third solve. If he manages to get something good, he is very well in the running to become the European champion. But it still can all go very downhill very quickly. We'll see what he finds. Start inspecting.
Is it a no bar scramble?
I think it is.
Yeah, no bar scramble right now. Not many people can one look. So it's.
Oscar on it. 222.
Okay.
22.
And 260 for Pep.
Oh, this will.
Just doesn't matter that much.
Yeah.
I'm assuming either way.
Yeah.
If Pep wants to win, that has to be the worst either way. So
Yep.
that +2 doesn't matter.
Michał off camera got a DNF, so he now also has to be careful.
So people are slowly crumbling under the
Yes.
pressure.
Yeah,
the pressure of the finals is ginormous.
Yeah.
And we have seen both, like finals where, like for the short events where people excelled, and finals where everyone was just under the pressure and
Yeah.
really struggled. So
Ignacy, can he one look the no bar? Seems like he has.
No, he
No.
didn't one look.
273.
Yes.
That's
The no bar on the third one is very bad for everyone that already messed up on the first couple of solves because they try to catch up.
Yep,
And then a no bar is almost guaranteed a bad time. So.
But Michał already done with his fourth solve and a 1.76.
Yeah,
he
so
is on pace for a possible sub-2 average, which.
Yeah, he's still in it.
Yeah, he's very much in it. And Wojciech
Oh.
on the fourth.
There's a
1.5.
Nice.
Yeah, very good. So now we have to see how Pep responds to this. Because Pep, if he wants to stay ahead, he will need to lock in a good time on the fourth scramble here. And Lorenzo again got a 3. But it's also good to see that, for example, Tash she's out of the competition, but she's just enjoying herself as much as possible. So it's not all about the times, but you also have to try to enjoy these moments.
Totally.
So let's see what Alex can do, if he's still trying to get good times or if he already has
Or scramble looks much better. Oh no!
Alex is completely out.
Yeah.
Hard break for him.
Yeah, he will be very
Another
devastated.
+2.
Yeah.
I feel like he was trying to shut him off too much.
Yeah, it will be very tough for Alex to after this competition. Last Euros and Worlds he was very devastated and he was very motivated to come back this Euros and try to get a podium this time, so he will be very, very devastated.
Especially after coming in third in the second round.
Yeah, and this
Close
year he
call.
also didn't win Spanish championships, which he was also not happy about.
2.23.
So Oscar with a 2.23, so it's
just not
consistency.
doing the best. Yeah.
Consistency, but not too.
Yeah, consistently doing poorly, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Not the best showing for him.
Now see what
And
Pep
we
can
have
do. It's a 3-move layer on yellow here, so it's.
Oh, he did eat it to 2.4.
So yeah,
46,
that
which is
will
counting.
be counting.
So now
he's
it's
he's still in the running.
Yeah, so it's now Frank and Wojciech with the best chance. So if they can lock in a good time, then it's very hard for Pep to catch up.
Yeah, best possible.
Ignacy got a 1.4 as well on the fourth one, so he still also seems to be in for a podium spot. If he can lock in a good fifth solve and maybe counter 1.4, then he's totally not out of it yet.
Michał Dynkiewicz being in a really good spot, just because his best is not that good, so getting best possible should be a bit easier.
Yeah.
We've got Taj Bezeret getting a 1.6 at the last, so I think that means the last is decent.
Yes.
We'll see what others can do.
Another 1.7.
I think the same solution that Oscar did.
Oh, what is that?
There has been.
Michał got a 1.5.
Michał locks BPA with 1.9. This very much could be a spot on the podium. It's
bar
up
has been set.
to everyone else to see.
Yeah, so it's
what's happening.
So it's now between Wojciech, Frank, and Ignacy, and Pep as well. Still, I think, depending on how good the last solve is. So it will all come all down to this. So the whole podium depends on this. Wojciech with a 1.5, so he will be very happy.
You can see the relief. Yes.
He is very happy. So he's now in a very good spot. Can other people catch up?
No, he's won it.
He's won it. He's already won. So now it's between the other one for second place and third place. So
come on, Alex.
It will be very interesting to see. It's very second and third is still quite open for a lot of people. So it's quite interesting to see what will happen. And Pep got a 1.4. Okay.
No, it's Frank.
Frank locks in best possible average being 177. And with that he's locked second. No one can.
Yep.
So it's the third place now between Michał.
No, it's between Michał, Ignacy, and Pep. Yeah.
So who can lock in the best?
Ignacy needing a 180 to knock Michał off the podium, and Pep needing a 186. So Pep having a bit of an easier time here.
171, 162.
Taking his sweet time. Oh, I'm.
Yeah. So many columns, so many numbers.
I misread it. So Pep in a bit of a harder spot with a counting 2.4, but still.
Yeah.
People have shown that they can get best possible average.
Especially
and also
with
Ignacy.
Because it's a 6-move layer, I think, that you can do in. I cannot one-look it for you guys. Sorry. It's 6-move to a sledge.
Oh yeah, Pep out of the running and.
Ignacy with a 1.4. It is okay, and with that he.
Is that a plus? Is that a +2? I think it was a plus. Oh, it is counting. It is.
Okay.
It's been entered as a +2, so right now the results are wrong. Now it's been corrected.
Okay.
So we have
182.
Ignacy's been able to clutch up third place. It's still quite impressive with a counting 2.2, which is the highest of everyone else. But as you see, Wojciech really did an amazing performance. He went to a 1.6, winning by 0.17. So.
Huge.
He really deserved it.
Huge.
He finally did it. He finally achieved it.
I'm very happy for him. He grinds a lot and he learns a lot of outs, and so he, in my opinion, really deserves to get a win or at least podium on.
And you can just see how supportive the community is. they're so happy for each other.
Yeah. So our final podium, in third place we have Ignacy Samselski, the defending European champion, stays on the podium. In second place, Franklin Volmovic's first European title.
Yep.
And the winner, possibly the first ever European championship for Czechia, Wojciech Rochoman.
The first win. Oh, at least in recent times.
I'm very happy for him.
Puts the flag upside down.
Champion. How does that feel for you?
Amazing. Just amazing.
Just talk us through your emotions right now. You were absolutely over the moon. You had every single competitor come over to you straight away. You must feel on like a different planet right now.
Yeah, I didn't expect it at all. I was really nervous before this round.
You've got so many of your Czech.
You can hear he's out of breath.
Just talk to us about how that feels.
Like he was also stuck on his previous PR for more than a year, and recently has been earlier this year I've been able to beat it. So
just one more thing from us.
Just
talk to us about Sol 5, just the emotions of securing the win with a 1.5.
The solution I saw was really simple, so yeah, I'm glad I didn't mess that up.
100%, and we're not glad you messed it up too. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your European champion, Wojciech Rochoman!
Okay, so I think it's it from our side. It's been lovely casting with you, and I think we're gonna hand it over. I see Sean already doing this off ocean. Yeah, good.
I'm going to congratulate Wojciech now.
Good luck, bro. Hope Ireland wins. Bro, no need to hope.
Okay, hello? 1, 2. I don't know if you can hear us, but can you hear me?
I can hear you, Sean.
I can hear you, so you guys can probably hear us too. All right, so we are ready for Megamix second or final, sorry.
We absolutely are, Sean.
Some big names coming through here, some fresh faces, some faces that we've seen before. Be very exciting.
So Sean, Megaminx is going to be a 2-horse race. We have 2 contenders for the title. Both could do it. Almost a coin flip as to who will end up succeeding. Sean, can you talk us through our 2 contenders?
In our second seed, we have Aiden Granger from the United Kingdom. Aiden, of course, known for winning the European Championships in 2024. And in our first seed, a newcomer, their first major competition, is Stephanie Rose Martin. An Irish competitor, so I know who I'm cheering for. Interestingly, so far this competition, Aiden Granger won the first round and Stephanie won the second, so it is very much anyone's game at this stage.
So Stephanie, she is a slightly faster solver. She averages in competition around half a second faster than Aiden, which has tipped her slightly towards winning. We've given her odds of 63%. However, she is here at her first European Championship in her first ever championship final. That is really in contrast to Aiden, who is here at his third European Championship. He's competed in 2024 European Championship 22. He's also competed on the world stage last year where he's placed 5th, so he has that experience under his belt. He's had a lot of practice with calming those nerves, performing under pressure, and that's somewhere where he has that little advantage over Stephanie. It really could go either way.
It could go either way. It's all going to come down to, can Stephanie handle the pressure? We don't know yet. We haven't seen her in this situation before, so it's very exciting.
So, cubers and minxes, and especially minxes this time, we're going to do the Mega Minx finals. We have 16 finalists for this event. And I'll be calling them one by one, starting with number 16, our 16th seed representing the United Kingdom, Katie Moran. And number 15 for Hong Kong, Borno Lee Chak Kwan. Number 14 for Poland, Jan Zich. Number 13 representing the Ukraine. No, just Ukraine. The is old-fashioned. Representing Ukraine, Ihor Sukhovatenko. Our number 12 seed representing Sweden, William Jensen. Number 11 representing Poland, Antoni Stojek. The Polish crowd remains the great cheerers. For number 10, representing Italy, Alessandro Calzoni. Our number 9 seed, representing Ireland, Prabhav Rajaram Nayak. And the crowd goes wild. Our number 8 seed, representing Indonesia, Benjamin Wirapati. Number 7, for Poland, Maximilian Kulas. And continuing in the Polish theme, our number 6 seed, Tomasz Pietruszka. And Poland keeps going and going because we have Magdalena Pabisz. And the number 4 seed, representing the United Kingdom, Sean Moran. Our number 3 seed, representing Spain, and having achieved a national record here at this competition, representing Spain, Pablo Amoraga Velasco. And to fill the last table, get ready to cheer your heads off for the number 2 seed, United Kingdom, Aidan Granger. but that fair emerald isle will fill it out. The number 1 seed representing Ireland, Stephanie Rose Martin. All the competitors are here, the timers are reset, and it is time to solve some minxes.
Okay. Oh.
So they are just starting to bring out the first puzzles.
Any outrageous predictions, Eleanor? What do you think is going to happen? Who do you think's coming third? That's my question, because we all know who first and second are going to be.
So the odds would tip Prabhav towards that third place position. However, he really underperformed in round 2, getting a 33.68 average.
Oh, it looks like solves have already gotten underway for Pablo and Sean.
Pablo setting a new national record for Spain in the semi-finals of 30.30.
Our odds predictor has him at 2% chance to podium, but I think he's shown that maybe we might not be so accurate.
And a 32.78 there for Pablo.
Stephanie starting strong.
Stephanie, she's going to want a 27 or better, and she gets
there
a 25!
We go. That's got to feel good.
It absolutely will. That's going to be very hard for Aiden to beat on Solve 1.
Stephanie in the past has had lots of problems with getting consistent 27 averages. But we all know that she's more than capable of getting better than that. It's great for her to see that she can do it on this big stage.
At the 22nd.
Aiden with a 27 there. A few other sub-30s to start off. Prabhav, Alessandro, William Jensen. Anyone's game, really, so far.
It is, and that's a solid lead there from Stephanie, starting off with 25. That means if she can just pull off a couple extra good solves, she might end up having this in the bag.
Jan Zik there with a 30.79. Jan, of course, having podiumed 3 times at the European Championship before, in 2018, 2022, and in 2024.
He was our 2022 European champion.
Katie solving on our left.
Katie wasn't in the last European Championship final.
I think I was chatting to her, she was very happy to make it. She was delighted. It's a massive achievement for her. You never know, she might pull out something incredible today.
Back to Prabhav.
30 for Prabhav, he's happy, smiling.
We've seen some really great solves from a lot of competitors here. A lot of 29s, low 30s.
I do not understand how someone can solve a Mega Minx in less than 30 seconds. It just makes no sense to me whatsoever.
We are still yet to see the second solves of Aiden and Stephanie.
Sean coming to the end of solve 2, 31-10.
We are likely going to see a 30-second podium, if not sub 30.
Megaminx has improved so much in the last few years. So many people learning full PLL.
Oh, and a corner twist there for Pablo, running off a 35. Very unfortunate finish there.
Magdalena on PLL sub 30. Very happy with that.
Magdalena underperforming slightly in the semi-finals, placing her 5th seed going into the finals. She seems to be making a comeback.
Stephanie about to begin now.
While we're expecting an Aiden Stephanie 1st and 2nd place, there are a lot of contenders for that 3rd place. William Jensen, Prabhav, Alessandro Calzoni and Janzic, all in that same 30-second bracket, 1 second between them all.
Stephanie starting solve 2, this is going to be crucial.
Stephanie, she's looking for a 27 or better.
This is not the pace that we'd be looking for Stephanie now on 25, just starting last layer.
And that was
That's okay.
30.63 there for Stephanie. That does leave the door open for Aiden to potentially beat her on that 2nd solve.
Lots of smiles regardless from Stephanie. Prabhav starting solve 3. While this is Prabhav's 2nd European Championship, this is Prabhav's 1st European Championship representing a European country. Since the last European Championship, he switched from representing India to representing Ireland.
A long recognition on the .OLL and seemingly the wrong OLL case.
Still not bad.
Still not bad.
Still not bad. 30.88. That looked a lot worse to me.
Yeah, he might have two-looked the .OLL.
Looks like we're getting a great view of Pablo warming up here.
Aiden solving now. Remember, Stephanie got a 30.6 on this scramble. He's going to want to beat that. 20 seconds, he needs into OLL.
Oh,
wow!
A 25 point, I believe, 9-9 for Aiden.
That is a crazy time for Aiden in that 2nd solve. He's really closed the gap that Stephanie opened on the 1st solve. They are neck and neck at this point.
Sean Moran finishing solve 3 now. 34.52. He will not be as happy with that. Currently our top 3 are Aiden Granger, Stephanie Rose Martin, Prabhav Rajaram Nayak, with Alessandro Calzoni very close behind. This solve from Magdalena will probably put her largely out of the running as that counts to 32.
It will, unless she can pull out something very crazy. I think we're not looking at a Magdalena podium.
Anthony Stoyek and Alessandro Calzoni there now. I find it impossible to track what these solvers are doing because they're moving so quickly. There's so many pieces to follow, and they never pause.
Up to OLL now.
This looks quite good, actually. 32-12. Shake of the head from Alessandro.
That still keeps him in 4th place, just behind Prabhav, who now looks to have actually got up to a 1 second lead on Alessandro. It's still really anyone's game going into solves 4 and 5.
All it takes is between these last 2 solves is either 2 good solves or 2 bad solves, and it can change everything.
Absolutely, Sean.
Maximilian finishing off solve 3 shortly. Looks to be more like a 32-33 kind of time.
Slight slip up at the end of OLL, leading into a 32.98.
Stephanie starting solve 3. This is going to be crucial. As of right now, Aiden Granger is about 1 second ahead of Stephanie. So Stephanie's going to have to get something really, really good here to take this lead back.
She's going to want something definitely sub 30, hopefully sub 27.
On to last layer at 23.
And
that's pretty good.
Goes.
Big fist pump into the air, lots of smiles, big cheer from the Irish contingent.
Aiden up next.
Aiden still having a slight lead after that. Hopefully he can hold it for the remainder of the round.
Anything sub 30 will keep Aiden above Stephanie in the rankings.
Quick glimpse of Sean Moran there.
That's OLL at 23. Finish off with a nice 27.1.
This is going to be very, very close.
It absolutely will. So there's a 0.4 second difference between our top two solvers, Aiden and Stephanie. It's going to come down to those last two solves. Both performing pretty well under the pressure. Stephanie getting that 30.
Prabhav with a 31-33. Oh, maybe it was a +2, perhaps. That puts Prabhav slightly out of the running, but it's not over yet.
It isn't. So pushing into third seed, going into cell 4, we now have Tomasz Pietruszka. However, he is starting off on a 35. He cannot afford to count that. So he's going to need a consistent performance on the last two solves to ensure that he gets that average he deserves.
What did we see there from Jan? I just missed that time. 30-34, that's actually pretty good. Stephanie and Aiden both having a very similar median of their 3 solves, which allows us to... Ooh, Maximilian with a 28.
Unfortunately, I think that might be too little, too late for Maximilian, starting off with his 40, 33, and 32.
Magdalena about halfway through her solve now, beginning S2L, sorry.
And Stephanie is off, starting her 4th solve now. It's going to come down to these last 2 solves.
I'm actually quite nervous. I'm not going to lie. I really have been watching Stephanie for over the last couple of years, improving that performance, putting so much work into this.
OLL at 23, PLL at 25. That's a
26.02. That gives Stephanie a best possible average of 26.28 and a worst possible average of 28.06. That is a very strong showing.
It really is. Come on, Aiden. Aiden, he's got a 27, a 25, and a 27 under his belt. He needs another great time if he wants to stay in the running against Stephanie, who's counting a low 26.
Lots of chatter in the crowd here. People murmuring, trying to figure out what the possibilities of winning is. Prabhav finishing with a 30.70 average. That is pretty strong.
It is. The only person who could beat him for 4th is Alessandro Calzoni. Watching Aiden solve now, 25 seconds and he's at OLL.
It is going to be a 30+ second solve. That is going to bring it down to the very, very last solve of both of these averages.
It absolutely will. So Stephanie does have the advantage going into the 5th solve. She needs a 28.92 to confirm the victory against Aiden.
That is a very, very strong possibility for Stephanie.
It really is, especially for someone who averages mid-27. She just needs that sub-29 solve. If she can hold her nerves under the pressure for one last solve, she can pull this off.
That 28.92 will just bring Stephanie into that sub-27 region, which would take over Aiden's BPA of 26.99. Also, we will be having a lot of eyes on Alessandro Calzoni, requiring 30.15 to take that 3rd place spot from Prabhav. Jan Zik finishing off what is probably his final solve, 35.48. So that is the first time since 2022 that Jan will not have been on a Euros podium.
There is a certain tenseness in the room right now. I can feel it very, very viscerally.
Lots of very quiet murmurs, people trying to figure out what needs to happen for different people to win or take podiums.
It's all going to come down to this last solve. And here's Stephanie. She's ready to start her solve. Remember, she needs 28.92 to win.
It's looking pretty good so far.
It is. She's just finishing up on S2L here. 25 seconds starting OLL.
Oh, it's going to be so close. Oh, it is not over yet. Aiden Granger requiring a 27.53 to take the win.
I thought she had it. She was 0.06 off clutching the win before Aiden even had a chance to solve. Now Aiden has one last shot at redemption on solve 5.
Prabhav and Stephanie both guaranteeing themselves podiums nonetheless. The first time we'll ever have 2 Irish competitors on the same European Championship podium. Look at him, he is delighted.
And it's all going to come down to Aiden's last solve. But he looks to be calling an extra.
Possibly a duplicate scramble.
The scramblers certainly know how to keep the tension, Sean.
With this slight delay, that is going to make it very, very likely that the final solve of this round will decide the winner.
Ooh.
It does not get much more tense than that.
It does, and I wonder how Aiden is feeling during this. He now has a 1-minute gap to think. He knows that Stephanie has done well next to him. He might not be looking at her times, but he can feel that those are some quick solves she's been popping out. He doesn't know what he needs to win, but he knows from the crowd reaction
that it has to be pretty good.
But he knows it hasn't happened yet because the crowd
That's
hasn't
true.
exploded yet.
That is true.
So Aiden knows he's still in with a shot. He just doesn't know by how much. But at the same time, he knows that he's not locked. He's both not locked out of it, but he's not locked into it. He
That's
knows
true.
that there is a time.
That he requires. You could cut the tension in this room with a knife. It looks like we are waiting on just 2 more solves to finish out this European Championship final.
Aiden looking slightly frustrated there. Understandably so. Any delay to something like this. And here we go. Aiden's cube about to arrive. Never mind, it was his camera. I saw a runner running. Stephanie and Aiden both seemingly in good spirits, chatting away as Aiden's Megaminx gets delivered. This is the final solve in Megaminx of the Rubiks WCA European Championship 2026. And the room has gone completely silent. And he's off.
27.53 to win. The whole room has gone. You could drop a pin in here. It is crazy.
Aiden at a blistering pace here. It's going to be so close.
I think he's gonna.
And that is just about it for Stephanie and Aiden. And that is going to be it, folks. Stephanie Rose Martin is your European Champion 2026. Big, big cheers in the crowd from Ireland.
That was a nail-biting final, but Stephanie has done it. Her first championship title.
Wow, big hugs from Kevin Timmins there, a local delegate.
Give them both a hand.
Wow.
If you're a finalist for the 2x2, then I would like you to head back.
Stephanie and Prabhav, a big hug for each other there. Personally, I couldn't have seen this ending a better way.
The Irish team gathering around Stephanie in a massive group hug, celebrating that fantastic Irish podium. 2 out of 3 of the spots swept by Ireland.
Dare I say, the next best, the next great cubing nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for your Megaminx European Champion, Stephanie Rose Martin! Stephanie, this is your first ever European Championship win. You're already shaking. Just tell us how you feel.
I didn't think I would care since I thought it's just beating Aiden in one round, but I mean, the crowd, I loved the reactions, loved feeding into it. So that was super good. I'm so happy for Prabhav getting third. That was my huge hope for the comp that he could podium. He did. Aiden did incredibly. It was great having really close competition. He beat me first round, I beat him second round. He almost won. He did incredibly. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I'm very happy. The averages themselves weren't great, but considering it's my first major, not too much to complain about. Just want to say thanks to Luke Greitzer. I was talking to him for the past few days, and he's gave me quite a bit of advice on how to handle the pressure and all. It clearly works, so thank you so much to him.
You have got a lot of Irish contingent here in attendance to support you. They were giving you cheers all average long. Just talk to us about what the Irish speaking community means to you and how big it is to have so many of your friends who are backstage just there, as you can see. Who have invaded the stage, as it seems. again, as I said, you've got so many of your friends backstage who are ready to maul you again the moment you come off stage. Just once again, just tell us what Irish Speedcubing means to you and how much it means to have all of your friends here just to see that.
God, it means so much. Like, the community is incredible. Especially, I guess, Prabhav. He's been my biggest competition in Mega for so long. When I was coming up in Mega, he was like the big time, the big name I wanted to get better than. He was incredibly supportive for ages. He helped me improve so much, helped me get into the event. And even at times when I was slower than him and beat him in comp, he had incredible sportsmanship. I couldn't have asked for a better person to have like close competition with for like the longest time. And again, like huge congrats to him. Like, I think that's PR2 average. Like, from what I remember, 0.03 off PR in Euros finals. He's the GOAT. Nothing else to say.
Just one more thing, a word on Aiden Granger, because you two have been trading blows that entire final. You said in your pre-competition notes that obviously you look up to him as a solver in general. Just talk to him about the friendship that you have with him, and just talk to us about the spectacle that you've just shared.
Yeah, so obviously, like, there are lots of faster Megaminx solvers, but in terms of ones that are involved in the Megaminx community, when I was coming up, Aiden was by far the fastest one, and he, alongside Prav, was one of the people who helped me to improve so much. I've based tons of, like, how I solve, including, like, focusing on flow and ergonomics around Aiden, and he's been a really good friend for a long time, so I'm like really happy that I got to compete with him. We got Rob's Challenge Megaminx World Best yesterday. Not to flex, sorry Vucic and LML. So yeah, again, huge congrats to Aiden. I thought, considering the reactions, like I figured he was doing well, but not that well. And then I checked live the second I finished my average. I saw like he needed like 27.53 to beat me, and I was, oh god, I was don't want to swear, don't know if it's allowed. I was so scared, like I was, words can't describe it. I was getting lightheaded just watching his solve, because I pulled up the stream on my phone after I finished my solve.
What incredible sportsmanship. Once again, everyone, please give it up for your Megaminx European champion, Stephanie Martin!
Alexei Tsvetkov. Alexei Tsvetkov, you have a final place. Alexei Tsvetkov.
What a final that was.
That was insane.
We are now joined by Anthony Paterakis, our 2x2 European record holder.
Not anymore, since a couple of weeks.
Oh, okay.
Still second.
Still second. Still second. Former 2x2 European record holder, Anthony Paterakis.
As the Irish party continues backstage, we're going to start calling finalists for the 2x2.
So Anthony just missed out on 2x2 finals, which is a shame for him, but a joy for the stream team, because it means that he is able to sit alongside us and commentate.
I'm really looking forward to share my insights on the final. And hopefully we have some amazing solves coming our way. We got some incredibly talented.
France, Diego Frère. Number 12. Number 12, representing Ireland, Callan Doherty. Number 11. 11 seated, representing Germany, it's Emanuel Müller. Number 10, representing Poland, Igor Labange. Our 9th seeded representative, representing Russia, Alexei Tsvetkov. Number 8, representing Poland, Olaf Kuzminski. Which is good for number 7. Number 7, representing Poland, Igor Guarish. Number 6 for the United Kingdom, Tommy Keeley. The UK continues with the number 5, Max Tully. Number 4, representing Sweden, Emanuel Schelin. Number 3 seed, representing Spain, Aitor Ibanez Larrea. And filling out the table at the far end, number 2 for the Netherlands, it's Twan Wieringa. But number one representing Poland is Theodor Zajda.
Well,
what a lineup it is.
Crazy. It's insane. And the fan favorite is clear, which is my personal favorite. Theodor. I adore Theodor and I adore the whole family. They're amazing people, but what's most important right now is how good he is at 2x2. And he has shown nothing but incredible performance. But now we're starting off with the first scramble. Wow. So that was super fast turning into CLL, it seems. RUR prime, U prime sledge. That seems like an incredible time for that scramble. Let's see how some of the other fast turners can do.
So 2x2, it's really going to be anyone's game. Obviously, fan favorite Theodor, he did manage to win the semi-finals, but he did not win the round 1. He is tipped to win, but only with a chance to win of 31%.
Let's see, Twan now, representing the Netherlands. That's tough. +2 on the last move. So it's going to be tough to start off with a +2. Now let's see, Theo, Olaf did not do great. So we already see some front runners here. Emanuel Schelin with a 125. Let's see, Theo, he definitely sees a solution. Let's see from what angle he tries to do it. Oh, he goes from something, he goes for something different. Wow. So Theodor actually decided to not do the 4-move blue layer. He did the LS on white, which was 1 move away. So Theodor has a bit of the image of not knowing a lot of ALKs, but I recently found out he knows around 2/5, 40% of LS. So it seems to become very useful to him.
And how many ALKs is LS?
So LS is 486, and I've been told he knows around 200. So we see the results are going fast, by the way. We saw Aitor get 116. We saw, what else did we see?
It's so hard to keep track. There's so many solvers going so quickly.
Dark horse that we've seen 2 great solves from so far, Tommy Keeley, 0.95, followed by a 1.10. I mean, Tommy, his PR average is 1.36.
I mean, let's see how he deals with the pressure, because I personally feel like having a PR that's maybe not that fast compared to your other competitors can be a disadvantage, because right now he might feel the pressure of also getting PR on top of the pressure of a big comp final. But let's see.
Max Tully.
That's a bit of a tough lock up there. So Igor Guadish with a 125. He starts off super solid. And now Emmanuel Schellin. I think he's one of the dark horses here. He probably knows the most Alex of anyone in this final. Let's see if he takes advantage. He did the right solution. He did EG1 LS there. And Olaf is doing, wow. Let's see Twan on his second solve. This must be nerve-wracking, by the way, having 2 people wait for the cube at the same time.
Yeah.
It's like war of attrition, trying to see who goes first.
Shake of the head.
He had a bit of a lock-up there. Well, let's see. It's the solution looks like a 5-move EG1 layer into a spammy soon algorithm. Theo's looking at it right now. Let's see. Flawless.
Wow.
Flawless. Exactly what we want to see from the favorite.
Theodore counting that 1.02.
And let's see Aitor. He looks at the solution right now. It's 5 moves to EG1 with a U prime AUF. Let's go.
Wow.
Let's go, Aitor. Super strong start.
Off camera, we saw a 2.49 from Tommy Keeley, who had been in second position. It's not counting yet, though, so he's still in the running.
Max Tully right now. What's this? Third solve.
Ooh, a bit of a lock up there, and that is going to...
I think Max Tully is probably out with that solve. Could still get close, but with the scrambles looking like this, I think the podium is going to require some very fast averages.
You got there with a 3.06. Massive fumble in the middle of that.
So far we've seen an LS solution from Theodore and just an EG1 solution from him. We've seen some EG1 LS from Emmanuel Schellin, so I'm very happy with the variance of the variety of methods we're seeing. It's not just basic CLL, basic EG1. That's cool to see.
Oh, a bit of a lock up there for Olaf.
And wrong AUF to round off a 2.65.
That counts at 1.88, so it's going to be
wow. So for this third solve, I've been seeing a lot of people do a couple moves to an EG1 solution, and a lot of people I've seen have struggled a little bit with it. Emmanuel seemed like he did something different. I expect Theo to do the EG1 solution, but let's see if he maybe spots something else. He did the EG1 solution, and he didn't struggle a bit. I already see his brother in the crowd, super hyped. He needs one more good solve, and he got it pretty much sealed.
We could possibly see a sub-1 average out of Theodore today.
We could. I think he needs, if he gets his best time on either of the last 2 solves, we get a 1 flat average. Is that right?
Yeah, so 0.85 for sub-1. Okay.
Well, he cannot.
No, that was just completely wrong. Apologies. He needs to count as sub-1.
Tommy Keeley shoving now.
Oh, okay. I'm going to call that. So this is Tommy Keeley's 4th solve?
Yeah, so he's not counting that 2.23.
I'm calling that Emmanuel Schellin is going to get the best time on this 4th solve because there's a pre-made EG1 LS that I know for a fact he knows because it's one of the easier ones. So let's see. So it's a EG1 LS on yellow. We see pre-made. Well, let's see if he's going to go for it, actually. Might be some other good options as well. But this is looking like a super close final for at least 2nd to 4th place. We are being spoiled with these close of finals.
Of course, these sprint events can end anyway. We saw at the last European Championship, the Pyraminx podium was decided by 0.01 on single.
That's crazy.
So these sprint events can be really, truly heartbreaking.
Wow. So Igor Guadish got a 106 on the 4th.
He's now counting a 1.22 and a 1.25.
Yeah.
A 118 BPA.
Yeah, I have a feeling there's another solution other than the EG1LS that's pretty good, and I think other people are going to see it. Let's see. Imano is not. He is going to go for the EG1LS, it looks like. Let's see. That looked like a very. Dare I say that timer shot looked a little bit weird? It's not up to me. We have people for that.
Hopefully it does not come to that. I guess we will find out.
Yep. But Emmanuel Schellin has locked in a 121 average, which 123 average, excuse me.
Theodore is one good solve away from locking in the championship title on solve number 4.
Yeah, I think we're going to hear a very loud scream in about 10 seconds from now from the Polish crowd and all non-Polish Theodore supporters. Let's see what he does. Oh, okay.
That is going to change things.
The door. Oh, wow.
Oh.
So the last scramble looks like it's easy. We did not get to see it, unfortunately.
Tommy Keeley counting a 0.95, but unfortunately also counting a 2.23.
Let's see.
That is crazy. Tommy nearly breaking his PR average with a counting 0.95, 1.1, and 2.2.
Okay, Aitor, 151. That's counting. Oh, okay. So last scramble looks very good. And what I just hope now is that Theo realizes he does not need a 0.6 on this last one to win. He can just safety and be fairly sure of the win. Let's hope he realizes no risk needed here.
Theodore, of course, in Nations Cup ended up losing that win for podium, even though they had it safely because he was rushing the finish. We're seeing some fantastic times on scramble number 5.
Let's watch out for Emmanuel Schellin, because in case he gets BPA and somehow something goes wrong for Theo, he can take the win. Oh! He gets WPA, 123. This is tense.
This is very tense. There's murmuring in the room. People are trying to calculate what people need. I see lots of calculators on phones out in the crowd.
Oh, that's, I think, let's see. Let's watch. Svan got a very good solve. Let's watch Olaf. Oh, okay.
And a +2.
So I think Aitor might actually. I think Aitor needs a 131 or a 132 to get 3rd place. 133. And remember, this last solve, this last scramble was pretty easy. I know Aitor from when I lived in Spain.
It is going to come down to Theodore's last solve also.
Right. But Aitor can lock in 3rd place right now. I would love nothing less but to see him on the podium. Nothing more. Excuse me. I'm super excited.
It is a 1,
Whoa.
3, and he gets it. That's 3rd place for Aitor.
Oh my God.
And he is lying down on the stage. He cannot believe it.
Locked in third place. The emotions. I thought is a very emotional kid. Let's see. Everything to play for on this last off for Theo.
We need a 158 for Theodore to win.
Let's see. He's going to see the solution, I'm sure.
Silence in the room.
Yeah!
And that is going to be it, folks.
We got our podium. Theodore, Emmanuel Schelling, and Aitor Ibanez. What a beautiful podium.
Wow.
A beautiful podium. Theodore, undisputedly the best in Europe. Emmanuel, up and coming with a lot of algs. And Aitor, just up and coming from Spain. Young kid.
Alexei Tsvetkov still with his final solve of the round. This solve cannot affect the podium.
Amazing.
Alexei's BPA will sit him just between Igor and Tvan in 5th place.
What? Wow. Aitor cannot believe it.
The room is completely silent right now.
Very good solve for Alexei. Unfortunately, it's not going to change anything.
Leaves him in 5th place.
Leaves him in 5th place, but it's not going to affect the podium. And Aitor is over the moon. What an amazing way to end the round.
There's the final solve, and I'm going to call on the audience. Audience, when you leave, clean up behind you. Clean up the tables, clean up your chairs, clean up the bleachers. We want everything left
No competitor has a PR average below Theodore's winning average of 1.01.
But now we have
that just shows how dominant he truly is.
Well, besides the man sitting right next to us who didn't quite manage it to make it in.
That's okay. I'm very happy that my absence has able to make way for some of these young cubers. They're the young generations. In their eyes, I'm Unk. And I've had my moments, so it's now time for the new generation to take their chances, like this little man on the screen right now. Let's hear what he has to say.
Who's going to help us out with this interview? Please get up and be up to everybody. Theodore, you're a European champion in 2x2. How are you feeling?
Theodor, jesteś mistrzem Europy w 2x2. Jak się czujesz?
Świetnie.
I feel great.
And one more question from us. You've got a few more finals potentially to come tomorrow. What can we expect from you potentially in the next few days?
Przed tobą jest kilka finałów jutro. Czego możemy się od ciebie spodziewać w najbliższych dniach?
Nie wiem, ale będę starał się jak mogę.
I'm not sure, but I will try my hardest.
He is media trained. I'm so happy for Theo. So deserved.
Incredibly well deserved. He is such a talented young Cuba.
And that wraps up day 3 of this.
I'm really looking forward to congratulating the winners. I have a great relationship with all 3. So,
oh, there we go. There's us. That is going to bring us to an end of day 3.
Thank you so much for joining us, Anthony. We've really appreciated your expert commentary.
Thank you for having me.
And that concludes day 3 of the European Championship. Join us tomorrow, where we will be crowning our 3x3 champion on the final day of the European Championship here in Arnhem in the Netherlands. We can't wait to see you there.
See y'all tomorrow.
See y'all tomorrow, guys.
Thanks. Bye.
And wave at all the volunteers, because they're great.